And so the line goes Fire-Blooded Oath into Mordred, so you can release your Diana level 1. And so...
Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome to the Texas Regional for Abyssal Heaven. I am Derek.
And I'm Eric.
Don't worry, that'll get confusing throughout the day.
Absolutely.
We're going to go ahead and get started here. We're waiting currently on the player meeting to get going. We have a couple players still trickling in. But while we wait, we're going to go and kind of fill some time, talk a little bit about where we think this meta is going to go. What do we think we're going to see today? Absolutely. And kind of what are we expecting at this event?
So, I mean, so let's talk about the meta, right? I think one word we could definitely use for this meta is varied, right? Yeah. Last time we talked, it was just water. Oh. But now, you see everything. You see absolutely everything.
100%. With losing Icebound Slam, Water lost that. Because, again, it was no contest back in last season. Yeah. That playing Icebound Slam gave you tempo that no other deck could do.
Way too much value.
So it was essentially you either played Hyper Aggro or you played Icebound Slam. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, with Icebound Slam gone, with Baby Gray gone, it's kind of a lot of options have opened up. Yeah. And we're seeing a lot of these, like for Water, you're seeing the Fractal list, you're seeing the Genbu.
You're even seeing Water allies, Lorraine, come back, with down way.
You're seeing a lot of these Water decks kind of a little more diversified, but of course you're also seeing a lot of things like Wind is coming back into the meta. Mm-hmm. You're even seeing, of course, multiple Fire Aggro decks back in the meta, and then you're even seeing Norm. We're seeing Dawn of Ashes lists pop up once again.
That Dawn of Ashes is so much fun, actually.
The Water Dawn of Ashes with that domain and of course the brand new one that makes if you don't banish a floating, it is impressive.
Yep. Oh, it's. Yeah, playing against it, I think everyone, the first time they play it, they'll have that thought, right? Like, I can play one turn against this. You can't. It's so awful.
And again, it's one of those things that they set you up on so much tempo that it's very, very hard to kind of looking for, like, where do I make a play?
Yeah.
Where do I resolve a lot of these kind of pieces now that my normal play would be play a 3-cost, hold up interaction, play a 3-cost, hold up interaction. When they play that, you're kind of like, well, I guess my turn is all in. And against an ally list, you don't want to do that.
Oh, no, absolutely. And, paying 5 for an ally feels really bad if you're not going to pay 6 or possibly even
100%.
7. Yeah.
And then, of course, let's talk about the other list we saw. We keep seeing it pop up everything, and that is going to be the Fractals list. We've seen it in both the Arasana, we've seen it in the Dalchan. Yeah. Both of them have their merit. Both of them are very, very, very strong.
Very, very fast. I think the interesting thing is, of course, coming out of Seattle, with the Fractals being very dominant, everyone really took their time and started being like, okay, you know what? We're back. Mainboard Blanche. We're back. Coronation ceremony, of course, making a change to certain deck lists.
We also, of course, we saw a bunch of Fantasia removal. Every
Disenchant, Scatter Essence,
it was everywhere, and it was one of the things you kind of saw this, and that's where we kind of say it's a very diversified meta right now. Is you see this flex of, and we're kind of in a weird mode. We're kind of back to when we had to deal with Erupting in that situation, where you have to still respect that list. You can't just say I'm not going to run removal for Fantasias, because if you don't, the deck just gets to blow you out of the water, and it's.
Right. No, absolutely. If they get that great first turn with like 1 or 2 dissonant fractals, and if you see 3, it's probably over.
And the fact that deck digs so much of their deck so quickly, and then of course you have one of the brand new unique allies that is essentially Pot of Greed. If anybody heard Yu-Gi-Oh! Merit, that if you play it for free, you're drawing 2 cards, and of course when you're playing with fractals, you're just drawing a lot of those cards.
Yeah, Xingjiao Way of Peace, not just being, that draw engine, but also the ability to heal, the ability to glimpse, and, at the very top end, the ability to discard a card out of your opponent's memory is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and then of course the other list we're definitely gonna look out for, and it's kind of like the elephant in the room, especially in our local meta, and that is gonna be Faiza, or again Fire Aggro, but the big one is Faiza.
Here in Dallas, of course, we have very, very strong Faiza plays. But in addition to Faiza, right, that Fire Xander, we have another Fire Xander, right? Luxem Xander is back, and very, very strong in both Fire and Wind.
100%. And the worst part is they also got one of their newest cards as well for Luxem, and that is going to be their new strike that they have.
Yeah, let's go ahead and if we can pull that up on stream. Pull that up. Striking Illuminance is the card.
So Striking Luminous is a brand new. Whoop, and it's a little bit. Oh, we scoot over a little bit.
That's all right.
But Striking Luminous is a brand new card that kind of came out of this set, and it's kind of that last piece of the puzzle where a lot of us, I know our team, heavily practiced Fire Luxem going into Worlds last time for the team event. And of course now this is kind of that last piece of the puzzle they were missing. It is something that you can now, instead of having to wait to get 2 of your like combo pieces in your hand, you can now get this and just one of them and just say, okay, cool, I'm going to present lethal in probably a 6-card play.
Yeah, absolutely. It adds another dimension where you're not just waiting for Lightweavers to come to hand. And then in addition, of course, if you need to, you can simply reveal some Luxem sites, keep yourself in the game for that much longer.
Yeah.
So.
And it's definitely, and as well as the fact that you only have to prepare it for 2, it's very easy in this list to keep those prep counters, especially with the new version.
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course, with Luxem as well, we are seeing, for not even just fire, but we're seeing wind and water both put up results. We saw Glass in the online regional put up results with water.
Yeah.
We have of course seen going out of Seattle, we saw the Wind Luxem doing a lot of work. To Wind Assassin, we also saw Wind Luxem do very well in that event.
Yes.
So it is something that the deck is back. It is something you kind of have to respect now.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Southeast Asia Nationals 4, including of course Bob, making top with fire, but I believe 3 Wind Luxem Xanders made it into top 8. So if you're not respecting Luxem, I mean, you're in for a very tough time. And it may be something where, and I think we're beginning to see it in some, especially some Store Championships. People are putting back in Morgan. You got to get that time back that they're trying to steal.
I know in our Store Championship alone, I think there was 4 or 5 different lists that just had like 1 or 2 Morgan just slotted in that sideboard.
I was one of those people. I put in 2 Morgans.
And you watched during games where they would just go, all right, cool, 2 cards instantly in. Just like it's that easy. And then, of course, one of the last lists we also want to talk about is, of course, the Wind allies. Both the pure Wind allies and the Wind balance list we saw come out of multiple events. And that list is, again, Wind allies is one of those lists that I think you're always going to see, but it's just how strong Ace Protector really is. And I think that card really helps, just like, it pushes that list to a whole other level.
Yeah, if you are not a believer in ASIN, I suggest that you quickly become one, because it is such a strong line, especially in conjunction with Windmill Engineers, Dream Fairies, etc. Let's go ahead and pull it up. There we go. So a big thing, of course, this is a DOA card, right?
Yeah.
Like, we are looking back to the past and realizing we had it pretty good.
Oh, 100%.
So the 3/4 with Intercept, and on enter, you're going to return an ally you control to hand, meaning that you can bounce things. So we're also, so not just Windmill for the additional influence. You could replay a Dream Fairy. You can also Fleetfoot Philly, I believe it's called. Yeah, to get extra buff counters, especially when you're level 2. It just gets really crazy on field. And don't get me wrong. So, of course, a lot of the counters right now, Fumes.
Yep.
People play Fumes, try to get this back. Or just, you could Zephyr it, and of course they get the on-enter, which is pretty funny. But otherwise, this card, 3/4, crazy strong.
Yeah, and of course, let's not even count out the fact that this also has Intercept. It's a huge other deal. We see lists like Jin right now actually starting to come back in.
Yes.
We of course see, as we talked about, having the Luxem package, which does have those just direct attacks to try to kill you. It is a card that sometimes you play it, even as allies, you play it as a defensive option, just to say there's a chance you could kill me.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go ahead and try to stay off that punish.
All right. What's the parent's turn? Being able to stop a Slice and Dice as well. Very important early.
Stopping a Slice and Dice can easily be stopping 15 damage with the current combo they're setting up, which is...
Well, and especially them taking out those prep counters, you have a really good chance to win the game right there. All right, so looks like our pairings are going up. They're going to have a player meeting right after sitting, and Derek will have the honor of choosing our first feature match for today.
So we'll go ahead and cut away. We'll go to the store cam for here a little bit as the player meeting wraps up, and we'll be back here with hopefully our first feature match here shortly.
Yeah, see you soon. All right, we're back.
Alrighty, we have our first feature match selected. It looks like we are going to be seeing Wind Arasana.
Oh. Okay, yeah.
It looks like we are actually good to go on
yeah,
to the
we're
feature
actually good to go to the
match,
feature match
we'll
directly.
go right into it.
Yeah. So today we're looking at Wind Arasana. Water Fractal Collection. I mean, look at that. We've already come in. Fractal of Snow and Orange.
Don't worry about Alan on our logo.
Yeah, there's
Alan's subbing in for Dao-chan for this one.
We'll try to fix that a little later if we can. All right.
Going for the Serene. We already saw him glimpse. It looks like he did. I think he put back 3 or 4 cards.
And he got that Scatter Essence in hand. 2 Dungeon Guides. I can't quite see the Astra card there.
Oh, and instantly Scatter Essence.
Yep, of course.
And you can just tell.
Yep, there's that smile. There's that smile.
Like, no. And again, as we...
Yeah. There's a... Okay.
And we talked about this especially early on, that when you have this Fractals, going to this very similar how when you were playing Erupting. Certain matchups, you're like, did they tech for me or not? It's kind of the same way that if you see Water get played and they instantly go Lantern, you're like...
Yeah. Well...
All right.
I think a big thing, of course, is that, unfortunately for, Fractal players in general, most people are just siding in that tech because there's so many other things that not just Fractals per se, right? Like, you're also going to hit Fire Dao-chan. You're also going to just sort of casually take out the premium material, perhaps, and get that value. GCR coming out.
Yeah, definitely going for the recoup here with the GCR. We're definitely trying to get back those Fractal count back up. And that's the thing.
Yeah,
Into this matchup, your goal is to essentially, when you start losing those Fractals, you play more and more and more and more.
Yep.
And you just kind of keep that pressure going.
Okay.
We see a little bit of hesitation on the play.
Not totally sure.
It looks like we're trying to keep, I think the play here is
influence. Yeah.
We're wanting to keep at least one of these in hand because I think we're kind of wanting to. Oh, I see it now. We're wanting to use a Fractal to keep the influence in the hand. Keep up the interaction if we need to.
All right, we're going up to Arasana 1 using our Scatter Essence. There's that double value right there.
Yep, 100%. And we are going to go ahead and roll those dice. We see a 1 and a 6. Luckily, when it comes to the herbs, all the herbs are labeled 1 through 6 to make it easier instead of having to use. I don't know if you've had to ever try to use the Arasana dice. And
I have
track down those flowers.
I mean, I only use it for starting the game, of course.
Listen, we need you to stop that, by the way.
Yeah, I do apologize. Polaris coming out.
Super early. But, I mean, this is a matchup that you're not... Well, to be fair, though, that might be a risky play, because if the Fractalize does hit this early, that can be a huge
tempo loss because he's not going to get any of those extra cosmic bolts.
And then you're down to 4 cosmic bolts, and you're playing... Which, in this matchup, I don't know if you're worried about allies. So, the players coming out this early seems a little greedy.
It is, I think, well, especially with that unstable Fractal out there. That's an interesting... greedy play, but okay.
Oh, we're turboing straight to. So he's
that beseech
so
directly.
I'm starting to see where the logic is. It's where, because I think next turn we're gonna see the dungeon guy just go straight to 3, and I think we're just gonna Wyatt's gonna go for that game plan where it's just like, all right, cool, you're gonna take your time setting up these Fractals. I'm gonna take my time and just start bolting you.
Yeah, absolutely. In hand, I believe that's a Hoarder counter and 1 card I could not see. Let's see what's gonna come out here for you.
Censored a little bit late if it does come out. And we are going to go with that beautiful backup charger.
Yeah, that wonderful previous regional backup charger. 3 down for the backup charger. There we go.
Get out that power cell, draw 1 to memory. And that's one thing about this waterless is it stays so high in influence.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, those Fractals definitely keep you high. And there's a burst asunder right there. So that is one of our number 1 kill spells in this deck.
And again, it's
hesitation.
I think we are a little bit unfortunate. We don't have enough Fractals to really make that burst asunder really pop here, especially with Wyatt about to be at probably 25 life. You're pretty quick.
Fractal of Snow coming out, especially if he draws into any nascent barriers. There's definitely going to be some trouble with burst. But let's go ahead and pull up burst asunder while we're waiting. The Jinyu.
Oh, that's that one. Oh, that one's yeah.
Oh, that is, sorry, we put a...
Gaugia. Don't.
Guojia there. Yeah, so Burst Asunder, Cleric Mage, slow spell, which is its not probably most important thing, right? But playing for 2, deal 2 damage to target unit, and then you can sacrifice any number of Fractals. and you'll do an extra 2 damage. So basically, Fractal decks, of course, looking to build up a huge number of fractals, and then on their turn, just burst asunder and end the game in one fell swoop, which is probably a good idea, actually, against Arisana.
And let's also highlight the other big portion of that card is unlike what we saw with the stratagem, where you had to banish those as part of the resolution of the card,
so you can
or
choose.
part of the actual play. You can essentially say, put the card on the table and say, do you have an interaction for me? And if they say, I do not, then you choose at that point, decide the fractals, and it's already over. It's that card's going to resolve.
Yep. Polaris standing now, so we can add some Cosmic Bolts if we so desire. Wyatt, unfortunately, not having a pair of herbs in order to easily sack the card, but
yep, we're gonna go ahead and see start playing.
Start bottoming card.
We did not hear the name on the on the Fantasia. If you realistically, I believe you would probably go with Cosmic Bolt here. Dungeon Guide. Oh,
Dungeon Guide.
Very good play, actually.
Yeah, Dungeon Guide, because he had 2 in hand.
Very, very smart play, actually.
I believe the card drawn was an Indolent Leisure. So, okay, we're sacrificing another herb to level up here. Coming to 3, which would... Let's see here. What is Wyatt thinking?
And we still have 2 herbs still on the table, it looks like.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, yep, level with the
2 herbs. Yep. This response, I see a Fast Cure, a Jingjiao Way of Peace, and I believe a Refracting Missiles in hand.
I will say Indulgent Leisure was a card that I expected a lot of cards like mages and stuff to start using as their kind of recovery package like Merlin. But as soon as I saw the first time where Arisana just resolves this card and just goes, hey, what if I do this early? What if I just sack these herbs and just go ahead and start replacing
those level herbs for something other than damage it's just a good idea these days.
Yep.
Okay, coming into Daochen level 1, yes.
Yep.
And we have a fixed icon. There we go. So usually meaning a kill turn for a Fractals deck, Fracturize in hand.
And going straight into Daochan too as well. Oh, are we going to see? Yep, here it is.
Zhengzhou Way of Peace. So playing for, let's go ahead and pull that up. Playing 3 Fractals there allows you to play it for quote-unquote free from your memory, allowing you to use its 0 ability, allowing you to draw 2 cards. Huge thing. I think we missed it a little bit as a Jinyu's Fate. And so, yes, that was the card that was called against D-Guide.
Yep. And of course, let's even talking about Jalgeo. We're going to mess up the names all day. Don't worry.
Dissonant Fractal.
I have not brushed up on my 3 Kingdoms history. But, of course, this card has a couple of different effects. The biggest one, of course, for the Fractalist is we're going to be playing it for 0 to be able to draw 2 cards because it's phenomenal in this list. We are probably also going to see it later today as well and possibly some other lists where they're going to play it with the influence between 1 and 3, which allows them to recover 4. And being able to have both a unique ally hit the board and recover for ally decks is incredibly strong. For the Fractalist, we're of course seeing it where we can put these down and we can see this draw 2 cards. And then we have also seen it very rarely, but I have seen it floating around a couple other lists like Luxem has in some cases where they play it and they will rip a card out of your memory.
They'll take a card out. Yeah, absolutely. And because they can afford to.
Yeah, it's very rare to see, but I have seen it local. I've seen it in testing. Yeah. And when it goes off, it goes off. But
here we go, Arisana 3. Of course, hard leveling because otherwise Dungeon Guide costs quite a bit. 3 visits.
That was a good card.
That's a very good card.
I think we saw 2 Dungeon Guides also go down with it too.
I believe it was 1 Dungeon Guide and something else because he had bottomed the other Dungeon Guide.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
In his hand, 3 Astra cards. I believe is that an Astra?
No, that's actually that is actually the fancy CSR Scry the Skies.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was an Astra Seal at first. It is the top 100.
And we are going to see, we are popping the Polaris here.
Here comes Polaris.
Why it's like, let's get these Cosmic Bolts in my deck.
Also, incidentally, just killing that Xingqiao.
And you can definitely tell that Wyatt is sweating it here a little bit because he does know that his opponent's sitting with a pretty high influence, meaning they're likely going to be able to pay through the Horty counter. Very likely.
Yes.
And of course, 4 Fractals on board, that's getting closer and closer to where he does not want to be. He does not want to see this just blow up and kill him very quickly. But at the same time, we're probably looking at needing probably 8 or 9 Fractals to try to go for lethal here. Yeah,
especially because right now we're at 0 damage. It also depends on... I can't quite tell that card. So we have... I believe that's 2 Refractings in hand. A Glimmering would probably be...
Definitely going for the dig. Already trying to go for the Cosmic Bolt. We did not hit it. You can tell why it's thinking about the Indolent Leisures. And of course, now we have 2 of those
Astral
3
Sight.
visits back at the bottom. Oh,
Yeah,
we have one card falling off the deck. Luckily, nobody did see anything, so it does make sure we don't have any problems here.
Yep. Drawing to another. That's a Hoarder counter.
Yeah, looks like another Hoarded counter get in hand. So, which right now, Hoarded counter is only going to be played for a maximum of 3, I believe, because unfortunately we don't have any herbs out.
Yep. All right. We're gonna scry.
Asking for permission, always got to do it into water.
Yeah, of course. You never know when that Frostbind pops up. Or, in this case, glimmering Refusal.
So here's actually a really cool thing we can talk about. You can tell Wyatt is thinking about it, because normally when we see it, which he is going to slam it, you kind of saw him pause there for a second, which is something we see Wyatt actually do, and kind of saw this through actually all the way back into Ontario, is he will essentially draw this card, he will see 2 of those in hand, and he will essentially think, is it better to go ahead and play it now, or do I forego playing the card and just put them both on top? So that way I can essentially set up a double turn the following turn to try to get 2 of them out. But I think he knows with having now, we haven't really seen one get banished. We haven't seen one in his hand at all. So Wyatt knows
there's quite a few
there's currently
left.
9 in his list. So he's not too worried about seeing multiple right now. Later in the game, we could see that change. But for now, it's just like, let's just poke some damage, start building these up.
Yeah, absolutely. And, especially later in the game, that might be where we see Zheng Zhao's healing actually come into play. Not just against aggro decks, but against things like this. If you can run the Arasana out of damage, essentially, doesn't matter, right? You've locked the whole game down. Fracturize, fracturing that power cell, coming into... I don't know who that is, but it looks pretty funny.
I do enjoy it, regardless.
Safeguard Amulet.
I mean, good call here with the Safeguard Amulet. It is going to be something, of course, we've seen Arasana play around it pretty well in the past.
Yeah.
We're just kind of play one to pop it and then wait a turn and do it to your opponent's turn. Kind of things like that. But, of course, we are getting closer and closer, and I think I see another Fractal in hand.
Yeah, that's a Fractal of Insight. So 3, 4, let's see here.
Oh, another one coming down.
Yep, another shot. So
another way a piece.
This will be draw 2 cards unless there's a response from Wyatt.
You can tell Wyatt's thinking. He knows that he knows for a fact that he's not going to be able to pay through. She's going to be able to pay through the Hoarding counter.
Yeah.
There's really not a way to stop that. So at this point, it's kind of just better to, unfortunately, let the opponent draw.
Yeah, see a Frostworn and one other card I can't quite make out.
I think it might be another Fractal, I believe.
I would be interested if it was another Fractal, because it just went into memory, whatever it was. Yeah, here comes the Frostworn. There is a Fractal of Insight in hand. You can see that. Spinning out that Fracturize to draw another card. Is that... boy.
I think it might have been another way.
It might have been another Way of Peace.
Yeah, it was another. Jesus.
Yeah, there it is.
That is a.
All right, 4 damage coming in. So this is sort of a slightly newer tech for Fractals, where we actually do have more allies than just Way of Peace.
Which 100% because of the fact that it was kind of a lot of the people after Kaven kind of just destroyed with this list on a very high Fractal count. We kind of realized after testing and kind of really jamming more games of this that if you run more and more Fractal removal, you can still kind of offset that high Fractal count, where it takes too long to get things set up. So kind of like, well, if you're gonna blow up my Fractals, let's just have if you're gonna remove other removal from your deck, deal with the 3/4.
Yeah, Cosmic Astroscope. Believe.
Looking at 3, there's another Cosmic Bolt.
There is a Cosmic Bolt,
but he's debating. Which, to be fair, the Kamifal's not a terrible call
here.
Just because Kamifal does clear the board, it does kind of, in a sense, stop the bleeding.
Yeah, and I
put out.
Well,
nope,
okay.
We're just gonna go.
We're just gonna go for it. Yeah. And it might be sort of a play. See whether or not that Safeguard gets popped early.
You can tell why is debating, because this is the cool thing with Arasana as well. So the replacement effect can be used to make it cost 0, but it is optional. So you can actually put cards down to do this. So you can essentially do this like we are seeing right now.
Yeah.
Do this during Recollection. You know you're picking those cards back up. So in a sense, the card is free without ever using the Arasana trigger on it.
Absolutely.
And we are seeing... we're seeing that go, and that's going to be cool with this one, it's based off Phantasias, not off Fractals.
Yeah, so you get the extra one there.
We are going to see that 6 coming in.
And yeah, that was using up Dachan's Glimmer counters.
Yep. And because the card was played from memory, the class bonus for Dalchan does come into play, which does allow it to just draw the extra card to memory. So replaces itself, does 6 damage. Pretty okay card, if you ask me.
That Safeguard did get popped for this turn, so there's still a little bit of damage, 2 damage coming in there. But let's see. Was that I believe that was a past turn, and I think that was another Horda counter in hand.
You can tell he's not wanting to see these Horda
counters. Yeah, we definitely don't want to see. There is I believe that's a Gather Herbs.
That was loud. So what are we looking at now? So we need 15 to kill. Currently sitting with 5 fractals. Each fractal is going to blow up for 2 damage.
Yeah, and we've got 4 damage on board via allies.
So currently sitting with, I think, exactly lethal, actually. If I'm doing the math right.
Well, so we've got
10 fractals plus the 2 up there, so that's 12. And then
12.
And of course we have the attacker for 3.
4. Well, you can't forget we have the Serene though.
Oh, we do have the Serene. Yep, correct. For the 6 mark.
And any 3 visits that come out actually just make that much harder, which is, another reason, of course, that Way of Peace is being played so often. The closer you are to 0, that it's that many more fractals that need to come out.
Asking how many cards in hand, definitely
asking
about the counters.
Yep, here comes a Fracting Missile.
I mean, we were talking about I need to get that
6 for 6.
The
we did need that extra 6 for Serene. Judge is, I think, just double checking. Yeah, he's just double counting. Oh.
And this one is the hard counter spell coming down.
Astra. And I believe, is that the new Frostbind? That's a new Frostbind.
Yeah, it is that brand new Frostbind.
Oh, that new Frostbind. There we go, 6 damage in.
That Lunette art on there.
Yeah, it's very, very good.
Or Hatsune Miku too.
Yeah, do visit your local store champs.
They are pretty in foil, I will say that. They are very, very pretty in foil.
Very, very good. Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Wyatt. And here it is. Burst Asunder. All right, we're going to release to go down to 10. And it looks like, potentially you might have forgotten about the...
Serene.
To
be fair, though, it is still...
It should still be lethal.
It's just, with the attacker, it is still lethal.
Let's see. Okay, yeah. I think they're just confirming their math here.
It looks like it, yeah, because I think... Because even if that's a Hordy counter in hand, even if you play it for 0, your opponent can just say, well, they 0.
Well, they can just tap down fractals.
Yeah.
And that's the big thing here. That's what makes it so difficult, actually, to sort of try and stop some of these, even with cards like a Null Spell, which normally would be, an almost insurmountable 3 to pay. That's what fractals are made for. So there we go. Yep, White's going to go to 22. And we just got to swing in. And there we go. Yep. All right, game 1. Yeah, I mean, that Frostborn Paladin coming in clutch there.
Oh, 100%. And again, it's that ally can just... We saw that Frostborn Paladin put out 6 damage, push Wyatt in that situation where it kind of says, I don't care if you have Serene, I'm going to push through it.
Right. Yeah, and, facing a more ally-focused aggro deck, etc., of course, it has Intercept. So, just a good all-around card.
Which I will say, I guess at this point, now seeing it afterwards, I do think Wyatt did make the right call to make the Polaris a little bit early, as risky as it was. I think the biggest thing here was just, as soon as that deck starts drawing the Way of Peace and starts really putting these out here, and of course seeing 2 of them, didn't even need to play the 3rd one. Just completely just put in a situation where when your opponent has 5-6 fractals, 6 cards in hand, you're probably not you're resolving any counter spells, you're not really getting through any of that. It's
also super tough because Wyatt saw that one Scatter Essence, and after that, I think it was mostly Astra cards that came to hand, which is, unfortunately for Arisana, a not great strategy. Let's take a look at their sideboards, see what might come in and or leave.
Just gotta scroll down through here real quick as we kind of find here. Kind of take a look at Wyatt's first. Currently sitting with 2 Blanches, definitely.
2 Blanches, yeah. Blanches are definitely coming in.
2 Disenchants,
those are almost certainly coming in.
We probably won't see of course, Resolute Stand doesn't really have anything here. Meteor Strikes?
Meteor Strikes are unlikely.
They do they hit, I think it's, I had to double check the I believe Meteor Strikes could possibly
I'm trying to clean up the inside of it.
possibly come in here, because if I'm not mistaken, yeah, because it destroys target non-champion object if you do not star pull it. So for 3, you can use
guess
them as a way
that's
to destroy
true.
fractals.
Yeah.
There is a chance you could see these come into play, because we saw that the Horde counters don't really do much in this matchup. So you could see Horde counters get dropped for these. You could also see even sometimes the Comet Falls. Sometimes 1 or 2 of those may come out.
How many Dawn's reversals, if any, is Wyatt running?
I believe
that would-
we are on.
That might change. I mean, those might just come out, though, to be fair. Right? If you're running less counters, you might just not run
No
those.
Dawn's reversal.
No Dawn reversal, okay.
We saw, from what I can tell, we saw Wyatt a little bit more with the Narset barriers. We see a little bit more in terms of the. Yes, he was on wind.
Yeah, Serene Wind.
Yeah.
Serene Wind coming down here. And yeah, Wyatt might throw in some Spell Shield Astras. Let's take a look at you sideboard while we're just at the
Beginning of this.
very beginning of this, yeah.
I mean, based on what we're seeing here, we could see the Frozen Citadel come down.
Yeah, as you saying, Frozen Citadel. That'd probably be it, though.
We could see that. Yeah, and everything else is not really. Maybe the Lost in Thought, just because you don't really need as much of that removal package.
Yeah, if you want to
This
try and
matchup?
push your Frostworns.
Most likely is probably what we'll see. I was actually seeing.
Gather Herbs.
Also seeing something I don't see a lot of these run. Seeing Chill to the Bone.
Oh, Chillable. I think that's an even newer tech that you're not on yet.
Yeah, I don't. We're of course not going to see it in this matchup.
Yeah.
In terms of this, but it is something that we see a lot of these lists start taking more anti-ally removals. We talked about with Faiza being everywhere, with Wind allies being everywhere.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I believe we'll probably only see we may see the domains come in. We may see the extra draw come in, but
Yeah.
outside of that, I think it's the main board is kind of set for this list. It looks like.
Fractal of Insight going down. I did see Fast Cure go into the memory there. We do see a Shimmering in hand. That's pretty good. And
And it looks like we do have the Cycle Fractal in the list as well.
yeah, Refreshment. Glimpsing 2, we're going to bottom 1. 3 more down. There it is.
Refreshment coming out. And if any, they definitely did not need this card in their list as well. But,
Oh, and then one more for the Dissonant there.
which we're not even using the refreshment.
Yeah, looks like we're not going to use the Refreshment.
He was like, I'm already happy with these cards. I don't need these.
Let's see, Fractal of Snow. I see a Gildas.
Do see the Gildas, which is actually interesting. I mean, I don't know if you've played this Fractal list as much as I have, but man, sometimes getting balance in this list is really, really difficult. So
Even with all those Fractals, you can't just...
props to it. I guess with all the Fractals, you can play around and kind of match your hand. But
Yeah.
I can see the 2 Gildas. I like it. It's cheeky.
No,
I like it.
I think Gildas is a really great, in addition to the Frostworns. There's a Refracting Missile there. Making some choices. Refracting Missile.
You can tell why it's shaking his head.
4th, yeah.
Already, just like I'm not happy with already seeing.
Arisana 1. I don't think any person is necessarily Wisdom going out. I don't think anyone's really happy seeing 3 Fractals come out on that first turn.
Oh, 100%. Are we going to see the instant Polaris again? With your opponent having this many cards
wonder.
already, glimpsing this many?
Indolent. Yeah, I mean...
No, we're already seeing it.
Yep, there it is.
I will say, it is Texas. We said it last time. We'll say it again. The mentality of every Texas player is if you got it, you got it.
If you got it, you got it. If you've set up that Fracturize, you know what? Great, I have a Fractal now.
Yep. And it feels real bad when that thing gets fracturized.
Oh, let's see. Indolent. I can't make out the other card next to Indolent. But that's okay. Okay,
Yep.
Indolent's getting played. 3 down. And we're using our level herbs.
It looks like we used 2 of them to
Yep.
get to that. Just kind of reset that, get that influence back going.
Yeah. 5 influence now, level 1. We still have, it looks like a pair of 1 level herb sensor coming out. Okay. So that's Sensor, one of the newer cards.
This is a card that has, Merlin got some nice tech in this, but also got probably the bane of his existence.
Oh, that's Chilled to the Bone. Sensor, one of our newer material deck cards, shutting off all abilities in graveyard.
Which does mean floating memory.
It means floating memory.
So it is all of us love doing it. With playing Fire, we like drawing 2 cards, discarding a floating, keeping that value. When your opponent just says, okay, cool, here's the Censor, just, oh man, it feels really bad.
Yeah, it really shuts it off. Fractal Rain coming out there.
And we did not see a Fracturize, so 2 for 2 for
2, yeah, I mean
2 for 2 on
2
game.
for 2. Give it a shot. Wyatt is thinking of his material.
Knows very, very well here that if he goes for the level, he's going down to a 2 card, and there's a good chance a Dungeon Guide may be in that memory.
Yeah.
And at that point, you are looking at a 50% chance.
He's going for it. It's possible that the 1 card left in hand might be a Dungeon Guide because we have not seen. But let's see, an Indolent and
Scry the Skies.
So all right, didn't hit anything too crazy. 2 and a 6, so we get a level and a ability to filter. Pull it back in hand.
The only problem with Dungeon Guide here as well is your opponent
could counter it. Your opponent could counter it, and there is the Dungeon Guide right there. He's definitely weighing that.
Definitely think of those options.
We see a fast cure. 2.
It looks like a missile. 2.
Yeah, it is a missile.
2
shimmerings.
You have 2 shimmerings. I cannot tell what that last card.
Yeah, 1 card. I do not know. I believe it's no, it is water. Who knows? If that is a counter, we're gonna probably see a pretty short game after that, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah. And especially with already sitting with, at this point, we're looking at both of those shimmerings putting out 4 damage alone.
Yeah.
So it's 8 in those. Of course, 4 more coming in, or 5 more coming in from that missile. So it is a very risky spot to be in. To be fair, though, I do not think we have seen the Burst Asunder yet.
There it is, Dungeon Guide. That's true. We haven't.
Yep,
that was a glimmering. All right. So once again, another new card for Dachen, making your opponent pay extra, but has the number of Fantasia, which unfortunately most people cannot meet when it comes to the Fractal deck.
I think I've only paid through it once in my entire time, and I think I was playing Luxem and I had 6 extra cards in hand. And I was like, I need to put these cards down anyway, so why not?
Backup Charger. All right. And I think, if the Glimmering was not played, I think we probably would have seen a Fast Cure in order to level up into Dachen. But in this case, you know that your opponent has already been denied their level 3. They've probably got a hard level into level 3 in order to really get any of their game plan online.
Well, let's also forget the Censor is both players.
Yes.
So Fast Cure does lose value for
true.
the player
that's
as well.
That's true. I forgot about that. I'll forget about my own Censor. It's fine. Fractal of Snow coming out. But I think you're right. No Burst Asunder. So we can just keep building up for these Shimmerings and the Refracting Missile.
And then, of course, not to mention that as long as we go Dalchan probably next turn, and we set up the Shimmerings as well this turn, that we have a good shot of just saying, cool, I'm just going to extra damage with these.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Wyatt definitely has a tough time, especially if he's on a hard level here. 4 left in hand for his opponent as well.
You can tell the thought going through. Yeah. At this point, I feel like you almost have to.
Ooh.
Because at this point, if you let that counter scar resolve, you don't get the level, you are losing even more value off that Dungeon Guide.
That's true, because how else are you going to put down 3 right now?
Yep. So, we are seeing it.
All right, there we go. Wisdom's a Cosmic Bolt.
To be fair, banishing the Cosmic Bolt is not the
yeah,
worst,
that's not bad. That's not bad.
Because it does count being banished.
And a Hoarder counter. We're going to draw. It looks like a Gather Herbs.
It looks like we do have a Scry this guy in hand, it looks like.
I believe that was a Scry.
So we're probably just going to see, of course, we are seeing the Polaris just kind of stay here for a while. So we can easily do this in response to being able to be punched.
Now that it's up, it's pretty much safe. 6 going in from the Refracting. And yes, of course, they're going to do that at end of turn. Your turn every time. So
we see the pro and con being weighed for if I go Dalchan.
Yeah, going Dalchan now. Ring, perhaps?
We can see.
Oh, okay, yeah, there it is, Ring.
We don't want to lose that influence yet. We would rather stay up on influence, make our opponent think we do have the extra counter magic. And I did see the burst.
Yeah, there's a burst.
Yep, the burst was drawn. So
yeah. And of course, the other thing with the Ring, not being Dalchan yet makes I think there's a signal that you're sort of fishing for stuff. Here comes Way of Peace. Yep. nothing really to
The
do
shake
there.
of the head from Wyatt.
Yeah,
No, just-
fracturize. There's another frost fractal there. Yeah, unfortunately, this is, for Wyatt, this is just a situation it'd be bad for any deck, but it's unfortunately real bad for a low influence Arisana.
And we could see the force pop of. I don't think we will see it here, but we could see the force pop for putting out the fracturize.
Good, I think they're gonna. Okay, fractal snow. Another fractal snow. We could see a fracturize of the power cell. Just try and.
At that point, probably wait
Force
until
this.
your opponent's turn.
Yeah. Okay. One more damage in. Just a little one ping. Zhang Xiao doesn't even have. It doesn't have the courtesy of having 0. It has 1. It has 1 damage on it. All right. I think we're
That is
counting
even
fractals
more
here.
fractals than last game. So
That is, yeah. Let's see. 2 and 2 up.
we saw the
4, 5, 6,
fracturize. So
7.
let's just count that power cell as a fractal at this
Yeah,
point.
it's going to be 8. It's going to be 8, which
That's
is
18
damage presented.
Yeah. For
Okay, let's see. 5 up, yeah. We're going to take out, I believe, the Bard Herbs into a Scatter. It's a little late for Scatter, unfortunately. Plus that sensor is out there. Dungeon Guide.
Scatter Essence
Blanche.
could
Blanche
still get.
in hand. Okay.
That is something you do want to see.
That is, yeah, that's actually something right now that could really, really help. Especially as we are level 3, that'll allow us to actually fast play it. And if our opponent goes all in at the wrong time, we're actually going to stop quite a bit of damage.
100%. And as we talked about with that burst asunder as well, only downside is those fractals are not going
Those
away.
fractals are not going away. Yeah, so, sort of the good thing, though, the same way that you can bleed the Arisana out of damage, you can also bleed fractals out of damage, right? Now, they, of course, have Refracting, they have Shimmering, and Burst Asunder. But, of course, every single card they waste is another card they have to go find again.
We are seeing, as we thought, the end of turn fracturize.
Yeah,
Definitely tell the weighing the pros and cons here.
There's a
Of thinking, do I force the players to pop now? Do I need this extra fractal right now? And we can say that that's going through the mental stack at the moment. Yep, and we are seeing it. We're like,
and they're going to fracturize their sensor.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Turning
okay.
turning
back on floating memory for their fracturize. There we go.
Yep. So
Smarter than me.
unlike Lantern, when you do fracturize sensor, it does turn off the effect.
Yes, it actually becomes a fractal as you would expect.
We will not go through the layers now and try to describe this, but just be aware that it does essentially replace its effect on a different layer than what Lantern would.
Yes.
So that's why. In this case, sensor is turned off. We can now see Dao-Chan be leveled for free, essentially. But also be aware that Dao-Chan's ability does not work on your turn. It is on your opponent's turn. So
Yes,
even if we
yes.
level here, we still have to pass if we want to get that bonus from playing.
Yes. And I would be surprised if we don't go up to Dao Chan here, but
Oh no.
okay.
We are just like,
We're gonna
I want more cards in hand.
Yeah, we're spin that out for the scepter. Okay.
We are thinking on the draw.
Response, yeah. We're gonna go up a level, grab another one, and there we go.
Oh,
Okay,
Polaris
we're gonna
now,
do
yep.
6. 6 for Polaris.
Clearing that board, taking out the 1.
You saw the number of cosmic bolts over there. It's a very hopeful number.
I think the most I carry in mind is 10.
I'm not that good. I only have 8.
I carry 10. I have seen games where you have just gone on so long, you've made so many herbs, you just don't need the...
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, that's a big strength of their center deck, right? It ideally actually lives through quite a lot, to the point where you could, conceivably put 10, even 12 in there. All right.
And it works. This list works very much like how Luxem does, where it slowly does heal over time.
We're gonna fast play that Blanche there, yeah. I mean, there's no Dao-Chan, so there's no there's no Shimmering coming out of memory. 2 cards in hand. Of course, both could be played with those fractals, but.
And 100% banking on
Yeah,
do not have that
just
paladin.
don't. Yeah, if you
not
don't
have
have
that
it,
paladin.
if you don't have it, okay. Refracting in hand. I mean, and
Sudden-
Zhang Xiao Wave of Peace. So we're probably going to
Luckily-
see that.
Jing Chao luckily does not clear.
It does not clear Blanche by itself. That's right.
But drawing 2 more cards can easily put you in a situation where, oh, hey, look at this paladin, look at this beacon, look at.
It's a fast cure there. There's that like slight, just player telegraph. They're already putting 3 off to the side. There's the burst. But so of course burst does not work right now with Blanche. All right, drawing 2.
What a good card.
All right. Looks like I
2
believe
more
a
fractals.
dissonant and an unstable. Yeah. Yeah. So in case you are wondering, 2 is all that's needed for Blanche actually to work against Burst Asunder because it does damage in instances of 2.
Yep.
All right.
And it looks like we are gonna say, hey, I'm
Yeah, we're just gonna blast that Blanche right out of there. It looks like.
either we're hitting the Blanche or we're just saying, hey, you've only got 2 cards down. Let's just go ahead and just
Yeah.
hit you for,
Who cares? I'll take a -2 on damage.
Yeah. It's like I have enough of these. See all these fractals I got?
All these fractals. It's rough out there. What are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 fractals. Okay, going to Blanche.
Then,
Yep.
hey, we're gonna kill Blanche.
Yeah, we're just gonna. It just makes the math that much easier.
Only 2 cards in hand. Yeah, we're seeing. We're gonna go. We're essentially
We're
sending
going
it.
to see it. Yep. All right. Here's a refracting.
That is a large missile.
This is a very
What is that for? 6, 7, 8, 9?
9 damage. Yep.
Oh.
White 1 card in hand. Not much to do, unfortunately. I think we might be. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna see it. Not even with the cleric bonus.
Wyatt doing the math, but he's like, I think the writing's on the wall here.
Yeah, so with the Serene release, he'll go down to 10, and unfortunately, 8 fractals is far too many. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. There's
All
the
right.
fist bump.
Yeah.
Call it a day.
Yeah, congratulations to the winner of round 1 in our feature match, you.
Well, of course, as we talked about, the fractal list still putting up results.
Yeah.
It is still a very, very strong list, and we did not see, and as well, looking at Wyatt's sideboard, we did not see a lot of answers to.
No, unfortunately, it looks like you've really got to draw those scatter essences, the disenchants, but otherwise, when fractals, when they speed off with 4 or 5 fractals, especially on turn 2, it's really tough to claw that game back. You've either got to really aggro them down or just really hope they're not drawing those answers. And unfortunately, from the first hand, there's already 2 shimmerings.
And I will say, even playing, we were practicing some Turbo Gaugia with the list.
Yes.
When we put a bunch of these fractal removals in the list, when we were in practice, we're like, hey, what is the best call looking at these 6? And we're like, is there anything with fractal removal in this matchup? No, pitch them all. And he goes, well, we have like 2 dungeon guides. It's like, doesn't matter, pitch them. Just get the fractal removals, because you will play a slower game plan as long as you can just keep eating at those fractals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely, keeping, especially keeping your health down as well, keeping fractal decks at maybe at most 4 fractals actually makes you very, very safe compared to even 5. And unfortunately, Wyatt not having the time to get out Safeguard Amulet being one of the main things, right? Because then a lot of fractal decks are looking to Crystalline Mirror in order to help them out of that little hole. And yeah, unfortunately for Arizona today, there's just not enough time.
And of course, we did see the Crystalline Mirror go on, currently put on the list for watch for category 1, I believe.
Yes, we did. Category
so
1.
Weebs is aware that card is is definitely an answer to a lot of things.
Yes.
Turns out, when the requirement was to have a bunch of fractals, was difficult in the early game, or Fantasias was difficult in the early game. Now, not so much.
No, not at all. And I think part of it is also, especially with Mirror, we're actually seeing people starting to run Grail. Right? We're just putting the Safeguard under the Grail and just saying, you know what, you've got to do it twice now if you really want this. But a classic line, of course, they're going to Shimmering and or Refracting on your turn, make you feel a little scared, try to pop that amulet, and then they'll come back and just burst asunder.
Of course, we see as well with this fractal list, as we saw this very much closer to kind of Caven's list, where it's just like, instead of just saying I'm gonna try to run in a bunch of situational counter spells, I'm gonna run a bunch of these situational pieces. This list was very lean. It was very clean. It was I'm gonna do damage, I'm gonna play allies, and I'm gonna have a ton of fractals, and that was it. and it was
Yeah. Every turn you don't remove a fractal from me is another turn I'm definitely going to win.
Yeah, and let's also talk about the biggest thing with this list is you need to keep this list below 3 fractals. If they get to that 3rd fractal and they have that way of peace in hand, you either need to stifling trap it,
Yes.
you need to counter it, you need to stop them from drawing 2. Because if they draw 2, the odds of them drawing at least another fractal, if not 2, is so high that you just need to stop that draw.
Yes. I believe, if I did my math correctly, I believe almost 1/3 of that deck is fractals.
Yep.
And of course, I don't know whether or not you was running it, but there are even fractals for side deck stuff like Torpor that can come in and actually not only increase your fractal count but lock down your opponent, just make it that much worse.
And of course, we saw that there's a lot of allies that early, like we did see it in Seattle, where you can, unfortunately, if you need to, you can lock down an Arthur. Not recommended.
It's an emergency measure. It's an emergency measure. Don't worry about it. What could a tapped Arthur do to you?
Yeah. Oh, who knows? Well, and maybe if I try to play another one, maybe I can't tap down another dude because it's now instead of a 2, it's a 3 because Arthur doesn't care if it's attacking. He just cares if it's on the board.
He just cares if it's on the board.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, emergency measures. You gotta take drastic action. Yeah. All right. So Fractals v Arisana, unfortunately, we did not really see the power of Arisana.
Unfortunately, no, and we definitely saw the fractal list kind of hit, as well as we talked about game. If we can look back at game 1, when we saw game 1, we just saw fractal, draw 2, kills it, draw 2, and at this point we saw influence of 7 cards in hand, having 5 fractals out. You're not playing Horde counter into that. At that point, the Scatter Essences are not going to do anything to you because at that point they already have too many cards. And of course, we saw the 3rd way of peace in hand that never got played. That if we saw the answer happen,
if it needed to be played, it would have been played.
We're drawing more cards, and it's an unfortunate fact. And of course, we saw the list get to burst us under so quickly both games.
Yes,
it was
absolutely.
We made one comment that was like, "Hey, they don't burst us under in hand." We look over the other turn and we look back, goes, "Oh nope, there it is, right there."
Yeah, well, I mean that's what happens when you're drawing 2 out of that set, and you're just accelerating. And plus the glimpses, you're able to set things up so that you don't need burst under right now, but if you need another fractal, you're gonna pull out the top, and the next turn, then we'll have burst under. And of course it doesn't matter, right? Because it's slow.
Yep.
So
yep.
Our turn, perfectly fine time to draw it.
Yeah, correct. It was like, I don't care. Here it is. And then of course we saw that the list just has so many ways to burst you down as well. We of course saw the bursts under course ending both games. But the big thing was missiles.
Yeah, missiles.
That card is absolutely nuts in this list.
At the point in which your opponent is saying, "Hey, I'm going to missile you for 9," I'm not going to... I think you have a problem.
Yeah,
you have
100%.
a big problem.
Back in the days of playing Water Merlin, we would be like, man, sometimes this thing hits for 3, and we feel great when it does.
Yeah, I remember being very excited once. I was like, I'm hitting for 4. Let's go.
Oh, this is so awesome. We're doing so much. And now you're just like...
Take out an Asen by
the fractal list looks at it and goes, is 7 damage enough? Is this missile really worth playing right now?
Yeah, that's the thing. It goes 7 damage. I got to close this out in 2 cards. So...
All right, look at those curses. This is the weirdly enough, this is the only time Ella Grand Archive you ever see those curses.
No. Don't worry. New Diana will fix it.
New Diana's like, no.
Well, you know what? You don't know what those curses will be like.
Listen, as soon as we get Black Butler in the next set, it's fine. We're gonna get Umber Guardian. I'm gonna curse you.
It's gonna be an MRC altar. They're gonna amplify curses too. They're trying to make my CSR worth more.
Listen, all I wanted was to shoot my gun, put some curses on you, but no, we got Baby Gray, we got Zeph, we have so many things, and I just don't like it.
Actually, I genuinely don't know. Do we have a Diana here today?
We have one resident Diana.
Yes.
I do not know if he's playing Diana. I think he's on Gembu. I think he finally caved in.
He is on Genbu today.
I think he finally caved in.
I did talk to him about Water Diana, and we've seen a few Water Dianas in our store champs. People just having fun with it. It is, of course, this is a very interesting deck, but unfortunately right now the tempo is just so fast that you taking that quote unquote turn off to get your damage all sorted out, it's a little too slow.
On top of that, it's just normally when the list could run into ally matchups, they would essentially play it and then they would essentially set it up so they could dungeon guide and then go straight in into just a board wipe.
Yeah.
Playing the Carter,
Carter.
being able to say, cool, I'm going to heal like at least 2.
Yeah.
And then clear the board. And that was their play. Now, you don't get that time. You don't have a way to really build up that influence. And then, of course, you also had we've talked about it with one of the other Diana Simps in our era. We talked about it with Beautiful Kai. He was like, I love the list.
Yeah.
I love what Diana like could do. The problem is I have to all in on the stupid gun. And if they answer the gun, 3 or 4 turns worth of setup, it's just gone. Like it's
Absolutely.
over.
Yeah. Yeah, and these days, of course, there are unfortunately too many answers to that gun right now.
Not to mention, we also came out hoping that MRC would be like, give that Diana support we wanted, and then we got Baby Green. So it was
Baby Green though.
Oh, that Baby Green. Rest in peace, Baby Gray though. I'll miss you so much.
Only Derek misses you. It's fine.
All right.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're going to take a small break here in between round 1 and 2 as our players finish up. Derek and I will be back pretty quick.
All right, we'll go ahead and cut over to the store cam, and we'll be back here in a few moments.
All right, see ya. And we're back.
Welcome back, everyone.
Yeah. So, in that little break there, I took a little walk around, see what decks are out there, and like we talked about, there is a great variety in deck out there. There's a Kongming Wind Allies out there.
I did see that.
Yeah.
We're seeing Luxem kind of sprinkled in there.
Out there.
Not as many as we expected, but there's a couple. There is a Fire Merlin.
Fire Merlin, I was going to say, there's still a Fire Merlin. Hold that flag. I respect it.
The deck will not die.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I didn't look. I did not see any Sylvies.
There's no Sylvies today?
No Sylvies, unfortunately.
You know what? I think it'll be okay.
We got to wait another month.
Yeah.
Month and a half, and then we come back.
We see some water allies out there. Lorraine as well as Xander.
Yep.
Water allies.
We're definitely seeing water allies. Of course, we're also seeing a couple of kind of varied aggro lists as well. And a couple of upsets we didn't expect either. A couple of the bigger name players on these more
these very fast
aggro-based lists, or could just go around one matchups can be bad. But again, we thought it was going to be a very aggro meta heavy event, and it turns out there was a lot of control out there.
Well, if there's one thing that Dallas has pretty much always done is just ignore the rest of the meta. You come here and you go, wow, everyone here really loves allies, and then you roll up to regionals and no one wants allies. We're all doing something different.
We do not practice the decks we should be playing.
No, and why would we?
No, that's just how it goes. Then I will say there was a couple of lists out there with a couple we were kind of going through and kind of scrolling through some of the deck lists we saw. There is definitely some spicy tech being thrown into some of these lists.
There's some very clever stuff I'm very interested in seeing, and we might purposely pull some of these on stream, honestly.
Yeah, and then hopefully maybe if we have time, we might try to bring a player interview depending on how whenever round sets up and kind of do that.
Yeah, we'll try a new thing. We'll actually talk to someone else who doesn't have a Rick part of their name.
Oh no, we're actually bringing the other Judge Derek.
Oh, we're bringing the other Judge Derek. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
We're just gonna make it.
We can only talk to people with our general
Derek's,
sounding name.
Eric's.
I'm pretty sure there is another Eric out there.
Maybe a Garrick, if there is one.
Oh, I hope there's a Garrick. We need some Garricks out here. All right. So, in between rounds here, we have on our table, let's just go ahead and lift this up. I think the camera can see it. This is the binder for this regional. The previous one was pink. This one's a nice black and silver.
Looks very, very good.
Yeah, it's got a Kongming and Guojia on it. So very, very cool. That's part of your entry.
We of course also have these beautiful. Of course, we cannot open them as these are going to go to the prize players. Yeah. New packaging for our beautiful prize cards. If you are new to Grand Archive, I don't really know how these work. So the way we do these for Grand Archive is these are essentially your invite points for playing into nationals, depending on, of course, what regional. For these ones, these are for our North America nationals. So get enough of these, and the following year you can actually play in nationals by what we used to be turning in these cards. Luckily now, the inside of this is a CSR, a beautiful signed
very, very cool
CSR that, of course, you get right away. It is yours. You do not have to hold on to it in nationals like we did in the past. They are applied directly to your account, and you essentially get those points.
Yeah, this regional, it's Mandate of Honor. And then, of course, last but not least, you're coming in here, you're going to get a Sapphire pack. These feature foils of cards in the starter decks, in this case, the Recollection decks, that you can't get anywhere else. So, definitely very cool, very, very nice promo cards.
And I'll say, if you are somebody who cares about selling cards, those Sapphire packs, they are... those foils, they go for a lot. As somebody who's slowly buying up slime foils...
Yeah, this man and his Spirit of Slime. It is a shame that they took your house.
They did.
I will be unable to visit.
Oh boy, they did.
And then, of course, last but not least, we have a nice little booster box here of Abyssal Heaven itself. Very popular set, very, very cool, with the Exia Lubu on front.
And man, have you seen the CUR in person yet?
No, I have not seen it in person yet.
We had one get open at a local shop. It is a beautiful card.
What?
It is a beautiful
no one
card.
Told me?
Yeah.
No one rushed over to my house when I was missing locals.
Of all things, actually, the owner of a local store was like, "Man, I really like you guys are opening product here. I'm gonna open a box with you." Oh boy.
Yeah. All right. Looks like our round one's just finishing up now in extra time. There's one table left to report, which means you're stuck here with us.
If you are stuck here with us, let's talk. So I will say something else as we kind of wait for the wrap up. Something I am very, very excited for is, of course, we are going to slowly start getting spoilers for MRC Alter.
Yes.
And it's actually really cool. Something Grand Archive does that is very new for other games, but I don't really see, is, of course, we see with Magic doing remasters of sets, things like that.
Yeah,
but, of course,
yeah.
we're talking like 10, 15 years after a set's been released.
Right.
You might
A
come back and do a
return to
remaster.
Ravnica, for example.
The way they are doing Alter, and we've seen it with, of course, proxies about bringing cards help the meta, is whenever they do first edition, that is the first release, that has some of the fancy CSRs.
Yeah.
Now the URs will be in nice, beautiful
the
full
full
art.
arts.
And then Alter removes the full art from those, adds new CSRs for things that were not in the original. And then the other big thing they're doing is they're actually adding new cards exclusive to Alter.
Yes.
And it's actually a slot in each pack. So every pack you open will have a brand new Alter card. And some of those cards are meta defining. We saw it with last with the MRC Alter, or not MRC Alter. We saw it with the ALC Alter. We saw Horde Counter come out of that.
I was today. Horde Counter we saw 4 on stream.
We saw them in 4 of in the deck list. Of course, we're seeing some other cards not seeing really play right now, but of course does help Ranger, does help Guardian a little bit, and we could see those come later into play as well. Just kind of help boost the set a little bit, and of course give a reason for if you've already bought first edition, maybe buy some Alter.
Yeah, maybe buy a little bit more.
Take your shot at the CSR. That's what I did.
But did you get it?
No.
Well. Another great thing about Alter, actually, for example, we see just entirely sort of like desired ideas come to fruition in Alter. So, for example, Slash and Burn, actually making that Arisana Herb Gathering into Burn actually work.
Yeah. People got the original card where it's just like every time you sacrifice an herb, do damage, and like, man, I really, really want this to work. And Weeb's heard. Weeb's like, hey, we saw some things we didn't see in the original plan for these decks, or a lot of these, like the original design for the starters or like the champions, and they kind of like expand upon those. And it's really cool to see.
No, it's definitely a great idea, and very exciting to see MRC Alter, because presumably it's going to help out the same classes that were helping MRC.
Yep. And for me, no biased reason, I'm also very excited that we're getting a Baby Gary replacement. That's just
you're going to get the
minor,
Baby Gary replacement.
Which will be in part of the, so as with that set will also be Recollection Lights.
Yes.
Which if you miss this chance to get the Tristan or the Sylvie Recollection, you will be able to grab those. And actually, it will not have all the fancy bonuses we saw with the original, but it will have the deck. It will have a playset of all the cards, like in the original Recollection.
Yeah.
The cool part with the Sylvie, because Sylvie did get a banned card that was in the Recollection, it will be replaced with the brand new card as well. So, really cool to see that they are going to say, hey, we don't really want to ban a card from something like a product like a starter, but we are going to make it right. We're going to replace it.
Yeah, in basically our next starter product, which is actually really cool to see, especially when they first revealed those Recollections, everyone was like, oh, this is a really great idea, but what's the future of such a product? And Recollection Lights, I think, are a really good direction to head in.
At a lot cheaper price tag, as well as being able to get, just like, I just want the deck, I just want to play. And we've already seen some of the cards in those Recollection decks are, I wouldn't say super pricey, but they are definitely up there. Of course, we see, like Tristan, people who want to play Tristan or play Assassin in general, they want those incapacitates. So you want those out of the deck. Of course, if you want baby greens, you got to get them from that Recollection.
Got to get them from that Recollection right now. So definitely looking forward to that next set. So, pairing just went out for round 2, so we're going to have Derek take another look and pull up a feature match for you guys.
Yep, so we'll go and cut away real quick as we get that set up, and then we'll be back here momentarily.
All right. round 2. Oh, okay. Hold on.
There's shuffle up. The round's about to get started.
Yeah.
So we do have a fun match going into this next one.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
two competitors we did see place very, very high. And actually, I think both top-8'd into the last regional.
Yes, I think one was number 1.
Yeah, one was number 1, and then, of course, we have another top-8 competitor, as well as a multi-time Ascent top-8 competitor as well. So this is definitely going to be a very... I won't say bloodthirsty, but definitely going to be a very both of them really want this match to go their way.
Of course.
And then of course we're going to see Water Xander, it's not going to be the Luxem Xander. It's actually going to be the aggro ally version.
Yes.
Which we saw very early on back in ALC meta, and of course we're kind of seeing the deck have a little bit of resurgence now with so many options and toolkit pieces
absolutely.
into this. And then, of course, we're going to see Abyssal, which is
We're on pleb time? We're supposed to be on spot.
Instead, we're going to say, you know what? We're going to take things maybe a step back and focus more on the spells and the non-combat damage.
Yeah. Angel checking out that Minth Spirit of Water.
Every time it hits fly.
Yeah. Hey, it's very fair. You don't always see it. Looks like, I believe it's a Frostsworn, a Blanche.
Yeah, and the other cool thing
something into memory?
And we were talking about it very early on before
Sadie,
this.
Lurking, Blanche. Oh, there. Okay, here's one of our new cards if we want to pull it up. Shangcheng, Fierce Princess. This card is really, really cool and has made quite a few decks. It's a norm card with Imbue 3, so that's why Kyle did show that. And if damage would be dealt by a non-norm element, prevent 2 of that damage. This ally is sturdy.
Oh man, I didn't think, because when I first saw it, I wasn't even thinking the fact that you essentially play this card and this ally has, in a normal instance, has 5 life.
Yeah.
But on top of that, it's each individial instance, so it just gets harder and harder to kill the more you try to think about the math of killing this card.
Oh yeah, and people don't want that math where they're using up 3 hits essentially to kill it. That's awful.
I've been in games where I have thought about it and I was like, this card is staying on the table the whole game. I'm essentially assuming that card.
Yeah,
is
you're just giving them 2 damage. It's got to be. All right, Spirit of Fire coming out, and Ashwick Cremator, I believe.
Yep, it does look like it. And you're going to see a lot of this list kind of work in a similar way to Fractals, where they are going to play a Fractal here and there. But the difference with this list, where we saw Water go really high on influence, you're going to see this list go to almost nothing in their hand and use a lot of these Fractals to draw back up at the end of their turn.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's all because of a card, Fire Bloom Flourish, which I'm pretty sure Angel will definitely want to see as soon as possible. Right, backup charger going out.
Instantly go on the backup charger, say, hey, I'm about to recollect. And you can definitely, it's definitely a list that if this list gets too many cards in hand, it's just going to completely overrun you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this strong aggro from just ally after ally, some decks just can't keep up.
And is that a main? I think
that's a Mustang.
Mustang main board.
That is a main board Mustang. Well, and we've seen quite a few decks actually run main board Mustang.
Of course, this list is also running main board Blanche too. Kyle looked at the meta and was like, "Why would I sideboard these cards? Let's just mainboard them.
Let's just mainboard them. They're just allies. They're just fun. You know what?
Yep.
Hard play Blanche on Spirit. Here we go. Level 1 damage.
If you thought killing Princess was hard earlier, it just got a whole lot worse.
Oh boy, yeah, and to be fair, a lot of people, you'll see a sort of cheat. Okay,
now he's just showing off.
Yeah.
The beautiful Sword Championship.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've got some more
Lurking Assailant
cards. That is the Sword Championship Lurking Assailant. And that
show me a board that says, hey, half my cards are going to be stuff that I've played events before. I've traveled. I've won a thing or two.
Yeah, I've been around, And
I will say, I think Kyle has been the bane of my existence in every top 8 we have in locals. I can do perfect record, and as soon as I get against Kyle, I can beat him in Swiss. Does not matter. He's going to crush me in top 8. It just happens. Just built different, I guess.
Yeah, he knows. Okay, yeah.
We did we see? Did we see a misplay?
I think we saw a misplay just there. Okay, yeah, the judge is nodding his head. Acolyte of Cultivation.
Yep. Unfortunately, tried to go for a kill on it and then realized, Blanche protects everything. Yeah. Besides Blanche.
Besides Blanche, that's right. Yeah, I thought it was targeted at the Blanche. So Acolyte of Cultivation coming down for 1. Why? Because the class bonus allows you to play it for 3 less, as long as you've played a spell.
Which, hey, at least it's still resolved. You just didn't do any damage.
Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Fanatical Devotee. Taking out that lurking.
And as you can see, Princess.
Yeah, Princess totally
still,
fine.
Still
totally
sitting.
fine. All right. Let's see what's going to come out here.
We do see the dagger in the list, so definitely the stereotypical assassin saying, "Hey, you got to respect this thing.
Oh yeah,
This thing can do a lot of damage very quickly." And the one thing we've seen is we've seen Kyle is as an ally player, he is incredibly knowledgeable of these matchups. He knows exactly what allies need to hit board. He knows exactly what trades need to be made.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Snow Fairy in hand.
Which you can see the debate. Do I just go ahead and tap it down?
There's a ring.
I was like, why not? Let's just see one more card.
Looks like a Halcyon Scout, I believe.
Freezing Hail, it looks like.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
SP1 Freezing Hail.
My bad. Yeah, I just saw a person standing.
It's got to be Scout or Freezing Hail. The guy's standing.
Sorry, Halcyon Scout.
I hate to say it, when you say it's a guy standing, it does limit the amount of cards you do see in this game. You are correct, actually.
2 down.
And yep, there's the Snow Fairy saying,
let's 3 down, yep.
Let's go ahead and tap it down.
And he's choosing... Was it the Acolyte or the... Okay, yeah, okay. So he's going to tap down Fanatical Devotee, and he's going to take out that Acolyte.
Another lurking, just say, hey.
Another lurking, yep.
Why stop this train? It's moving.
Yeah, and also choosing the Fanatical Devotee, a pretty good idea, right? Because you don't necessarily want to get rid of it. You don't want to activate the bonus where it gets to banish fire cards and deal damage. So you just let it sit on the board and do nothing.
Yeah, and even if right now, even if he destroys the Snow Fairy, you're at the wait a turn to ready it up, and at that point, just kill it then.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, looks like Water Bubble's coming out.
Water Bubble will get a pop because he is a Spirit of Water, even though he is not a traditional Spirit of Water that we look at. Yeah. Still Spirit of Water.
In hand, those cards are going real fast. That being said, Kyle is shields down right now. Nothing in hand.
You will probably see this deck, especially knowing
Water
this
Bubble.
matchup, it will go shields down quite a bit because it would rather just be more proactive on pressuring damage, pushing.
Yeah, just having that wide board that unfortunately Dao-Chan, without certain cards, is kind of unable to deal with.
Force your opponent to say, hey, I want you to answer me, is what we're going to do here.
Deliberating. I cannot see that card, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, the angle does not look like we're going to see it. We'll see. We'll probably see it come down here eventually.
Yeah, we'll see if it comes down.
And this is where you really have to kind of math out damage as well, because
this is a tough board. With Fierce Princess out, a Snow Fairy in stealth, your number one target right now is really just that lurking. But you've also got to build up your own. You've also got to build up your own play, of course. Okay.
Looks like we have a. This is a fractal. One of the new fractals we did see come out of. I can remember the name of this one, to be honest, off the top of my head.
Yeah. I thought it was a fractal of Sparks at first. It is unfortunately not. We're going to pull it up.
I believe it might be. It is Fractal
Sparks.
Sparks.
Oh,
yep,
it is Fractal Sparks. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Fractal Sparks, Ashwick Cremator. Fractal Sparks, very, very cool. So we actually saw this in AMB. Not used, unfortunately, but now with the Cleric class bonus to deal 1 damage to target champion, for people not in the know, most of the time that's actually going to target yourself.
Yeah.
And why is that? Because our new card, Searing Rebuke, which is really one of the key cards of Angel's deck. We're going to pull that one up as well. There it is. Prevent the next 3 damage to be dealt to your champion this turn. Class for Cleric. Whenever damage prevented this way, deal 3 damage to target champion you don't control. So every Fractal Sparks deals just 1. If you have 3, guess what? That's 9 damage.
Yep. And it's specifically with this, we had to kind of clarify that this is specifically each instance of damage that is prevented. Meaning if you prevent 3 at once, it's only 3.
Yep.
But if you prevent 1 and then 1 and then 1, then it's going to be 9 damage.
Yeah.
So it is a very fun. We see it with the Arasana slash list. We see when you pop the herbs and you take 3 damage from the herbs hitting you, but you say you take 9.
Yep, you take 9. And here against allies, it still of course works, right? Because lurking will come in for 2, and then you have to make the decision. How much more damage you're going to put in, because the next thing you're going to take 6 the whole turn.
Yep.
All right. Kyle thinking.
There is a chance he might be mathing out lethal here, because we did see.
We saw a level up into Xander. And a glimpse.
And we did see earlier he does have the, I believe we saw the slice and dice in his hand a little bit earlier as well.
Yeah, I believe it's in the front right now. We see a city. So yeah, lurking coming in, and he might be probing for that Searing Rebuke.
Yep, and there's a slice and dice in the front, so you definitely can kind of see the gears turning. Do I put a little bit of damage here, wait a turn, and then get ready to slice and dice next turn for lethal?
Looks like Sadie's coming out. And keeping enough in hand, of course, to pull Sadie back for that prep.
And with that Agility 3 trigger, now resolving.
Pretty good. So we're going to get rid of the Ashwick. And we didn't note before, but Ashwick dealing 2 damage to both champions at the end of turn because there were no cards left in hand.
Yep.
Fractal Sparks. Yep. And every Fire Dash Hand player knows you're just gonna, when you only have that one, you don't have Searing, you're just gonna cheeky turn at the end of your opponent's turn.
Number of times I've lost a game because I forgot to do 1 damage. It's just, it happens. So it's just like, why not do it?
Yeah, just do it.
It's free.
Every time. Terraforming coming out. And of course, the pretty good answer to that wide board. That being said, he'll probably pull back Sadie for an extra counter, if not just going directly into Xander.
I could see him very likely just saying, you know what, let's put 2 cards down, buy back Sadie, then use those 2 to go level
up. Yeah, that's right.
Yep. We are not, though.
Okay, we're not. We're going to see a safeguard amulet. Okay. Well, you know what, actually... Pretty good. So Angel at 13, Dow Chan only having 19. Not too much of our board actually needs to make it through.
Yeah.
And of course, here comes the Terraforming. Cards in hand.
And now Kyle can be a little bit more aggressive if he wants to, or he can just say, I don't care if you got Searing Rebuke.
Yeah.
I'll take nothing.
It doesn't matter. Let's see here. What's he going to choose? He could pay for 3 attacks. Unfortunately, 3 attacks would actually do it because Sadie, Lurking, and Fierce Princess are both 2.
Yep.
Or all 2, rather. Okay, here comes Fierce Princess. And, that's a really good first move because if he's relying on a fire card to take it out, it almost certainly won't.
And we can see it looks like we did see a pass, just saying, you know what, no, there's no reason for me to try to push here.
Yeah.
I'd rather keep up. We did see the Frostbind in hand, so he's
faster.
Like, hey.
All right. Yeah, unfortunately, that Fasker dodging the Frostbind there for Kyle, but that's okay. And the sparse damage came in. You go to 7 to 8. We're gonna get the Scepter Fascination there, spinning out the Fast Cure, drawing a card.
Which I will say, I do love that Scepter.
That Scepter is very good.
I don't think it needed necessarily say, hey, draw an extra card, but
Well, I mean, it kind of says play an extra card whenever you want. So
yeah, it pretty much does.
All right, 1, 2. We see Rococo there. 2 Vermilions. There we go. We're finally seeing part of this hand, and another Fractal Sparks.
But currently at a tough situation because at this point, when you are only 8 damage from lethal, there is a lot of routes that can kill you, especially with damage already being on board. To pretty much put you in
there's
one away.
There's 7 presented on board right now.
And we know for a fact that, and if anybody's ever played Xander, you of course remember that there's a good chance that Xander just has an extra dagger that he can move a prep counter to get to 1. So
absolutely.
You can tell Angel's done the math in his head. He has 8 on board.
Yep.
So we got to be very careful here.
Merc Blade. We might see a kind of slow push depending here. Bring out the dagger. Sadie coming in. Yeah, I mean, we're just probing for that Searing Rebuke, but yeah, it's going to be a Vermilion. So once again, Vermilion dealing 2 damage, presumably, to
we're going to imbue,
ally,
so we're going to imbue, so probably targeting the Sadie for 2, and then targeting most likely going Kyle face for
3.
Most likely, because I do not think the draw is going to help him much.
Yeah, I think you definitely don't want to do a draw.
And that leaves him with Angel with 2 cards in hand. So Kyle's definitely doing the math here. But guys, do I just let Sadie die?
Oh, yeah.
Do I just use my hand to kill?
And I think a big part of it is you're seeing this memory. So you already know whether or not Glimmer counters are going to matter.
Yep. And at this point, he did not. Well, he did show a 2-cost reaction. So he does know he could possibly do 4 damage to something else off playing that.
Let's see. They're still thinking. All right.
Yep,
We're
we
gonna
are
let
seeing it.
Go, yeah.
Just say, hey, let it go. Oh, we did see the draw, so we did not do any damage, and we actually did see the draw. Did Kyle draw a card as well? Because it should be both players, correct?
Yeah, it should be both players.
I did not see if he drew or not.
Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can do so. Okay, well, here's a slice and dice. Perhaps it won't necessarily matter.
Just go for 3. Does not going for the prep. Just saying, hey, let's just go for the. Let's just go for 3.
Go for 3. That's all we need.
It's lethal right here. Why not?
Yeah, it's lethal right here. Yep.
Yep.
And we'll pull it back. Yeah, unfortunately, no Searing Rebuke. And and honestly, that was probably the play. Actually,
Yep.
was, I'm gonna draw a card and just hope that it's a Searing Rebuke. If it's Searing Rebuke, he can't kill me this turn.
Yeah. And of course, with Kyle having the ability to stay alive, that he just wasn't worried about it. He's like, hey, I'm just gonna pressure some damage.
Yeah, absolutely. 8 is no particular. You're not really in any danger.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at Joe Quells here. Let's look at his sideboard.
Yeah.
Currently sitting with 4 exploit vulnerabilities. I don't think it will come in.
No.
We could see the 2 incapacitates.
We could see
come into the board.
Incapacitate come in.
Mystic
Purifier.
It could be. I definitely could see maybe dropping the Mustang for.
I could see dropping. I could see
Purifier.
dropping Mustangs for Purifier.
That-
Taking out Fire Bloom Flourish would be a huge deal.
Yeah, and then
I don't think we're going to see that Censor.
no, I don't. There's no reason I think in this match to bring in the Sensor.
Although, to be fair, we could just swap out the Wind Bauble because we know it's not doing anything.
Yeah.
So maybe, just in case something happens.
we could see,
probably will see a
null,
Censor.
instead of that, we'll see Nullifying Lantern likely come in instead because Nullifying
is that
Lantern.
in the side?
Yep, Nullifying Lantern.
missed that.
So
Oh,
probably
yeah, there it is. Yeah,
we'll
we'll
probably
probably
see
see Lantern
come
coming
in
in,
just
yeah.
because it can turn off some
Yeah.
situational cards.
Yeah, it'll turn off Fanatical Devotee.
Yeah.
I believe that is the only Fire Graveyard card for Angel, but let's take a look.
And then we can look at, of course, we can look at Angel's list as well and see. Censor, obviously, in the same situation, not really do much. We will probably see the Viridian.
Yeah, we're almost
We
going to
will-
do Viridian.
We'll definitely see the Viridian. Crystallized Destiny, probably not.
I think it's unlikely we're going to see Crystallized Destiny. There's just not, Kyle's deck is really looking to eat you in like
Tiny
two
increment,
to three
Not
damage.
really
yeah.
one big hit.
Yeah.
Which you can kind of vouch for, like in this case, the Slice and Dice.
Slice and Dice.
But at the same time, you're only really blocking that one hit.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a lot of things you have to play around to do that.
Now,
Like-
I mean, if you were, well, here's the thing: Slice and Dice comes in for 3, but Searing Rebuke also prevents for 3.
Yeah.
So Crystallized Destiny, while it would stop the second effect because of the on-hit, I think you'd have to be in a much more desperate situation where that would have mattered.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Unfortunately.
Which at that point you would just Searing Rebuke. So
Yeah.
And then of course we will
The focus, yeah, we're gonna see those 3 focus flames come in.
Oh, for sure.
Definitely.
And I think I'm not sure exactly what he's probably going to drop out of these. He might drop the one Blazing Throw out of there. That being said, with him playing into this much more aggro-heavy matchup, it's a tough call and kind of what you take out here.
Yeah. I could see perhaps dropping some of the allies.
Because the Demolition is also really rough here. If you were playing against any other Water Ally deck, Demolition would come out instantaneously. But the problem is you have to respect that.
Yeah,
aggro.
this
Have to respect. Because I don't think anything feels worse than your opponent going, turn 1, play an ally, you don't answer that ally, and they go turn 2, here's a dagger, and you go,
Yeah, being able to answer these 3 health allies, but that's why Shang-Chang is so strong. That first turn play, the answer is very, very difficult. Lurking here, I saw there's a Slice and Dice in there. There's a Blanche, which makes a lot of sense.
which I just realized as well, Focus Flame doesn't even eat that Shang-Chain either.
Nope, Focus Flame cannot kill a Shang-Chang. And I believe I saw a Frostborn go into memory. Keep that in mind. All right.
Arsena Blanche.
Yeah, we see that Blanche, we see that Frostbind.
You know Angel's kicking himself on that removal spell last time, so he's definitely
Yeah.
going to think about it a little bit harder.
Feskir. And yeah, so okay. I guess they were
A
confirming
little confused,
influence.
confused on influence.
I was gonna say.
Angel going right into Daochen knowing I need these cards set up, I need to be able to have protection.
Oh, there it is. Demolition. Is there a response? So obviously Frostbind would work here, and that would keep lurking on the board. Let's see whether or not he thinks it's worth
Nope,
it.
it's
Oh no, it's
actually
actually
on
on Kyle. Never mind.
So at this point, going to face, Angel has route in his head.
Yeah.
He knows how much damage he can potentially put out.
I was
So
gonna say, yeah, it's just a okay acolyte cultivation. Yeah, it looks like it may just be a, rush him down with the non-combat damage. And probably 2 more to him. Yep. We're already at 5. Another one. Okay.
Okay, we're starting to see the route. We're starting to see the
Yeah,
route.
here's a route. Another 2, so he'll probably go to 7 here. Okay.
Oh,
for
I
a
thought
second,
I was
yeah. Here's a Rococo. I mean, that's still very, very good. It's just gonna be 3 damage. Bring him to 10.
Yeah, Frostbind the Rococo. Say,
Okay,
hey, I'm
yeah.
not gonna. You
Yeah,
got
we
enough
can't-
damage. Let's.
Party's over. Okay.
Let's all take a step back. Think about what we've done. You can definitely tell with it now being at 7, he's debating that level, but he's also debating, can I just draw an extra card, play the Blanche, clear his board, and then say, hey, you've got to use your burn spells to answer my board.
Yep. Yeah, and of course, Angel going down to 3 influence, and then 4, potentially 5 next turn, with a ring. It is a much better situation if you just have this wide board and a Blanche out there. Because yes, of course, he's got to use at least one of those cards on the Blanche.
Which I will say, going this low influence so ready without having a flourish ready for this kind of thing.
It's a little rough.
It's a risky.
He pushed for sure.
And as we said, Kyle just did the math. He's like,
Yep, there. Yeah, there's a ring.
I think a Blanche can just keep me alive.
Yeah, and also I think the other thing is, unfortunately, we may find that Frostbinder Rococo is the entire difference maker in this match.
To be fair, that it stopped three damage just in that. So, which doesn't seem like much for if you're watching from the outside, being like, well, these people have like 15 health, stuff like that. But it adds up.
Well, and of course the biggest thing there is that I believe Kyle's going to go ahead and answer the board anyway, but he would be forced to answer the board if Rococo had stuck.
Yeah.
Because then there will of course be 5 damage presented at 10 life. Big problem.
Yep. So we're seeing the Blanche already hitting board.
Yep. We're going to
Say
take out
hey.
one of those. A foil one. Or are they both foil? I think they're both foil. Another 3 Trapper. All right.
There we Trapper to say, hey, I'm not going to be able to answer the other one right now, but we'll just stay off its attack for 1 turn.
Yeah. So the biggest thing there, of course, while the Acolyte would be perfect for clearing that Blanche, that Gorhazi Trapper is definitely going to make sure that Angel needs to play another card entirely to deal with that. All right, let's see what we do here. I would not be surprised to see a ring to come up to 5, or a bauble. Of course, I forgot he has that water bauble.
Which it's a weird thing. It's almost always better to put the bauble out first because you don't really know what's going to happen through the game. Like in this case scenario, they're both on solid spirits, so they're not going to. Neither one has to worry about a bauble not being able to activate because they lose access to the element. But in this case, it's generally better if you don't really know the matchup well enough. You generally just go for the bauble first.
Yeah.
Just because it is going to be use it now, draw the cards.
Yep. And okay, there we go. Yep. Into Blanche. He's going to get Gorhazi'd.
Draw the card.
Draw the card. See what happens. Rest of the main phase. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have definitely. I've put the bauble out there, and they go, I'm going to release now.
On materialization release, it's just like, okay.
Yeah.
We watched it happen to us. So our team to Worlds, we had the same thing happen Tristan was on he was on Fire Luxem, and he's like, I don't need fire anymore. I'll just release now.
Ashwick into Blanche.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's the ultimate response, isn't it? Okay. We're gonna pass turn here.
I mean, you have to in this list. You have to answer Blanche. Others can get away with not doing it, but when you're Fire Dalchan and all your damage is non-combat, you kind of have to be like, yeah, that has to go.
Absolutely. And you know what? This is actually not a poor board for Angel side.
In response to materialization, we are seeing the
Surging Bolt.
And no imbue on it, so it will just be for the.
Yeah, it'll just be for 3. Now it is to target champion, so he's not necessarily clearing anything off the board.
I think he did 4 to him with it.
I don't remember. I thought it was imbue. It should be 3. Oh yeah, Surging Bolt is an imbue card.
Yeah.
So it should be 3 damage. Oh, Cindergeyser. Cindergeyser.
Okay.
Sorry.
Those are like so close together.
Yeah, apologies. Cindergeyser is a card new from Abyssal Heaven, dealing 4 damage, but costs less if your opponent has 4 cards in memory.
Yep.
So yeah, apologies there. The foil Cindergeyser tricked us. All right. Korhazi, we see a Frostborn.
Which is pretty good.
It's just, yep. Answer that board, clear it. And yeah, now if that Safeguard Amulet, we're definitely buying ourselves at least 1 turn. If we're going to level up next turn, that's totally safe.
Yeah. Because there's not many ways, especially with the only 4 cards in hand, that you can essentially say, I'm going to try to do lethal to you and then do lethal again before you can resolve that.
Yeah.
So it's... And then, of course, next turn we probably have a safe level 3. Gets us another lead on health.
There are also no Glimmer counters on Dao-Chan. There are no Fantasia out, unfortunately.
And if we try to go for the extra Glimmer counters by getting out that Scepter, it is going to essentially put us back a card, only take us down to 3 influence.
Yep. All right,
there's
Viridian. And of course, unlikely to answer it.
Ask your opponent, is it okay if I get this Viridian? Ask the water player, like, are you cool?
Well, that's why I only bring out Viridian against fire players.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so I'm, we have a nice locals here.
And I will say, it is a Viridian is actually something that if you think about it a little bit, like, in this situation, you also essentially turn the gears for the water player to say, you are no longer going to be playing against me as a control deck. You're going to be playing against me as an aggro deck for a lot of times.
Yeah,
and so,
you're going to force him to draw those allies,
and that
which
can
of
be,
course he has.
And if you're ready for that, you can set yourself up to say, hey, we are going to go ahead and we're going to play a little bit more aggressive game plan. And if you're ready for that, awesome. Now, 3 cards, and it does hit, or I think 4 because he didn't do anything else.
Yeah,
so 4 cards in hand, so he could be sitting on the Rebuke.
Bottom 2 of them. It looks like a Shimmering is in there.
And so after putting out 19 damage is still not great here, but yep, we're seeing.
Just swinging in. Take 2. Another 2.
You see the real passive, like, I don't know if I want to swing yet, but as soon as like the first one goes, okay, that's and then leaving up the Korhazi because it does care about just having the prep count on the champion, so that Korhazi is going to have another chance to just say, or the Trapper's going to have another chance to say, hey, turn off 3 attack damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And that would be very critical, especially if, more Acolytes come out all of a sudden, and or potentially, getting another Blanche out there, saving that Blanche.
Yeah, and I will say, though, if your opponent, if after going 2 of these with very minimal draw, if they see a third one, you're going to be like, all right, listen here. We need to talk about this.
Cinder Staff. Demolition.
Another demolition.
On?
It might be going to face.
It might be going to face.
Might be saying, hey, pop this.
Yeah, pop the...
But we do see, if he wants to put his whole hand down, he could counter this.
He could. Cinderflame Staff, by the way, getting counter... Okay, yep. Cinderflame Staff getting counters if non-combat fire damage is dealt. And then it is able to use those counters to do more non-combat fire damage. So, of course, getting rid of that Safeguard Amulet, very, very important to this game plan. Okay, yeah, looks like that's going to be the whole turn. Everflame's off. My bad. What's Cinderflame? I can't remember. Fire element spell sources. So, once you get those 3 refinement counters, you're able to, as a spell, so slow, deal 4 damage to target champion.
Yep.
Backup charger.
Could you imagine if they stuck this ability on a bird? Do that, let's just say 7 times, and then
I wonder what would happen if you put it on a bird.
And you flipped it, and that bird gets a swing as a 4/3, and then maybe Vanish on Fire cards come back.
Well, that wouldn't be very fair. I think they would put it on a stone. I think they would put it on like a little object.
Implement a whole flip mechanic to have to resolve that.
No, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. And then, like, for that to be attached to, like, one of the newer champions,
With probably one of the cool fire aggro decks. It'd be crazy.
Yeah, I think we'll talk about it later, but I think there is at least one of those running around. Okay, I think of Vermilion drawn a hand.
Yep, we're looking to kind of see what we can do here.
It's tough. So, okay. Fire Dao-Chan, wants to be... Fire Dao-Chan wants to be relatively low in influence, but unfortunately, the rest of the game plan doesn't seem to be really...
And I did see a flash there.
out.
Angel does have the Searing Rebuke.
He does have a Searing Rebuke? Okay. I think that's a second Korhazi in hand for Kyle, as well as a Slice and Dice. There's a Halakline Scout.
There's Halakline.
that one really is a man standing. All right, Slice and Dice.
Slice and Dice.
Not prepped.
Asking the question, you want a Searing Rebuke right here, right now?
Yeah.
I'll take 3.
Yeah.
We'll trade 3 and 3.
We will trade 3 and 3. I don't mind.
It is a risky play, though, because by taking 3 here, you are going to 14, meaning it's only putting you 5 off lethal, which, realistically, with the Everflame Staff out, that is a possibility of just saying, hey.
He plays just enough to... Okay, he's going to let it through. Interesting.
And, still keeping up 5, so he does still have the Frostbind to say, hey, I'm not dying. I'm not dying right here.
At the very least, I'm going to make you have to put down your whole hand to try and deal with, just 1, maybe 2 instances of damage. And of course, at 19 health, Kyle can afford 6 damage on him. If it would kill, of course. Impact Hammer.
Going the Impact.
Usually, is there a Heated Vengeance?
He does have he has one Blazing Throw.
Oh, he's one Blazing Throw, that's
and
right.
he does play Heated Vengeance.
He does play Heated Vengeance.
Too.
Okay, here is a non-imbued Vermilion. So probably just for through the face, I assume. So that's a very interesting threat, actually.
Yep. It is, I say, hey, do you take 3 here? So at this point, it is, you still live through, because you can still turn off the attack from the hammer, so you're not going to take anything there. And even...
Okay, we're going to see the Frostbind here. I wonder...
It is a little risky for that.
Yeah, it's very risky.
I think he's more worried about that staff getting turned on than anything else, but...
That's fair. Well, let's see if we... I think that is a Heated in the front there.
Looks like a Sparks.
Or is?
No, it looks like Sparks.
It was a Sparks?
We saw
Okay.
Searing earlier.
Yeah.
I think there's a Focus Flame. I think it's actually the
Flame?
first edition Focus Flame.
Oh, you're right, yes.
Yeah, for
the very, simple...
The simple...
fireball-ish
Yeah.
guy. Taking a look at Graveyard.
Seeing 2 Frostbind. Kind of nod your head like, how do you have 2 Frostbinds? The person who played 2 Acolytes turn 1 is like, man, how do you have 2 of those? I can never get 2 of everything.
You're right, there's a Fractal's Worse. Interesting for the Impact Hammer to come out.
I think he may have forgotten.
Bluff?
I think he may have forgotten about the Korhazi because it already got used once against him. Completely didn't think about.
and
He
then
just
there's
reset his
the
prep
reset,
counter.
yeah.
Which it's happened, so I get it.
Yeah.
Um,
It's definitely a newer thing we're seeing Water Decks do,
Yeah.
actually, is re-get that prep counter and then just hold up Korhazi. And we saw it in C National, in fact.
To be fair, he may have also been. There is a chance. Well, he doesn't have fractals either. It's Fantasia, so his Fantasia Burst card doesn't really do much here.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I think it might have been just he was hoping to be able to pressure that 3 and then 3 more,
Yeah.
and then go for lethal. But I think he kind of realized very quickly after this. He goes, "Oh crap! I don't have a
play.
I have a play
after
for that."
Yeah, it may have been just saying, hey, you let the Vermilion through, and then you won't let the Heated Vengeance. Don't worry about it. But we don't have it. So let's see what we're playing here. It's tough. You wouldn't necessarily want to play Fractal of Sparks. You don't have Glimmer counters right now, it looks like. So you can't just put that Rebuke down. 4 damage presented even without the Trapper. 5 with the Trapper.
Going for the Terror
Going
Frame.
for
saying,
Terror.
hey.
Okay, yeah.
So we could see an all-out swing here, saying like, "I'm going to try to win here."
Yeah, I'm going to try to win here, and if you present anything to board, I'm going to Terror you. You're only at 4 influence, I believe. So
Yeah, because if we see that Scout come into play, the Scout's definitely going to turn. It's essentially
there it is. Yep.
Yep. Scout's coming in saying,
Scout's
"Hey,
coming
here's
in.
my dagger."
And a big thing here, of course, just like we said, Kyle is certainly willing to trade 6 damage for the entire rest.
And of course, this
Angel's
time
Life.
it is coming in for 3 damage now.
Yes.
So if Searing Rebuke gets played, it's
Oh
only
yeah, that's right.
stopping-
Yeah, this one's 3.
It's only stopping one instance.
Only
of
stopping
it.
one instance.
And then he knows if Searing Rebuke gets played, he's not gonna have anything else. So it's kind of in a tough situation where you kind of have to do it here, but at the same time, I think unfortunately, it may just be enough.
Yeah. Even worse, your opponent. Okay. Yep. And there's
Going in for
2.
Yep, we saw that. That's the reason
Okay.
for
Here's a Rebuke. I would say, but your opponent has 3 in hand and it's their turn, and there's the
In cap. Yep, came in like we thought.
Oh boy,
Yep.
there's a handshake.
Handshake,
All right,
and it's
good
over.
job, boys. All right, congratulations to Kyle, winner of round 2.
Very
strong.
solid play.
Yeah.
Very solid play.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can pull Kyle in here for
Yep.
a player interview.
Yep. I think he had the earpiece out.
Yeah, we'll see what.
I know he has it. He has it.
Just seeing if our player wants to come in here. Very solid tempo on that water deck.
Yeah, we can talk, and if we can come back to us, talk a little bit, and then
Yeah, let's talk.
If we have Kyle come in here, if we see him come in, we can kind of talk with him. But yeah, we definitely saw in terms of this list, we definitely saw game 1 that unfortunately the play mistake where you kind of just forgot Blanche protects everything. You say,
Yeah.
I'm gonna, and it happens especially when you're in kind of these. I would call higher stressor level events. You put a route in your
Absolutely.
head. You think about how you're going to play the turn, and if something if you don't take into account one piece of that, you still play it out and go, "Oh, I'm stuck here.
Yeah.
There's no way to take this back and do this." I'm unfortunately,
and I
I'm
get
locked.
it 100%, right? The number one thing there in his head was, I'm going to play this so that Acolyte Cultivation comes down and I can clear the board. And unfortunately, he just didn't get that damage.
Yeah.
And Acolyte Cultivation, I think part of it, sticking to the route, he still had to put it out there to clear the board. He just didn't get any extra benefit.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and we'll cut away here really quickly. We're going to go ahead and set up with a player interview for our winner of that last round. Talk a little bit to Kyle, kind of get his thoughts on why he brought the list and how he feels about it. And then from there, we'll probably go, may come back, talk a little bit more, and get ready for round 3.
Round 3,
so
yeah.
We'll see you guys here in a few. All right, and we're back, and I'm here with Kyle with a very solid win last round. So tell me a little bit of kind of what was your thought process bringing in Water Assassin to this event?
Comfort.
I've
been playing this deck. I've been playing Water Allies for so long. I don't do level 3 decks. I think Luxem right now is really good. Astra Ari is really good, but they've never been my flavor. So I just want to play what I know, and I just want to do the best I can.
It's true. I mean, you have a solid performance on allies. That is for sure. We saw that with your very fancy water spirit you put out in play. One other thing as well as we noticed looking at your board is you essentially main boarded almost every single situational piece with the Blanche, with the Mustang in the main board. What was kind of your decision just kind of running those main board rather than kind of we see with traditional ally lists where they kind of just all in game 1 and then switch to situational after that?
Well, Water Dao Chen's really crazy, and like without Blanche, you're just gonna have a terrible time because they could just one-shot you. She's still an ally, she's still a good body, and she sticks. So I like her. Mustang is literally just an ego call. Art of War was printed, and so there's 2 in my main deck no matter what, because if anyone puts an Art of War against me, I'm popping it.
That's fair. That's 100%. We talked about it very early when we saw Art of War, because I think you were very doom and gloom, being like, I hate this card. I hate this. It ends everything I want.
I just want to play allies. It's my favorite version of Grand Archive. Some people like leveling to 3. I like just playing a board control game where we just have fun, a good back and forth, and that's what I hope for.
Yeah, and then one last one we saw you early play, just like you landed Blanche. Kind of what was your thought process whenever I believe your opponent they went for something else other than your Blanche when they tried to, beginning of his recollection, tried to burn. Was it burning you, or were they trying to burn a ally?
He was trying to burn my face.
Okay.
And when he said it, I then asked, like, target, and he targeted face again, and then I was like, all right, well, I gotta point at Blanche and let you know, like, it is a regional, I do want to win. If we were at locals, I'd be a little more chill, but I was like, all right, you made the mistake twice, we're gonna lock it in.
And we kind of saw you do, like, the kind of the pause and being like, you sure? Like, yeah, so we saw that, and we definitely saw as soon as you went into game 2, he definitely learned into that one that was like, I need to deal with this, but I think you were just in such a dominant board state through both of the games. Game 1, it was, even I think if they had chosen the right target, I think you were just set up so well in game 1. And then game 2, we just saw, you didn't even, in both games, you didn't care about the dagger. You were just like, I'm going to pressure a steady amount of damage and go for lethal.
Yeah. It's all just work towards it. There's no race. They're racing. As long as I can hold the cards up and I can survive, we're good. It was a good game. They didn't see their like Fantasias early.
We noticed that as well.
So.
And then I noticed as well in your list, you don't really have much Fantasia hate as I guess all the kind of the way to stay out of that off is just mainly the Blanche. Is kind of your goal with that, or kind of what is your idea into like the fractal matchup into this?
It's mostly Blanche. I have Mystic Purifiers in the side, so like that's kind of like I'll try to interact with them. But at the end of the day, like if I have a tempo game, I can kind of force them to play my game. So where if they don't respect me, they might just like fall short. But I also have like in-cap main board, so I also like it's not one burst to Sunder. They got to see 2 of them, right? So that's more or less the hope. The hope is I play the aggro in like the Fantasia matchup, but when it's fire, I've got to dial it back because they can just dome me in the face for 4.
Yeah, I see that. Well, hey, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming to a quick interview with us. Good luck on the rest of the day, and hopefully you're walking home with one of these beautiful prize cards.
That'd be nice. I'd appreciate that.
Well, best of luck to you.
I appreciate you.
Alrighty.
Yeah, welcome back.
Welcome back. So, had an interview with Kyle with his very dominating performance on Water Assassin. We just kind of want to come back, jump in, and we're currently wrapping up at the end of round 2. Kind of time got called. People are just kind of starting to get that wrapped as we got to move to round 3.
Yeah.
But we also want to kind of take a moment and talk about a card because we mentioned it very briefly with Kyle, and that was the newest Divine Relic Art of War.
Yeah, Art of War, Mage Scripture. Let's go ahead and pull it up.
Yeah, we can go pull that up here real quick. This is a new one that Kyle alluded to with Ally List. They're kind of very worried about this card playing into it. If anybody this is actually something that I guess we should also clarify. As people who may not be Grand Archive watchers, you may be tuning in with years of like playing something like Magic the Gathering, where whenever you play an ally in a game like Magic the Gathering, there is a mechanic known as Summoning Sickness, where whenever an ally enters play, or a creature, monster, whatever it might be, you have to wait a turn before it can really do anything. In Grand Archive, that is not a rule. When you play an ally, you get to attack with it, you get to activate its abilities, it is ready to go
Immediate
right after
value.
that. There is no haste mechanics per se. It is just you play it, you can do whatever. Art of War essentially says, hey, Summoning Sickness is now part of Grand Archive
Summoning Sickness
while
is
this is in
turned
play.
on. Yeah.
And be aware this is a Divine Relic. Divine Relics in this game, which you can only have one in your material deck at the time you present to your opponent, meaning you can have multiple Divine Relics in your sideboard, you just cannot have them in your main material deck whenever you present to your opponent. So because of this, you do lose access to being able to play things like Lantern we've seen in the past. Of course, the most common one you're going to see is going to be, of course, Grand Crusader's Ring. Those are two of the most common Divine Relics.
I think you mean Grail.
Grail, Quicksilver Grail.
Yeah.
Yep, Quicksilver Grail. So you, of course, have these, and this is going to fill that same slot as a Divine Relic. The big thing with this one, though, unlike some of the other ones, is instead of it being a piece to kind of set you up or a piece to like get you some card advantage, this is strictly to play it and say, I'm going to slow down the game.
Slow down the opponent, that's right. It also does attempt to make up, basically for that turn that you've used to slow down the opponent. You can use for it to pay for 1 memory cost.
Yep.
So it actually, in a way, it fills that little one slot that Temporal Spectrometer might also fill for that one turn. You're slowing down your opponent. Some people will forget, of course, when they put it out. I've seen it multiple times. They'll put an Art of War, they'll do a whole bunch of stuff, and go, I'm going to swing. And I go, your own Art of War.
Yeah, 100%. I have done it as well. We played it in the Turbo Gaugia list, and I've essentially played it and then played an ally and been like, oh, I played Dungeon Guide to level, and then try to swing with Dungeon Guide. I'm like, oh yeah, I can't do that, can I? And I will say this is a card that Kyle was right. It's something that you're seeing a lot more ally players start to put in more Regalia Destruction because they do need to answer this card because it's kind of a thing you don't think about in the other games where you think when you play it, you already know you're going to play this kind of like play an ally, wait, attack, wait, attack. The problem in this game is whenever you then play that ally and wait that turn, it is another vulnerable turn where it's just going to possibly die or something. So you lose a lot of that aggressive game plan, and just being put back 1 turn every single turn from being able to go lethal is very, very difficult. And on top of that, with this card, the other big thing I want to mention is you do not necessarily need a control deck to play this card.
No, not at all. You can definitely use it simply to, you use it for control, but you can use it for just a few turns, and then go ahead and siphon it away for that 1 memory. It's an incredibly useful card, and I think definitely now that Mustang is more main board for a lot of decks, I think your ally deck is going to be unafraid to run that 4 Mustang, but I have played into Art of War and not having that Mustang. It is a climb, and I'll tell you, if the Fractal player sides it in for whatever reason, it's almost over.
Yeah, and I will also say with this card as well, I have actually seen it. I talked with Kyle way back when we first saw this card. Playing this in an ally list as well is not also the worst call. Because if you, let's just say for an example, I have 2 allies out, you don't answer those allies, and then I follow up with my own Art of War when I have the allies out and you have not played an ally yet. I control the game as long as this is out. Because every time you play an ally, I'm going to kill it. And I'm going to keep doing that over and over and over again, and you're never going to be able to kill my allies.
It is a lunette. It's slightly different, of course, but it's basically a lunette.
Yeah.
That's just out there saying... And the other thing, of course, since my allies have been out, I get to attack. I get to do whatever I want.
And of course, we're also missing the most important part of this card, and it's the artwork. The artwork on this card is absolutely insane.
Very, very cool. I remember, we were so worried about it, especially here in the Dallas meta. People love their allies. I was joking with Kai just before it came out. We were like, okay, we're gonna rip one pack of Abyssal Heaven. Okay, allies is over. Everybody go home. You don't get to play anymore.
This card's also a bane of my existence. This is the card that I was like, I did not open in my original case of Abyssal Heaven. I went and bought one, and then I won my first prize pack and ripped this in the first prize pack.
You know what? Not bad. We definitely. I remember I managed to get 2, and definitely getting those Art of Wars out there in the Dallas meta allows you to train for it.
Get ready for it.
Yeah, because people ran it, and I think obviously if you're coming into Greyhive, this is a very powerful card that you're going to see.
Yeah, and on top of, we'll probably see if we do see Slimes kind of creep itself back into the meta, this is probably a card you'll see a lot more often in that as well. Because one thing about a Slime player is when they go level 3, you want to stop that bleeding that they're going to put out in that first turn. So being able to say, hey, you can go ahead and play a Storm Slime, or you can play a Ethereal Slime, and you can essentially resolve those, but I'm not taking 15 damage on that turn. Feels really good.
I mean, if I'm gonna take the 7 from Storm, I might as well not take the 3.
Yeah, exactly. Or in this case, most of the time, it's like, am I taking 5 from Storm and then 5 more from it being a 5/3? Like, and it's, oh man, it feels so bad when that happens. But it is a card that we'll probably see come more and more into play as we especially if allies become more and more of a problem. You'll probably see this card creep into the meta a little bit more, and we've already seen some sideboards already have this just ready to go to be able to say, I'm going to swap out my ring just to put this card in.
Yeah, I think I believe we've even seen some main boards. With like turbo goes. Yeah, well they're turboing, but while they're turboing, you please wait.
Yeah. We definitely saw Turbo Gaugia run it. We saw some Arasanas test out the card quite a bit. We did see that kind of going everywhere. I have seen Jin also kind of mess around with the card.
A more Exia heavy Jin
Yeah.
might run this card.
Which we have seen that as well. Just again, try to slow down your opponent, and that's the whole point of this card, is slow down. It's very, very good into allies. It's almost useless into control. And of course, there is an ally that actually pairs with this as well.
Yeah.
That lets you put this card out. I gotta remember what his name is.
I believe it is Zheng Shou.
Do you remember what his title was?
I don't remember. we around Dallas, we call him the book guy.
Yeah, we just call him the book
guy. I believe it is Zheng Shou.
Yeah, we can do a quick search here.
We'll do a quick search on the index.
Which, that's one thing is we will
pitching the index.
We will talk about with Art of War is you do have to take a turn off to materialize the card, which can end up kind of foregoing that whole stall you wanted in the first place. But if he's somewhere in here.
So we're looking for a Norm ally. Enlightened Sage.
Oh, Enlightened Sage?
Enlightened Sage. I just remembered his name.
Oh, there he is. Here we are.
Oh, Zhao Yu.
Enlightened Sage. So this is actually a really cool one, especially for like Merlin and Rai that get to run this card, which is essentially a 1/3 on enter, materialize a book or a scripture card from a material deck.
And Art of War happens to be a scripture.
Yep, Art of War happens to be a scripture. So it does let you essentially forego that kind of limitation that we talked about a little bit earlier, where you had to take that turn off to materialize the card and then hopefully stay alive. This essentially lets you, I'm going to play this, I've got a 1/3, and now I have a way to slow down the game.
Yeah,
while this
so
is in play.
On your own materialization, you're going to possibly level if you're just trying to turbo, or you could pull out Rain, you could pull out Backup Charger, blah, blah, blah. Main phase, you go, Zhao Yu, Enlightened Sage, you pull out your Art of War, and suddenly everything stops.
Yep.
Everything's very, very slow. And not only that, as long as you still control that book and or scripture, you can put in a light encounter at the beginning of your recollection phase.
Yep. And it is a very, very strong card, as well as, of course, if you are not mage, you also have access if you are on win. You can also play Beseech. If you are Gaugia, you can also play Beseeching Stone as well. That is something we also did, where we would just say, turn 1, we're going to slap down 6 cards, we're going to play Beseeching Stone, and we're going to put out Art of War, and we're just going to slow this game down.
I remember when they first showed Beseeching Stone, I remember your message in Discord was, who's ever put their whole hand down for value?
Do you think I would put 6 cards down for value?
There's no way.
Would ever do
There's
this?
no way. There's no way. It's not like we didn't do it the entire last season.
Oh boy. Yeah, and it's weird because it's like it was a deck that we were very worried about very early on with Beseeching Stone, which we can actually bring up this card.
Yeah, we can bring up Beseeching Stone. And we might see some Zhaoyus, depending. We have quite a few Rai's running around, which, you know, if you're a Rai fan, exciting. But yeah, let's take a look at Beseeching Stone. This is one of the newer cards for Guaozhou.
Oh, round 3 pairings are going out.
Oh, cool.
We'll hold off on the. We'll
Yeah, we can tell. Yeah,
later.
there's so many new cards in the meta. We can fill our time with round 3.
And round 3 is going out, so we'll go ahead and cut away real quick as we kind of find our next feature match, and we will be back with going into round 3.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We almost had the only Rai v Rai match, and pretty much probably the only regional where it was
only the
possible.
Texas regional is going to show you Rai v Rai, and
the Rai players looked at each other, and the worst part is let's also clarify a little bit. Rai is not a deck you see very often.
No.
We're gonna cut back real quick. A final thought here is you don't see Rais very often. Currently in this regional, we have probably two of the only Rai players in the world who seriously play the deck. Almost had them play, and they realized who each other were, nodded at each other, and goes, "Yeah, well, I do."
No, 1, 2, 3, 4,
All right,
5, 6.
into round 3.
7.
We still have a pretty great match here.
Draw for turn.
Water Lorraine versus, I believe, our only Merlin.
Yep. And let's.
Fire Merlin.
And the other thing is this Water Lorraine does push level 3 as well.
Yes.
This is actually a list we haven't seen, honestly, since when?
PC. Swing on the face.
FTC.
Yeah, like because it is a list that relies
on attack. I will discard a fast cube
as a way
to
to
draw a
finish
card.
the game. It pushes level 3. Lorraine is a way to say, I'm out of resources. Let's keep a 2-card hand and try to kill the Lorraine.
It's also running the new card, down right.
Yep.
In order to push all the 2 names. So Christy. And I think
Star
this is
Showing.
pretty classic.
Go ahead.
Stalwart. So pretty classic Merlin stuff, including the fast card and everything. I don't know if that Factory Lorraine is currently in the blue, but we'll see.
We will see.
I just saw a title sweep.
Sure.
Their Grand Crusaders ring.
One thing as well we'll talk about here.
For myself? Sure.
We talked about the sensor.
That's a shame. Yep. Don't worry, draw this 80 again. That's how you do it. I believe in you.
He's using a smile for Sadie, unfortunately, floating for him. But also Sadie, another good way in water, in these water decks, to get that power. Sort of like we saw Kyle, Kyle didn't have to do so, but Water Lorraine is definitely looking for Bishop Hammers, for Cross Dragon. There's a Pendragon in hand, a Frostsworn. I believe it's a Danger for, so they're
I'll pass.
Sure. I will Lorraine level 1. Sure. Hang with it. I will get a sword.
We're seeing the Merlin start with the more traditional. So we see kind of like
Recollect.
a lot
And
of Merlins
I
we have
will
seen up
actually do
until
that. Draw for turn.
I guess this season has gone more to more of using the common.
yeah, the common for healing.
Yeah, healing, being able to set that direction that you can really want to be able to do this. Of course, we have a
Won the champion.
in Texas, we probably won't repeat for stream. We have seen it played here all over quite a bit. We have a lot of
Sure.
players.
On a track trigger though, I will discard
It's just kind of going back
a.
and trying to play it.
I will not discard.
Kind of play it very right now.
Go ahead.
Are currently sitting with undefeated.
Demonic Charm, Formation Ritual.
Sure.
Charms pass back to the except for, of course, being changed.
Sure.
Its original information to a slightly written the first one. But, you know, sometimes you mill, someone's just more.
Yeah. The big thing is for this matchup, weirdly enough, the Scepter still stays relevant for this match because you do not care about the draw. You actually care about pressuring the pretty much the hero control straight. Yeah. Play the
Okay. At the end of your turn.
Absolutely. And of course, when you're playing
I'll do this one instead. Good shot. Sure. I will draw 2.
Another reason that you're going for a bit there, of course, was to show yourself as a match. See a library witch.
Discard. What do I want to discard? I'll discard a
We're seeing a lot of
bench.
these lists, especially
Oh, we go. I will.
which is taking it back to the FTC.
So much of this is actually
Free recollection, of course. Tap in the backup charge. Draw a card in memory.
And they're both playing a
Collecting.
very slow.
Proceed to draw.
You know that this is not a match choice. Oh, it's a vanish from set?
Those advantage.
Cards in hand.
7 or 5.
7.
We got a correction for us. We did actually look at advantage from set today. It is actually tough to tell those two apart from the same card.
Swing. Actually,
One thing we never talked about in stream is that they both are coming back.
I'll swing one at you again.
So
We are past our prime when it comes
past
to.
our prime.
That's why we're commentating.
Yeah.
That's why we're commentating.
Fasker being sent to the river.
I forgot how I got there this morning. So
Rewatch? Sure.
I think I saw.
you can draw. You do that.
You know.
I will attempt to cremate the witch.
All right. Cremation, but
Two in
Fire Witch.
Okay. Witch will die.
And yeah,
I'll
that's,
draw
I
3
mean,
cards.
that is, of course, one of the dream plays. Right?
3.
Top 3 for us.
Turns out, turning cremation is completely replacing.
We got a fast turn. This would be okay.
2 in hand.
But this is like
Okay.
kind of your.
I'm just gonna
You do not have a way to answer
swing one face.
keep getting.
Now,
Untap trigger. Discard. To draw. Proceed.
The answer to that is no. Either in main court or side court.
and you know what? To be fair, there is a position there because water, of course, is famous for their floating value itself, so not necessarily looking to.
Sure.
Makes sense.
Turn off, say, hey, I know you're going to go into the 3 pretty quick after you hit, because we're probably going to see next turn, or like with this many card draws, we're probably seeing a use floating to go to level 2, finish and floating, and then go.
Nice. Take 4. Oh, here, I got top.
Yeah, I think I'm paying with.
Hit that level trigger.
I'll pay with memory.
Sure.
Right, he's
Go
going
on enter.
Did he not?
My sword.
Oh, he did the float.
Effect away.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay.
So he might just be looking at
I'm guessing we collect and then draw.
he did rain.
Well, of course, there's pre-rain cards. My apologies. What round from?
Not even a stratagem.
No. I think this is just value. As Cerulean Decree in hand now.
Which you're going to hear us say this a lot, where we're going to question what the route is, because this is a very, even though it's an old deck, it is something we have not seen in a while, with a lot of new pieces stuck into it.
Yeah.
But of course, as you said, we see it in
Frostborn.
hand, that new ally.
There we go. Yeah, and that. Okay, so here we go. The classic play for any water, of course. Frostborn eating up that Fracturize, pulling another Pendragon in hand. Pretty good, especially if you're going to go in for well, not for free next turn, but spinning out 1 is fine for level 2. And with the current board, you're almost certainly going to get a kill as well.
Yeah.
But that being said, you definitely don't want those 2 hasties. Those 2 hasties are such a problem. All right.
Okay, so this is actually the question I was going to ask.
There we go.
Do you forego the possibility that he's going to now level to 3, Pendragon, and you turn off the Pendragon attack, or do you just say, hey, I need to clear some of this part? Oh, and then we are seeing
here's
that.
down way. Yeah. All right. So on it, he's explaining the card. It is new. So on enter with the class bonus, it's going to. Oh, I think we flashed the wrong
There
card.
we go. We're pulling it up.
For each human ally, you're gonna take the top card and mill it into your graveyard, and then it has a class bonus Deluge 6. If you have 6 or more water element cards, other human allies get +1. And so in this case, he is going to get 3 into his graveyard, which he just did. I see a refracting on top, so that's actually very good. So now we have at least 2 floating. I missed the other ones. But I believe we are at Deluge 6, actually. Yes.
Yes,
It looks
we
like
are.
it, yeah.
So at this point, the board got very scary, very quick.
Yes.
We went from having essentially a Korhazi that was hitting for 1. You had, of course, Paladin hitting for 3, but now you have a Paladin hitting for 4.
Yeah, Paladin hitting for 4, Korhazi for 2, Dianwei themselves are 2. And then, of course, we still have our Sword of Seeking. So when we come to level 2, we can go ahead and clear that Hasty to draw a card for ourselves. And we're going to get it for free because we have at least the Fractarize and the Refracting Missile.
And if I am correct, I think I see a red.
Oh, there's Merlin. Okay.
That
Merlin's
Merlin,
going to eat 1. Oh, okay. That's fine. We still have more, we just looks like.
I
yeah,
believe that will
Flaming
turn off
Swordsman.
Deluge 6 now. I believe he's down to 5.
He's down to 5?
cards, yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully he'll get one out of Fractal of Rain. But we do see a Rending.
Well, now
yes.
we've said it, so it's definitely going to
It's definitely not gonna- yeah.
Yeah, fire card's probably getting milled. Yep,
Dungeon
here's the
Guide,
Dungeon
yep.
Guide. And I think I saw the sweep as well in hand. The sweep will only be for 2, I believe. Maybe 3?
Well,
There's
next
a Rending
turn.
Flames. And I did see, I think I
Rending
saw a
Flame.
second Rending.
Yeah,
However,
I did see the sweep, I agree.
I think your heart does drop a little bit seeing the Rending Flames go because you know for now your opponent is playing Rending.
Yeah.
So now you have to respect the fact that this deck could just essentially, let's just say Merlin Trigger puts you to, you get that plus attack for the first one's getting +2, and then be able to turn that sideways. That's possibly 10. That's just from that alone. Not to mention if they have the weapon, bringing that to 12 is something you really have to think about. Just I don't really feel like taking the extra 12.
Oh, I definitely don't. Here's a Stalwart. And, of course, that makes a lot of sense. You're going to protect, I mean, not just the Dungeon Guide, but that Hasty.
And did we ever see I thought we saw Ken on a Ghost of Pendragon earlier. I could have been wrong. But
We did definitely see a Ghost of
did
Pendragon
it go
previously.
down? Or, I mean, there was nothing to return yet, so there's not really a reason to.
Yeah, there's no reason to
Play
play
it,
it
but-
right now. And which is, of course, the big thing about fracturizing that sword.
Oh, going to level
Yep,
2.
going to level 2.
Ooh, and I
Going
think
free.
does he have enough to play the sweep? Does he have enough to play the
1,
sweep?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He does. He can title sweep. If he wants to title sweep, he draws 3 cards. It might be the first title sweep possibly ever on stream.
Definitely for ours.
Dunking the Frostbind, of course, drawing into a Fracturize. The classic reversal.
Yep,
but yes,
we're
okay,
we're
gonna-
seeing it. This is a first.
There we go, title sweep. Title sweep, a very old card. I say very old as though the game's super old, but it's a DOA card that very, very rarely used because of its insanely high cost. It is floating memory, but in this case, it's really the cleave, and getting it off of Lorraine level 2 lets you draw a card for every single ally that just went to a graveyard. So 3 extra cards there. We just talked about Cremation replacing itself. What about title sweep?
Yeah. Wow, that was a.
Yeah, that was a huge turn. In addition, of course, there was a scepter damage from leveling up. So Merlin, 18
Sweating a little
damage
bit now. And I do not think we've seen. I don't think we've seen an incarnate.
No, we have not yet seen an incarnate. That being said, yeah, just under 20, so we're not going to pull out the chalice.
We did see a peek at the Regalia. We did see
Yeah.
the spirit is in there.
Spirit's
so
in
the
there.
incarnate definitely is in the list.
There's a second Pendragon. Okay, so Viridian coming out, and then, yeah, we could definitely look to return the Viridian. This is an even level turn for Merlin. So we're going to get +2 attack,
Yep.
and we're going to take an extra card.
And something to also realize as well is
Flame Ring
whenever
hand.
you do cast the Ghost of Pendragon here, you do not return the Regalia back to your hand until you resolve the on-enter trigger. So meaning, if Jesus is sitting with some sort of like counterspell or something like that, he is not going to be able to resolve it on the first Ghost of
he's gonna
Pendragon.
he's going to be unable to resolve it.
Which I would not be shocked here to see.
Sword Saint, Lost in Thoughts, and then a third card that I'm not sure. And to be fair, if you're a kin, you did see 2 Frostbinds already go into the graveyard.
Yep. So I think you feel a little bit happier about that.
Yeah, definitely. Paying 3 for... Is that going to be the sweep then?
Yep.
All right, there it is for 3.
Using the Merlin bonus for the extra counters
And then we're going to Korhazi that.
to reduce his attack.
Yep.
Which you see Ken may
I was
have
saying, I wonder
remembered.
if he forgot
I
that
think
that could
he
happen.
may have forgot. He's like, yep.
Yeah,
We've all been there.
we've all been there.
So now you have to think about, do we play the
I think
ghost,
I think you go for the ghost.
and I think you have to clear. Unfortunately, I think you have to clear that.
You're gonna have to kill
Frost
that-
Paladin.
Well,
So
can he though?
He did see the Sadie get milled, so he does know that there's potential to get the more counters. Well, the Paladin has 1 damage on
Paladin
it.
has 1
He
damage
reduced
on
it by
it.
3.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so it has 1 damage on it. So he
All right.
can,
Yeah,
go
there
for
we go.
Paladin.
Yep. All right. Ghost. And this is where, of course, it's going to get very dangerous for Kin because there is 3 floating memory, I believe, in graveyard for Jesus.
One of them was eaten by Kin off of the Merlin. So I think
there should be a
there's-
title sweep, I believe. Another...
One more Abyssal.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And I do not remember if there was a third.
There might only be 2 then.
Which I will say.
We'll see. I mean, it still might be worth it, right? You're going to get 4 damage. You're going to be able to play your Ghost of Pendragon. Let's see what happens here. And still have a relatively high influence as well. 2 down, and he can always... Yeah, okay, right there. So he can always do the Lost in Thoughts. Just paying... Yeah. He's going to... So he paid 2 to play the Lost in Thoughts. And there we go. There's 2 title sweep and Lost, and then he's gonna spin 1. Okay, and he's definitely hoping it's not the Pendragon at least. So looks like once it's good, he'll take another 4.
You can see the look of like, do not hit this Pendragon.
Yeah, do not hit this
Pendragon.
And we're good. It's a Fracture Ice.
Like you played it.
It
anyway.
is exactly. It's like my mistaken thought of what was in the graveyard. All right.
And Sword comes back out with additional durability counters.
Durabilities. Yep. So yeah, not only can it be returned, but of course it does represent 5 damage if you draw that dispersion.
And milled another floating too.
Build another floating. The deck is working.
Oh, and-
Frostbind in hand. 2 Pendragons.
Which is phenomenal here because he does have 2 Regalia out. So
Yeah,
he can-
he can put like both. And yeah, that Scepter. Okay, yeah, Pendragon. The Scepter can go back, of course, because its damage is sort of done. And, of course you could draw that extra 1 if the turn ended, but it's probably best to hold up interaction.
Yep, and returning that.
Yep, there we go.
Draw 2.
Dianwei and Snow Fairy. Okay, there we go. We're probably going to see an attack from the sword, and then another Pendragon. I wouldn't be surprised. Or perhaps is this?
And also, let's remember, Ghost of Pendragon is a human.
It is a human,
It is
despite
a
being
human.
a ghost. Indonating Clash. So this is another fantastic card from AMB. We're gonna have Lorraine swing into. Okay, yeah.
Yep, and that's it.
And that's it, because-
that's one thing I completely forgot because when Jesus was actually talking to me about what list he wanted to play, and he said I want to play Water Lorraine.
Yeah.
And I was expecting, when he said that to me, I was like, oh, you're going to go level 1 Water Lorraine. And that's where I ended it. He goes, yeah, I think Inundating Slash is just too good. Did not ask further questions. The fact that it'd be like, oh, you mean 3. You mean level 3 Water Lorraine. And to be fair, it's showing.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is something I believe we saw at least a version of this deck at the Southeast Asia Nationals, and it did actually quite well. Showed up on stream, I believe, twice, and it did work. The power of that Dianwei, actually. Let's take a look at their sideboards. We can see a little bit there from Jesus with the Blanches. Those are likely coming in.
We talked about it earlier. Of course, the Morgan Soul Guys.
Oh, Morgan,
are
yeah,
something
Morgan.
We're seeing more with Luxem being a potential
Yeah.
problem. And then, of course, the other thing we're seeing with Shadow Strike Tristan kind of everywhere is the Staggering Strikes.
Yeah, Staggering Strike.
Which is, it's funny we talked about that card because we essentially, Shadow Strike Tristan was dominant for the longest time because of what is now a banned card, essentially saying you cannot play your turn.
Yep.
And then they got hit with not only losing that card, but also getting a printing that says, hey, we remove prep counters from you.
Yeah, the next set saying, well, what if you just didn't have prep counters either?
Yeah. And you may be thinking, you may have played a Shadow Strike Tristan in your locals and been like, well, what does the removing 3 matter when they get like 20? Well, let's not forget, the way that deck gets prep counters is it's a little more exponential, where they try to get to 4 to draw those extra 2 cards, and then once they hit 3 or 2, they then put everything down and say, hey, I'm now going to double my prep counters and
Yeah,
pick up
mastermind
cards.
scheme.
But if you stop them from ever getting to that point to be able to double a 4 to an 8, and you limit down to like, hey, I'm going to give you 1 prep counter, it feels really bad.
Yeah.
I got hit with double those in our local store championship when I was playing Shadow Strike this last week, and man, did it feel miserable getting hit by him.
Do you think we're going to see that Zhu Chang come in?
Not in this matchup per se. I think at this point you know that Merlin's going to draw a lot of cards, so making him tax 3 is not really going to hurt him that badly.
And they're not necessarily going to give up their floating.
And 2, the other thing is this deck could be willing to give up its floating because it knows not only does the Merlin know I have enough floating to pitch to pay for my own, you're going to give me the floating I need to just eat yours. So you can give away a couple turns saying, hey, I'm just going to eat my own floating, and then hand it to you.
Let's see what Kin might bring in. Take a look at the side deck here.
Looking at his list, pretty by the book in terms of what we've seen in Merlin. We definitely see 4 Blanches, which I, oddly enough, do not think are coming in this matchup.
I do not
really
think
anything there. 3 Home by Fires and 2 Fire Momentum, and a Blade Master. This is a hybrid. Yeah, this is actually hybrid without going to 3.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, you don't really need it when you can just say, hey, I'm gonna level Home by Fire.
It's true. Yeah, I was gonna say we might see a swap essentially into just Home by Fire.
It's a very, very high possibility that we could see that swap.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Because the rest of the sideboard does not seem to really matter in this matchup. And we are seeing, of course, instantly playing that.
Library Witch Cremation.
I remember doing that where you play a Baby Gray Slime and bounce it back to your hand to draw a card. Those were the days.
We'll get you back to the house, Grandpa. Okay, and then just having that Library Witch come out.
Follow it back up.
Yeah, the follow up. So, almost certainly preventing 2 damage.
What are we looking at here? 2 Dungeon Guides it looks like in hand. A Missile.
Korhazi Trapper, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, flip back at the Trapper, yeah. Looks like an Inundating Slash, maybe?
And Yanwei.
Yanwei, yep. And
a Sadie. Yeah, once we didn't quite fit. Inundating Clash, really, really good card. Manages to take out most allies, as well as serve as floating memory. And, okay, we're seeing Korhazi and Sadie. Sadie's going to take out that Library Witch for us. There we go. It's attacking a rested unit. Clash gets +3. So a big thing that people might forget is, of course, when Merlin goes to attack, they are a rested unit.
Yeah.
So that's where that game 1, that game-ending damage came from. Sadie on board. No cards in hand, so Sadie, theoretically in danger, but it's more likely, of course, that Merlin's, if they're going to put it in danger, it's going to be 2 Hasties, for example, and the Korhazi, while not the best, will still protect that.
And pop in the ring pretty much right away. The only list we really see delay the ring is the Fractal list, realistically. Most of the other ones are going to essentially pop it as soon as they can, or allies that are running balance. You'll see them hold it, get that Gildas trigger, and then go for it.
Well, there's 1 Hasty. We saw Mnemonic Charm in hand, but that did go down to memory. Pendragon in hand as well.
You can tell doing the math with the Trapper as well.
Yep,
You're forced to essentially play 3, so it's just like, hey, I'm not going to risk this.
Yeah, we get a creative shock there. We had pitched a Fast Cure, which is good for our next turn, of course. Flaming Swordsman.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Okay. So 2 and
and
we're gonna Sadie, and we're gonna okay. Yeah, we're basically saying, we want to keep this board. Comes the ring.
I will say, the more I watch this water list, I'm liking it. I'm liking it quite a bit. I'm liking it quite a bit.
I think it's really quite interesting. We're going to pop the ring for another one. I see a Fractal of Rain there. There's a Tile Sweep.
So definitely going to set up again if he needs to. At this point, I feel like you don't leave this board alive, though. I think even though you want that value for the sweep, I think you're just too far. Right now, you're too far behind. You're not anywhere close to level 2, at least safely.
Yeah.
So at that point, because if you're going to want the sweep to use it, you're going to have to essentially hard level into the 2, because you can't really Dungeon Guide and Title Sweep realistically.
Yeah.
If you have that many cards in hand, you're in a very, very good spot.
If you have that many cards in hand, you probably have a different option, to be honest. We're gonna imbue. Yes, we're gonna show
Inundating Clash and shows. Hey, I've got him. I got him again.
I've got him again.
Part of the other question is, in the mind game, you say, I don't want him to play a bunch of allies. Do you show him the title sweep just to be like, I've got it. Go ahead, play some allies. I dare you, play some allies. Is there a world where you do that?
I think against Merlin, probably not. But perhaps against some really low to the ground fire decks, you might do that. But that being said, of course, previous to this, why was Title Sweep not played? It costs so much. It costs so much, and not being level 1, going for the ring, even with that Fractal of Rain, there is a sort of telegraph where you're going, look, we both know this card's not coming out anytime soon, but, if needed, I have it. Missiles, Frostbind in hand there. Of course, thinking about the Frostbind. All right. Our other Hasty. Hitting the board. I believe that's a Tempered Steel in hand?
Yeah. And we've also been seeing as well from Kin here that he's respecting the fact that the opponent might have the sensor as well at times. Because you can tell that it's really thinking about, do I want to pitch this much floating?
He's definitely trying to limit the floating to what he really needs at any given time.
Yeah. And as well, this is a list for Kin probably not fully knowing what this water deck does. Can this water deck, is it a hybrid? Can it go Merlin? Do I have to respect them having a Merlin?
And receive Refracting? Yes. It makes a lot of sense. We'll take out...
Missile, I believe Missile was targeting the Hasty Messenger.
Hasty?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yep, Hasty out. It's still got its on attack, but it is gone from the board. And
Nothing else to really swing into the Sadies. The Sadies likely going to be able to clear out
that
the
Flame Rune.
You are putting your opponent in essentially guaranteed Merlin at that point, though. that is what is kind of tricky.
Yeah, it's true. This is where some water decks you might have seen, they might have a Sea Sprite Diver, for example.
Same route we're going here for again. Say, hey, it worked the first time, we're going to do it again.
Yeah.
Get the missile out.
Yeah, don't let... I think this is one thing, definitely.
And another floating on the middle.
Okay.
Here's
the thing, Merlin's almost certainly going to eat that.
Yeah. You can tell it's seeing, is milling 2 worth it?
Yeah, there's a Snow Fairy, and we could see the Snow Fairy just to lock down that Swordsman so that we don't have to deal with it for floating purposes. And yes, we'll just...
and then save it for later for that title sweep to say, hey.
We'll just hang out. Yeah, we'll save it for level 2. And going for 3, it looks... Okay, there's a response here. Prayer Shock.
Another Hasty Messenger. It looks like a Library Witch.
I think it was a Library Witch, yeah. We're pitching Tempered Steel.
Pitching Temper, going for
so
the fast cure.
Up to, level 2.
Instantly going to Merlin. And likely not going to wait around too long. We're going to say, hey, I like that you milled a floating for me, so go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll eat that and then...
Yeah, and instantly just being like, here, we're not going to mess around here.
This is all... Oh, I believe that's 2 Pendragons in hand.
For Ken?
Yes.
Ooh, I don't want to see that.
Oh, yeah. In hand for Jesus, Dianwei, Dungeon Guide. I'm not sure if that is an Indonating Clash. Library Witch to memory. Let's see. Charm to memory. Dungeon Guide.
Yep.
There it is. Let's see. Waiting to see if it resolves. I believe it's good. Yep. All right. Cool. We're gonna come up to Merlin 3, and we're our Library Witch and Hasty. Go to Banishment. And I think almost certainly we'll still see a Pendragon this turn, even though the sword hasn't
been used yet. Yeah, just kind of reset it.
Yeah, might as well. There we go, Pendragon. Still with 2 other cards in hand, being very wary of that Frostbind.
Yeah, Frostbind as well as we did see Cerulean Decree.
Yeah, Cerulean
Decree. Last one
true.
as well. So
I believe that is the Vanish from Sight, and a Flame Rune Swordsman was drawn. 3 damage.
Looks like going for Sadie.
I believe Sadie, yeah.
Yeah, picking up the Sadie.
Yep.
In response. Up in here
In
we're
response,
going to see
Creative Shock.
Hoping for the hoping to draw the
Hoping
fire.
to draw a fire card.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Oh, a double activation. Okay, we'll take the 1. All right.
How do we see the... How do we kill both of those? Or did he let the Sadie know? Because he paid the 2 to return it.
Sadie returned, I believe.
Oh, Sadie did return. Okay, so he just
Yeah.
did that to kill the fairy.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. 2 Sadie activations.
Okay, cool.
Coming up to Lorraine 1. Danway out. Which is a shame because they are themselves a 2/2 ally.
Yeah.
Sword.
Which is rough here because now the question is, can you
D-guide.
risk taking the extra turn off so you can guarantee the title sweep next turn? I think that's where.
I don't know. Well, and of course, if you're Jesus, you don't necessarily know there's another Pendragon in hand, but that second Pendragon is gonna let your opponent go wild if it actually happens to land. So yeah, 4 damage coming from Scepter there to Kin. And let's see.
Because currently you're looking down the barrel of 6 damage on board.
Yep.
Plus, obviously, probably Merlin's going to grab a sword again. So you know that with the Merlin bonus trigger, you're probably looking at
Yeah, 3 more damage.
realistically 9 damage
9.
on board.
And that's before anything else
Yeah.
you don't know about happens.
And if that is in kind of, and we also saw it last game, we saw the Rending Flame. Jesus saw it get milled, so he knows, or get discard. He knows for a fact, hey, there is a chance that there is a Rending Flame coming at me next turn.
Yeah, let's see here.
So it's kind of a decision now. Do you risk the lethal, or them not having lethal, for you to say, hey,
Checking the grave. He might have been checking just to see if there's enough fire cards in there. Or Rending. Intimating Clash. At, I assume, the Pendragon. But we'll see.
the Pendragon is probably the right call because you don't really want the Flame Rune Swordsman to give him the extra.
To give him the extra.
Yeah, you don't want the extra
yeah.
floating to be able to say, hey, not only do you get the sword out, you also get to draw a card off it. Yeah, that's not where you want to be.
Now, the good thing, of course, Intimating Clash going in the graveyard means there's another floating in there for you. Okay, Kin's double checking the card.
Because it is a rested ally, so it did get hit for 4.
Rested ally hits for 4. 2 more down. He's gonna go for another Fractal, perhaps. Now this one's tough.
Which, in this situation, I think I would have also thrown in the sword in there just so you know next turn when you throw it, you are going to be able to essentially not only throw the sword into it to make it 5, guaranteed, but next turn when you sweep, you're going to lose the sword to set up for your level 3 to get it back.
Yeah.
That's kind of a hindsight play. You might be looking at kind of min-max your turns, but
Yeah.
at this point, I think Jesus is kind of more in the situation of I just need to stay alive.
I just need to hang out. If I can bring it to now, unfortunately, Merlin, Viridian coming out. Merlin's strength, of course, is the long game.
Yeah.
So you don't want this game to go on too long. But if you can survive, there are definitely some really strong plays because you yourself, of course, are on Crux.
Oh, and there is the Incarnate this time.
Oh.
We're seeing a lot of cards go down, so
And especially with that Viridian, there's really nothing that can happen, unfortunately. For
Yep.
Jesus. Yep, there's an Incarnate. 3, 4, 5,
6, 7,
6, 7.
8, 9, 10, 11,
Yeah,
12.
there we
Okay,
go.
there we go. I was like,
I was
we're
gonna
missing
say,
some.
I don't think he's quite that high level yet. But yeah, there we go. So this resolves. We're out Incarnate Majesty.
Which you can still, because it only prevents half to Crux allies.
Yes.
We could still see a sweep here to draw 2 cards. Still, again, not where you want to be, especially because you're going to eat 4 back with the
Yeah.
The vigor
with the
on that.
retaliation. Yeah.
horse or in the horse goat.
Everyone calls it a horse. We call it this is the horse. I mean, we are back to. I mean, this could be. If you kind of ignore the Dianwei and the if you ignore the top cards in the Banish and Grave, this could be like an FTC game almost.
Yeah. And it is,
Well, Fractal Brain. But let's see here.
and it is one of those situations where, again, coming back to when we're talking about FTC style gameplay, it's water has a lot of value in terms of this really kind of aggressive sweep the board style. or not necessarily thrower, but like pushing like just random damage from random sources.
Yeah.
But man, they cannot answer horse.
No, it is a very, very tough ask. Once that Incarnate Majesty comes down, unless you have kind of prepared for it, which, I will say, I think some decks are more prepared for it than they themselves might think.
Yeah.
And that is because people preparing for things like Turbo Goja, the same things that will kind of deal with the Shenju will also, potentially, there we go, 2 floating, potentially assist in helping with the horse. Let's see here.
Opted for the backup
6.
charger as well.
Yeah, backup charger. So 6
Just saying, I need more cards in hand.
and 1 fractal up. So we'll go to 7 influence. We see a Cerulean there.
I see the smirk.
Yeah, there's
like,
a little smile there with
Frostbind came a little bit too.
not quite when I
Which-
wanted it.
Which we also saw we saw Jesus, you kind of saw the kind of the smirk earlier. And Jesus knew he put the Frostbind down. He's like, he goes,
Yeah.
I knew what I was playing against. I messed up. That's on me. I completely forgot that horse is a thing.
Yeah, I mean, and it is a classic Grand Archive, not only play, but feel.
Yeah.
When you go, the card I thought I didn't need at all, I really do need it. 2, looks like he's deliberating on, not quite sure. Dungeon Guide, alright.
Yep, and he used the fractal to play it, so that way he can
Yeah, he can
generate the value. So he banishes what he wants.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's going to go out. We're going to swing probably at Dungeon Guide.
Yep,
Yeah.
3 done. Doesn't want to give him the flow.
You want to give him the extra floating. And we'll draw a card for that. There you go.
It is a Korhazi.
Korhazi.
Currently thinking like, do I just go level?
Oh boy, this is a tough one. Let's see here. Korhazi. Okay.
At this point,
Yeah, they're
I
prep.
think more worried about that Rending Flame than anything else. knows they can survive the horse and a couple of swings from dudes.
Yeah.
Knows for a fact cannot survive. And actually looking at things like we did see the high roll package get slotted in there. I did see the level 2 Lorraine get slotted in.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ken knows for a fact that if his opening hand looks spicy,
Looks different,
looks
yeah,
a
it's
little
gonna
bit,
be
looks a little fire
Lorraine
heavy.
2 instead.
Yep. We're truly taking it back to the FTC days.
Let's see here. Yeah, and I think the big thing is the horse going for the Trapper, of course. Trapper. Okay. I believe the Trapper was used on Incarnate Majesty. I think there is definitely a world where,
I believe,
or was it used on Merlin? Okay, I was gonna say I believe it should have been used on Merlin.
Yeah, it was used on Merlin.
Okay, so okay, got it.
Essentially, proactively.
Yeah,
saying,
proactively
hey.
saying I don't want certain cards to come out.
Or was it actually? It might have been because he swung with both.
Didn't
Didn't
that's
take any more
what
damage, so it
I'm
actually
interested
might have been used on horse and then on.
Okay. Yeah, I think most players would probably see.
Yeah, because he just did damage to him with the attack, so he
Okay.
did use it on the horse.
Use on the horse. Okay.
Um,
Ghost. Oh, what a poor time for this. But it is the second Pendragon there. So let's see. Kin. Yeah, I was gonna say Kin has this pretty wrapped up. It looks like they're gonna go to game 3.
yep. They're going to game 3.
Yeah. Once that Incarnate Majesty comes down, especially as water, if your board isn't already very wide, you have very little recourse, unfortunately.
Yeah, because I think the writing was on the wall. Because even if you go to your turn, you dungeon guided 3. There's not much you're doing at that point, and you kind of you're just going to take a hit, and then you're going to go past and then take more damage, and it's just kind of.
Yeah, and even if you're throwing out those Pendragons, his board is just going to clear it.
Yeah, that's one thing with Lorraine versus Merlin. Lorraine is a very has the potential to do a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, Merlin's got a horse.
Yeah, Merlin has that long game. Yeah, let's see. I mean, we might see, based on the siding, the potential that Lorraine level 2 comes out for Kin. In which case, unfortunately, without certain cards like Cerulean, the game would also just kind of be equally short.
Yeah. And something as well is it's unfortunately now because like if we would have been playing this format, let's just say back during ALC days, it's something you could predict the hybrid.
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
But it's been 2 seasons since that
Yeah,
was
the hybrid has. I don't think I've seen the word hybrid actually in a long time on any given deck
you
list.
just haven't. It doesn't cross your mind anymore. It's just something that's like when I sit down and play somebody, and I've seen 2 games of Merlin. It's not my thing of like, could he possibly go up?
Could he do level 2 Lorraine? Yeah.
Is it a possibility? And as well as I think I also like this here. Unlike the old hybrid, where you would essentially see them they would have the lineage package all the way to 3. Ken opted for, you know what? If I go Lorraine for a kill, I don't care about level 3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll just be a little closer to the ground, and if they take a rending to the face, I don't really care about my pet dragons.
And of course, you can kind of judge at that point where it's like I cannot safely go for a kill here. It's probably better if I just go Merlin and stall the game.
Just try to hang out.
But if Jesus ever puts his whole hand down, you're gonna see Ken probably be like, all right, cool, go for it.
We see that one of Dispersion in hand, as well as a Snow Fairy, and a Sadie.
And I think, is that a Trapper? Looks like it.
I do think that's Trapper Dianwei.
Yep, Trapper coming down.
Trapper coming down. Spirit of Fire. We're going to look for 8 cards here, of course.
And then draw for the beginning.
Creative Shock. I believe that is a Library Witch next to it.
It looks like it.
And I think a Hasty
Library
went
Witch.
to memory there.
And there's a Cremation.
Cremation.
He's like, do you remember this? I'm going to do it again.
It's that good start. There we go.
And that feels bad moment when it's like, that's their one chance to be like, get the most high value counterspell you can possibly play.
Backup Charger.
While the death trigger's on the stack before that spell resolves. That's just
Sword Saint. Possibly coming down? Let's see here. I think is that a reprogram on the far end?
It does look like it.
Yeah.
Looks like reprogram, Sadie, Frostbind, Inundated / Oh wait, no, I think there's the fortress.
There's it. Yeah, Zhucheng. Zhucheng the
did
fortress.
come in.
Sword Saint coming out. One of the 3 Sword Saints. I don't know. Eventide, I believe this one's called.
I believe it is called.
Yeah. So we're gonna see some milling here. Frostworn. That's I think every water player knows the pain of milling your own Frostworn. And then we're gonna play Zhu Cheng. And he's showing Zhu Cheng. So Zhu Cheng, one of the new cards, very, very interesting. Features in a few decks here and there, and now it's out here on the field. It is one of the new siegeable domains with 4 health, and every turn, your opponent must pay 1 floating memory, and we're gonna bring it up. Every turn, your opponent must play 1 floating memory, or their next card costs 2 more for the turn.
Trying to grab it here.
Yeah. So very interesting. Creative Shock went out pitching the Flaming Swordsman. Seems, and then we're going to level up until Lorraine level 1. Alright. The Flaming Swordsman not currently a floating because they were not aware at the time. So letting their opponent take out 1 is going to be the Mnemonic Charm. Zhucheng trigger. I was just reminded. We see a Flame Sweep in hand. I believe that is a Flame Sweep, a Pendragon 2 over. I can't tell what the second card is right now.
I don't know why I'm not getting this card.
2 Hasties. Alright. Jesus only 1 card in hand. Taking a look. Oh, I believe that's a Rending next to the Flame Sweep.
That is in fact a Rending. So
Yeah.
we are probably gonna start.
We might see this Lorraine level 2 instead.
Ken is
That's
now
what we
gonna
talked
start debating this. He's like,
Yeah.
he's like,
Okay.
But he does have to go through the Korhazi, so he has to figure out a way to get that Korhazi Trapper to pop.
Yeah, he's also, I think, it's that critical moment with Zhu Chang where you go, okay, I've got to put 2 more cards down for this turn. What am I gonna do?
And he is a 3 fire card, so we could. Sending it for 8 here doesn't seem like the best option. So yeah, we're gonna see the pass and say.
See a pass.
Because it is also to note, it is only on your turn that
Yes.
does affect it. So if you play something during your opponent's turn, you do get around that.
Yeah, and the most common way is to play something during your recollection for 2 more, and then have the rest of your main phase be as normal. See a refracting missile come to hand. 3 down. Sadie. Sadie on field. 2 more. Pretty good. Yeah, I mean, if you're... Okay, backup charger. Backup charger, good. It'll throw 1 to memory, recollection, draw. Library Witch, drawn to hand, and then another Ghost of Pendragon was the backup charger. Reduced to Ash in hand as well.
Reduce can be very good in terms of just trading out the Regalia, saying, "Hey, you're going to fracturize mine."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If I can't return things back to my deck, you can't either. 3, 4.
In the painful 4, going for the most expensive.
Well,
Hasty
not
Messenger.
the most. We haven't seen Donna Ashes yet. Hasty Messenger coming in. I think to ping... it makes a lot of sense, of course. They're going to hit that Zhu Chain for 1. Pitching Library Witch. Drawing... I believe that Creative. Creative was drawn. That's a Fireball in hand. Definitely a classic Fire Merlin card, of course. Just waiting for that Fireball to build up. Refracting Missile for 1. Looks like we're going to use it for floating to level up, I assume. Or the Scepter, perhaps? Let's see.
I think at this point he's too
Yeah,
worried
just level
about,
1. He's too worried about
He's
just the
too worried about the
value that
rating,
Fire is
yeah.
drawing, yeah.
Because when you see when the opponent has a possibility of the Rending Flame and they haven't
yet done it.
Yeah, and then Jesus
Reduce.
maybe putting 2 and 2 together, being like, "Hey, there is a chance that you have a."
The level 2?
Yeah, so it's like maybe he caught on and was like, "Hey, you're really stalling at 1. You didn't push 2 last turn. Why is that, bud?"
Yeah. So here's something, Cerulean in hand. And Cerulean, of course, really big help. That combined with the Korhazi could definitely shut down any level 2 plays. But we're going to go Downway. Downway instead, giving him 4.
1, 2,
3,
4.
4!
Wow!
You see the
You
nod,
just, like,
the nod. All right, that's, yeah.
He's like, "Go ahead, eat one, Merlin. I got a lot here."
Oh, there we go. That is what water players dream of at night.
You could say it is the. Never mind. We're not going to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
At this point, let's just focus on them.
And we do have these Sword Saint. Their class bonus to turn on, so they're actually going to get an extra attack. Danwei coming in.
And of course, keeping that Korhazi
Keeping the
Trapper
Korhazi up, yeah.
And
Keeping that
hey,
Korhazi up.
and we see the Merlin going, "Oh!" and hits a Ghost of Pendragon.
Hits a ghost. Okay.
Probably not too happy about it.
Not too happy. I mean, they have an extra one. The real big problem would be, coming here. Does he have a dungeon guide?
Well, don't forget, this dungeon guy costs 5 now.
That is true.
This is the world's most expensive dungeon guide.
Let's see.
Yep, deep
Does
one of those
he
floating.
have it? I see an Incarnate as well. I don't believe he has a dungeon guide. I think
not
it's
see
2
it.
rendings, the sweep, the
And this is where it's getting to a
Creative?
tough spot because you're
this
staring,
is
you're
that
staring down a
tough.
lot of damage.
You can't even. Oh, he passed. Yeah, you've got a creative on his turn. Zhu Chang is doing work here, invisibly.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where even though I may not need the level 2 here, I may not need that option. I you consider just doing it. Just
I
to
think
say,
you go
I'm
in.
not going to give you a floating.
Yeah, no more floating. I think. Let's see.
We haven't. I don't know if we've seen the dungeon guide from Jesus yet. But at the same time, you have the ability to go.
Yeah, okay, here we go. He's counting damage, so we're gonna get an extra 1 off of every human, just as a reminder.
So Sadie's coming in for 3. So most of that board's coming in for 3, with the Sword of Saint also coming in for 3 because of the bonus.
Yeah.
So, I mean, definitely sitting with a pretty good spot. And then, of course, if the Trapper needs to turn sideways, Trapper comes in for another 2.
Yeah. Being said, I might have, if we do level, okay, yeah.
Oh.
I don't know how many water cards are currently left in the graveyard, though. For that, then. We'll see, because there's no more rain. Vanish from sight?
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense.
Stall the game a little bit.
Solid, yep. And, of course, being played on Jesus' turn means it still only costs 3, which is possibly just going to be used to hard level.
Yep.
I
And
have
big
a-
thing here
I have a
is,
feeling.
and one thing with Vanish you do have to remember is it does have to be played during your opponent's recollection phase.
Yes.
So you do kind of have to, in a sense, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal to maybe a new player being like, well, I'm going to play it anyways. I want to stop the turn.
Yeah.
But the kind of thing a little bit more beyond that, where your opponent, when they know they're not going to be able to do any damage to you, they're going to be a little bit more passive. They can kind of take this time.
Yeah.
Say, cool. If the turn's being taken off for no attacks, I'm going to use this to my advantage, and I'm going to
Definitely
things up.
choose. Yeah, I mean, you would definitely choose like a different materialization, for example. You'll choose different lines, and a lot of times, we're probably going to see here, we're just going to hold cards in hand.
Yep. And we are seeing that reprogram being held in hand. So this way, even if Merlin does eat the hand,
Yep.
and we see the hard level without without Merlin eating anything. I don't know if that's
I
don't know if that's
I don't know if that's a misplay.
Also, did we put down 5 cards for that? Yeah, we did. We did.
We did.
Yeah. So he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna do a creative shock now. Turn
Yeah.
off the thing." Yep,
So
it's
Merlin does get, pitching a fire on a mage allows you to deal 2 damage. I wonder if, because Merlin had already had a token, whether or not instead he was opting to actually do something with this +2 damage this turn.
safe. That, or he's opting for the draw. Maybe it could also be.
Yes, I just need to draw cards. I mean, he has a Pendragon in hand.
Yep. And here, it's like even
Strong
if you do
play.
if you do the rending, that rending is getting turned off for 3.
Yes.
So you're essentially negating the weapon, so it's still only coming in for 6.
Well, and your opponent having 4 and a fractal, you haven't had time yet to put out your Viridian. There's definitely some. Oh,
Saying, I want to keep this domain 1 more turn.
yeah. Well, and he also flashed him another. He revealed it for the imbue and for the rain. So
That, or at this point, ask him, say, hey, if you want to play Ghost Pendragon, you're going to have to.
you're gonna have to pay.
He doesn't have to pay it because he did it early, so that.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah.
But it does mean the Ghost Pendragon, if he wants to deal with that domain, is going to go at that instead of an ally. And I think that's what he's kind of banking on. But he passed the turn.
He passed
though.
the turn, so we're gonna level up. Yeah, I wonder. It is interesting. What
Doing
happened
forward him,
there?
so at
with
this
the
point saying, hey,
hard level. Rain. Another rain. Okay, that's another classic mill. Rain into rain.
rain into rain.
Rain into rain. What
That
is that?
should
Another sword
back to
saint.
6. Or no, maybe I'm wrong on
I believe it's 5.
because we got rid of 2 water cards.
Yeah, we got rid of 2.
Yep.
Sword saint.
You can see the thought process being like, can I put any more water cards in here?
Yeah.
Is there a way I can get some?
1, 2. The other sword saint. And this is our chance. This is our chance to get more water cards in there.
It is a Cerulean Decree.
Cerulean Decree. Yeah.
Going in for, I believe,
I believe
yeah, just because we're missing.
just one. Okay, we're missing one. Yeah.
I thought we had 4 water cards. I guess we only have 3 water cards. Then.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. Currently, no.
Yeah, there's not much in there.
Yeah. Currently.
3 water and a norm.
Yeah. Have to check it out. Yeah. Currently.
You can see him
No
hugging
prep.
that Cerulean Decree. I do not want to.
It is so important. Fast Cure coming out. 1, 2, 5 influence. Oh, the double.
second.
The double.
Double fast cure. I don't.
I
You can tell
wonder.
he's questioning. He's like,
This is harsh.
yeah, he's like, nah, it's
Gonna
not worth
let
it.
it happen,
He's
yeah.
like, I would rather deal with a horse
Yeah.
than I would a.
Viridian.
Ooh, and that. Oh, yeah, he just.
No, he has enough. He's a fractal. He's a fractal. He's fine.
Ooh, a little bit too early.
Zhang trigger. Drawing a fireball in the hand. Merlin to 3, level 3, so level 6 right now for that fireball. For fireball purposes.
Only problem is that Ghost Fan Dragon is costing him 4 to play it.
Yes.
Which feels a lot worse than.
It does feel a lot worse. Well, and especially here, I think the big thing is you have to consider your first card costing 2, and then if you get Cerulean,
It feels bad.
That being said, if it does come down, it will be able to clear an ally, most likely Danwei.
Oh, and just pass the turn.
Okay,
yeah,
just pass the turn. Yeah.
I'm not going to get cheeky
I
with it.
don't want to, yeah. Well, and yeah, Safeguard makes a lot of sense. If, here's the thing. If you get cheeky with it, there's a really huge chance you throw the game away entirely.
Mill 1 and a Korozi Trapper. It is a water card, though.
It is a water card.
So that should be the 4th water card turning on the
Sword Saints.
Sword Saints. Still 2 off from Deluge 6, turning on the...
Yeah, turning on the extra human damage, but 2 in from Dianwei. It's another Dianwei in hand. And yeah, I think here, we're just gonna place a little bit of tempo. Just respect that Viridian. Oh, Dianwei over Dianwei.
Say, hey, I'm gonna get...
I'm gonna get this Deluge. 1, 2, 2. Oh. 2.
Hey,
All right.
at least 2. That's
2, and 3 of them are water. Yeah.
That's a pretty good way to level up.
All right. So now it is on.
Should have been for 3, I believe, right?
Sword Saint should. Okay. Yeah. He's explaining Sword Saint now.
Explaining that.
And Sword Saint, a not very commonly played card till very recently. So and then extra there.
Put the pressure on. Say, hey, I'm gonna force you to have to play something here.
Yeah. And with that floating, here's the big thing. It does not hurt you to level and get that scepter damage.
Fireball here for what? 6, 7?
7. 7. Because it should be 6 plus 1.
Personal sale, play 2 more or counter it.
He counter it. He's going to choose the memory. He's going to counter it. Or no.
I am a little shocked by that play. I think because you're not in. Because even a double fireball doesn't kill you.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what that might have been a nervous kind of twitch in that case.
Just sort of.
I think you were in a situation where I do not think he needed to.
Like the game is so close to finishing that you.
Oh, Judge is explaining something.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see what. Zucheng trigger.
Oh, did he not do?
He might not have paid.
I think he imbued it because he did paid for 5 maybe.
He did do so.
He did so because you have to imbue 3, show everything.
Yeah.
You only have to
show everything. Yeah. Only 3 of them have to be water.
I think that might be what the explanation might have been there.
Oh, as to why so many cards were shown.
Yeah.
And it was legal for the fractal to pay with it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't his turn.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think he just showed 4. Yeah, that's right. Because he just showed the 3 and then the extra.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're just getting a little bit of word. The feature match just a little behind the actual round. Incarnate Majesty. Okay. 6, 7. 7 plus 7 is 14. Yep.
Which this is where I think the possibly countering the fireball might have been a mistake for him here.
Yeah.
Because at that point you are now in a situation where if he's only taking half damage, you have to do a lot more.
It's a huge climb now. Yeah. So before, where the scepter represented 4 damage, it's only going to represent 2.
Yep.
Taking out that Dianwei makes a lot of sense, of course, because otherwise people get bonuses. Let's see what happens here.
And don't forget, this thing does have intercept. So even if you have to require the smoke bomb here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're just in a classic situation where I think he got a little bit too greedy on counting the fireball when he had too many resources to just say, I'm not going to lose this game here.
Yeah. That being said, there is an Erendite.
Does he have the Erendite?
He has an Erendite in his material deck. There's also the Disperse. So Jesus is looking for 6 damage here. There's only 1 card in hand from Kin, so...
Don't forget he's looking for... at this point, he's looking for 12 damage.
Oh, well, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If you put it that way, yes. Let's have a look here. If you have enough... I think he's trying to do the math. He might be doing the math on Erendite.
Yeah, maybe. He's probably questioning, can he play Erendite enough to just kill
Just kill the horse, yeah.
and then say, cool.
It's like, I think he's double checking that 12 health.
I think it's what he's trying to go for.
Yeah.
I think he's like, hey, I have to get it clear here. Which, he could swing with Erendite, do the damage. Disperse is only for 1, though.
Disperse will only hit for 1.
Yeah. He may also be banking on the Dungeon Guide top deck.
If he...
Nope, he's going to go
Okay,
for 3.
okay.
He's going for 3, using 2, and then has opponent pick 1.
Drawing the reprogram out. So let's see. Alright, bringing back the sword. So that does represent 5 damage there out of the 12 that's required. Fractal Rain. Alright, so Kin is taking 2 damage from the scepter. So we're looking for 8 more damage, which is possible, but not through allies is kind of the issue. Okay, there we go. We see a Snow Fairy coming down. So that's going to tap down that's going to rest the Majestic Spirit for this turn. Basically a smoke bomb. There's a handshake. Snow Fairy resting the Majestic Spirit, allowing those 2 Sword Saints to go in, and then the Dispersion for the win.
Yeah. Explaining kind of how that route's going to work.
Yeah. They're just, I think, double checking it, but from the commentator's table, I'm pretty sure that math works.
I believe it does, because he's swinging in for... Well, it does reduce half on each of the attacks. So Sword Saints each put 1 damage on.
Yeah, each 1 damage, and then the Dispersion's going to do another 2.
Yep.
Which is exactly legal.
Yep, 2 off the level, 2 off there. Yep.
Everything's good. All right.
It is exactly
enough. Lethal, yeah. Congratulations to our winner of round 3, Jesus. Yeah, the round's wrapping up. So we're going to take a...
Going down to one to face, between 26, Dispersion, putting you to 28.
Wait, Sword Saints does 2?
Again, so they get +1 themselves.
Cooperative event, we will also be releasing the deck list so everybody can see kind of what did what and who played who. So, and of course, check out Fractal of Insight as well if you want a little bit easier look at all those. As that will probably be updated, I assume, probably the end of the day or sometime early next week.
Yeah.
So. All right, cool.
Tomorrow.
We're gonna step away. We're gonna try to eat some food real quick, and then we'll be right back.
All right, round 4 coming up. right, welcome back to round 4. And here we have Miles on Fire and Dom on Wind Arisana. Okay, yeah, we're already starting with the Beseech. Very important, especially if you're facing Fire Xander, to probably level up. Getting... Oh, never mind. Okay, so it's that play that we talked about before with Beseeching directly into Art of War. Fire. So these are two of our locals, Miles very famously on Fire Xander. So there's a really good chance that Art of War was sort of a prescient play. Taking a look. And Derek just taking a small break. He'll be back for this feature match in just a few minutes. Taking a look, we see a Clumsy in hand as well. Okay, here we go. Clumsy coming in. It's good, 2 damage. I'm going to draw a card. Kingdom Informant. And I believe that was a prep, but okay, and Xiao Kao coming in, and everyone's going to turn, I believe. Yeah, Xiao Kao. Oh no, they can't because they're Art of War. Xiao Kao, very important for this deck. Permanent stealth, as well as being a unique human, in addition to many other things, allowing for red hair to come online. But yeah, as we talked about previously, that Art of War stopping this damage coming into Arisana. Arisana leveling up, sending one out. It looks like an Astrocyte. Coming out, 4 influence left, and we're going to gather 1 and 5, so that'll be a level herb and a filter herb. And we'll see. Okay, yeah, we're gonna use. We don't have the board. We're gonna use our actual proper herb tokens. All right. Let's see. We see a wisdoms in hand. I believe 2 wisdoms in hand. And 3 down for a card I currently can't see. Dream Fairy. Okay, yeah, Dream Fairying that Xiao Kao, or Cao. Looking, of course, to stop red hair plays. And Polaris being activated as well. Turns and pass back. Let's see. Materializing Dagger. It comes in rested. And drawing a Vermilion to hand. So it's pretty likely, with 1 card left in hand for Arisana, we will see that Vermilion come for the Dream Fairy. Swinging for 1. Swinging for another 1. That Art of War still kind of causing some trouble there. Being unable to attack. I believe that's also. I believe I see a lurking as well. Rending Flames. And holding all cards up. Looks like Miles is going to pass back. And we're going to come into an ingredient pouch. Likely paying 1 there, and that's that Wisdom's reprise. Rolling for 6, another filter herb.
Run back to that beautiful Lucky Luki Polaris altar.
Oh yeah, you felt it?
Oh, I felt it. I saw it. I was like, I gotta run back.
All right. Ingredient pouch into play. We're gonna pick up another filter herb, the 6th side, and Dream Fairy actually able to attack at this point, going into Clumsy. But I think we're gonna show an imbued Vermilion here. I assume 2 on the fairy and 3 to face. It's good. I believe is that a stifle? Yeah, there's a stifle in hand, 2 scry, disguise, and 2 wisdoms reprise. So let's have a look here. I think we're going to sacrifice one of our filter herbs, send something to the bottom. It's going to be one of the scries. Pulling. Oh, that was a very, very fast flash.
And you can definitely tell here that Miles is kind of having to really think about this because as soon as Arasana gets closer and closer to level 3, that it's going to be harder and harder to try to get for this kill.
Yes, absolutely.
Luckily enough, though, Miles knows that the dungeon guide has not been slammed yet, and the fact that we are on the ingredient pouch rather than anything else means that we do not have a guaranteed delay.
We do not have it, is the issue.
And then we're seeing now, I assume the first attack went through, and so now we're kind of waiting to see here, do we go ahead and pop this Polaris?
Yeah. All right, Scry. Popping the level herb, so we're going to get 1 extra card there. Fast cure, and I believe 3 visits?
Yep, it does look like a 3 visits.
Yeah, it's a 3 visits.
Which is a tough choice, because you want to leave that 3
you really want both of those.
You really want the fast cure is going to be a little bit harder, especially into a FISA, where they're probably going to go
They're
lower.
They're going to go lower than you,
quick.
yeah.
Oh, no, just opting to keep both of them.
I'm going to keep both. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, did you see which one went into memory?
I believe I didn't see the order change, so I think it is the 3 visits change. Because I think if we're going to level to 2...
if you're going to level, it might as well be 3 visits in the banish as opposed to the fast
value
cure.
to it.
That's right. All right, Dagger standing up, and we're going to come into Xander. Glimpse 2, get that prep counter. Oh, okay, Dagger's already going in. A lot of times, of course, we're looking for a kill turn here. Not afraid of veiling in any way, shape, or form. Planet Explosives prepped.
You can tell at this point, he was like, if you had veiling, you would have showed it already. And again, if we talked about
Very
the whole Texas
confident.
meta, where it's if you got it, you got it.
Yeah.
Miles is the pinnacle of if you got it, you got it.
He is the top. This Kingdom Form is going to come in for 2 damage this turn because of that dagger. If it goes in, yes. Clumsy.
You can tell
2.
thinking about the Polaris.
Yes, definitely thinking about the Polaris. Unfortunately, a little late now for Polaris. Yeah, if Miles can get down to enough influence for that Rococo.
That being said, he does have the Rending Flames.
Oh, he does. Yes, that's right. In Art of War, only affecting allies.
Yep.
So Xander, of course, can attack if he so desires.
And technically, he's been on the board since the beginning of the game.
He's been on. Yeah, he's
so
been on the board
good.
since the first turn. It's fine. I believe that was the Rending Flames.
I think we're just mathing it. At this point,
Yeah, he's just
just
mathing
mathing
it out.
Which, I see the Heat of Vengeance as well. So he's kind of debating the Heat
okay,
of
well,
Vengeance
here it
versus
is.
the... Yeah. It doesn't look like he's banishing anything for it. Oh! He's
To go in for the Rococo? No, because he can't.
No, because he might be doing it to keep the dagger.
Mm.
It's because the question is he trying to keep the prep counter for some specific reason?
No, because he already used it for planted. So let's see here.
You're right. So he needs the 3 because he wants to grab the dagger for the blazing throw.
Yep. All right, so filtering, and he's got to get it. 3 visits. Okay. In response, tapping down for 3 visits to heal 2 and glimpse 2. It's good on the stack. Wisdom's Reprise and I think that was an SP2 Comet Fall.
I think
I'm
it
not
was.
mistaken. Okay. And we're going to take that damage. 3, 4. Yep. The extra one from the dagger. And Varakan Soul Knife. Coming out. Blazing Throw? Yeah, Blazing Throw. And if he has nothing, he's got nothing.
Take the quick look to see did I have anything.
Yeah.
And just
When you see the stifling in hand, you really wish it was a veiling.
Yeah, but he's like, yeah.
But even then, yeah, there's not enough wind, unfortunately. I believe most of that memory was Wisdom's.
And that was a 10-minute, sub 10-minute kill from Pisa.
And so Derek and I were talking before this feature match. From Pisa to Arisana, there's only 2 ways it goes, right? You're either going to see this relatively quick match where Xander, takes the lead and just keeps hitting you, or you're going to see a much longer match where Arisana stabilizes and Pisa just sort of lags behind, unable to deal, 20 damage in one instant go.
Look at that beautiful
Gao
Chan recollection.
The
box.
recollection. I didn't mention it actually, the previous game. The Dao Chan sleeves coming in that. Of course, nobody plays the sleeves actually based on their champion.
Nobody.
So we had Lorraine and Dao Chan sleeves.
Then I think I'm the only monster that plays Sylvie in the Slime Sylvia sleeves.
Well, because no one would believe you.
Yeah, you're right.
It's I would, of course, but only because I know you. But a stranger, they go, well, there's no, he's not playing Slime Sylvie.
And then you play the first Baby Gray, and you're like, yo, that's bad, and you have to leave.
Yeah, they ask you to leave politely. Let's take a look at their side decks, or sideboards, while they're shuffling up. What is Arizona looking for in this sideboard?
Yeah, so let's take a look at Arizona first, because Arizona is the one who's going to be the more...
Yeah, they'll be a little bit on the back foot, unfortunately.
Of course, this is something we have seen. I did not know we were going to see it here, but we are seeing the 4 of Potion of Healing going in, and we're seeing a lot of these Arisanas sideboard these heavy Potion of Healing type sideboards, so that way they can essentially not only sacrifice their herbs to get their counters when they need them, but they can also use this as a way to say, I'm going to gain 5 life on demand.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to stay at a lower life total so that decks like Fiza, robots, wind balance allies, these fire Gaugias, fire Dalchans, essentially say, I want to stop this dying on turn 3 from happening to me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we might also see that extra Stifling Trap go in. I wouldn't be surprised, just to deal with things like Shao Kao.
Yep.
And it is possible, although I don't know if necessarily he'd bring them in, either the Arrow Trap or the Zephyrs to try and deal with an Arthur that's early and then coming in.
I can definitely possibly see the Arrow Traps coming in. I definitely think you do not want a Zephyr.
Well,
I don't think, unless
it
you're
is
trying
definitely an emergency measure.
Yeah.
It would be that being said, though, if it's on a turn 2, you get the Arthur and the red hair, and you take away the Arthur when it comes in.
Yeah, and of course, looking at this full
Try to save yourself 6 damage.
At the Arisana, they are running the 3 regenerates main
Oh,
board.
okay, yeah. We saw that in Southeast Asian Nationals.
Yeah, so we are seeing a way to just start healing them more. As well, so let's not count it out. We are seeing the 2 Guan Yu currently sitting in the in the main deck as well.
Okay,
which
yeah.
Turn 1 Guan Yu is very, very strong.
Definitely would
into
blunt
these matchups.
aggro. Let's take a look at Miles' sideboard while they're starting. We see a Dungeon Guide in hand. We see a Wisdom's Reprise, a Fast Cure, a Nascent Barrier. He's going to pass. What did Miles possibly bring in here?
So in this case, the Immolation Trap, Veteran Blaze Bear, not going to do much. We're not going to see those come in.
The
but
Blanche.
The Blanches are probably going to come in, just because in this situation, there's going to be a lot of case scenarios where he's probably going to want to have Blanche ready and just put it out there and say, hey, I'm not going to
I'm not going to take that damage.
Yep.
Here comes an Arthur. And not immortalized. Oh, here it is. See, this is what I bet, Derek. I bet you would want that Zephyr in hand.
Oh, listen, I'm not gonna lie. This is one of the plays which, when we play against Miles and our locals, this is the most infuriating turn 1 that he can possibly make. Because not only is Miles saying, you're taking 6, you now have to say, can I answer an Arthur on turn 2? And almost every single time you answer that stupid Arthur, he has another one at the ready.
Or he can just play Zhou Kao.
Yep. And
it's almost rougher because it's stealth. Yeah.
And we saw the Fast Cure getting slammed pretty quick.
Fast Cure coming out. That's the D guy down there in memory. I don't know if you want to level, but so present it on board.
This is something we'll probably most likely try to bring Miles on some point today to talk about the deck list. But Miles loves putting you in the situation where you think, I should slow you down so that if I slow you down and I don't level, I can come back. Yeah. But Miles, he does not want to see you level. He wants that life total to stay at 15.
Oh, and here's the fingers are on Art of War.
Oh, you can see the question.
The fingers are on Art of War. Now, here's one thing, of course, we mentioned it before. Art of War would not stop Arthur Red Hair.
Yeah, correct, because they have
already been on. Yeah, they've already been on the board.
Oh, but double Zephyr after the Art of War. Big brain.
All right, calm down.
No, we're seeing...
Okay, yeah, we're gonna see the Fast Cure come out. 6 and 2, so that's gonna be a level herb and a filter herb.
Which definitely want to be the healing herb. Definitely want to see that.
Yeah, I think we would prefer to see the healing herb.
There is a Nascent Barrier.
Nascent Barrier.
Only gonna block, unfortunately, I think 2.
Drawing an Astrocyte, a little unfortunate. Polaris. Okay, and that of course makes a lot of sense, especially if we can get a few more herbs out there.
Is that a Dungeon Guide in the hand?
Yeah, it's a Dungeon Guide in the hand. Next to it, I believe, is one of those regenerates.
I hate to say it here. I think you're almost forced a dungeon guide to 2
Oh, to 2 and then
to get that life
oh,
total.
no, he's gonna pass.
We see in the past.
Yeah, I was gonna say you might dungeon guide to 2. You get those extra herbs and you Polaris it right now. Just wipe it.
Yeah, because this is the point Miles loves in this situation where he's like, "Cool, you're letting me have my turn back."
Yeah, this is. Let's see what he material. Okay, yeah, let's see what he materializes.
And
but
you see the classic Miles thinking about it. He's
the math hands. Everyone knows you're in trouble when your opponent breaks out the math hands.
Oh, and Miles has the most telegraphed
Yes.
math hands possible. He goes into
dagger.
the tank and he's like, "So if you ever see that hammer come out instead of that dagger, you're in a you're in a
If
bad
the hammer
spot."
comes out, yeah. If you see a Pfizer player, they play that hammer. Man, you better hope you have something, because otherwise it is over that turn.
You're eating a blazing throw and 3 damage from that hammer.
Here comes Arthur. Yep, swinging for 2. Red hair.
Swing for
swing
4.
For 4. In addition, yeah, okay, so we just saw there, he's pitching the Heated Vengeance. That's because Red hair's ability is to essentially become a 3/3 Hasty Messenger.
Yeah.
Whenever a unique fire ally is on board, which of course Arthur is human specifically. Some people were, and don't get me wrong, clever idea, but they're trying to fit in Crimson Tier by mistake.
And we are seeing the
Nason
level
Barrier?
herb get played for Nason Barrier to block 3.
Block 3, yeah, block 3. So they take
Take
1.
1. No glimpse because he is not level 3. Clumsy. Does he have another heated in hand?
Draw. He might have really, if he was willing to pitch. Okay, and the Clumsy's gonna come in for 2. There's Arthur. Yeah, it's got to be another heated then, right? If
2
he
and
pitched
3.
the other one, there it is.
Yep,
heated Vengeance.
Vengeance. First.
So that's gonna come in for 5 because Miles did take damage from the Clumsy this turn. And yeah, Arizona on 12.
And there's
And
a
there's the regenerate.
Feeling that too.
Yeah, so that's a newer tech card we're seeing in Arizona.
Kind of blood him, put cards down, heal back up.
Yeah.
It is a very it is definitely a piece of tech that has been kind of tested with other lists.
I think it was floated before and it just sort of didn't catch on, but now people are actually thinking, they're really seeing the value in being able to just barely dance out of lethal, because so many decks right now are looking to kill you just exactly.
Yeah. And the fact that you do, as long as, because you only heal if you're at 10 or more damage, and you have to be a cleric, and you have to be a warrior.
Yeah, and or warrior.
Again, with Jin on the art, most people are kind of putting it to like, Jin plays as a card replacement. But, of course, Arasana looked and goes, yo, is that a cleric text line on there? And is like, you know what, we can do this too.
Yeah.
And uses it a way to heal out of that, as you said, that exact lethal, get them down, and then replace itself so they're not losing that card advantage. They're just kind of putting themselves in a way of saying, hey, I'm not going to die yet.
All right, here's that tough one. A hard level Wisdom's Reprise coming out, and
Wisdom's
another
Reprise.
another Wisdom's coming up to here. We did that one herb being sacrificed, going into Polaris. 2 more herbs coming out, a pair in fact. So 2, 5. So those are both filter herbs, and this may actually be a really big chance here.
Yep, this could
because 3 filter herbs. We can get rid of. Ooh, is that a? That's not a 3 visits. Whoa. Did you see that? First card there? What was that?
I think it is the. Is that the arrow trap?
Oh, I believe that is the second art of Arrow Trap.
Yes, and I'm actually gonna look at this list. Because it kind of looks like.
I believe that is the newer art for Arrow Trap.
Let's see here.
Sacking both to draw a card, I believe. Yes, draw a card. And I believe that's another dungeon guide in hand. Miles leveling up to Xander. Totally willing to throw away a card.
Yeah,
The dagger's up now. Lurking, going to banish. Getting that prep. Seeing glimpse.
I am shocked we didn't see the dungeon guide.
I'm
level
interested
here.
that we did not see the dungeon guide level.
I thought that was going to be like the
especially-
snap.
Especially with no clear of the board.
Well, he's got the clear. He's got the Polaris.
That's
He's
true.
waiting
Okay,
on
that's true.
that.
He's waiting for that attack. So
That being
3,
said,
yep,
we've
going
seen
in.
this list kill you without the allies.
Well, that is the trouble, right? Faiza killing you every which way. But yeah, attacking with the horse first. It makes a lot of sense, especially even if the board's going to clear. You might as well not have Arthur die first.
Yeah. Because I think because how many cards did he have in his turn? I guess he only has 4. But I honestly would have probably have gone saying, hey, I'm going to go Dungeon Guide, banish 2, go to level 3, and then on your turn, use that last card you have to grab out your scepter for Urasana, and be able to say, "Hey, I'm gonna grab," or what is it called? The astroscope, I believe. Is
The astroscope? Yeah, cosmic astroscope.
Yeah, in cosmic, so you can start doing your game plan.
We did filter for one more card, and then we're going to Polaris. Yep, in response.
The board.
Makes a lot of
Miles
sense.
is like, yes, calculated.
I'm sure Miles knew that was coming, but let's see here. 4 Cosmic Bolts are going to go into the deck.
Which Miles has to do 12
Wait for the shuffle
damage,
there.
I believe, here.
Yes, right now. 12 damage.
Rending could come in for 8 if he grabs the dagger. And that means he's missing 4 damage off lethal. Which, if he's got a Rococo, that's...
Rococo represents 3.
Well, don't forget he's got the dagger.
Oh, and the
so-
dagger, actually. So yes, a Rococo would do it.
Rococo would be the nail in the coffin here. Well, how many cards do you have in hand? Because that might be another...
That might be a stopper to our master plan up here in the
master.
commentator. Yeah.
Two,
Let's see.
And, oh, good, he's yep, there's the math. He's
He
like,
sees
oh,
it.
I forgot
Okay,
it.
Mercenary's Blade. All right, yeah, getting that extra 1 there, especially from the rending, is super important. Okay, there's the dagger. Look at him for 1. And sometimes, I'll say, sometimes I think we forget that the dagger itself does hit for 1.
Yep, Rending coming in for the 8.
Rending coming in.
Well, let's see. He hasn't banished any fire cards yet, so maybe he's got some weird master.
Yeah, I was gonna say it might be. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I think he's explaining he is gonna use the Merc Blade with it.
Yep, he's saying declare attack, and then as the part of the on attack trigger is when he needs to banish the 3. So it is not part of the cast. The one thing with the attack cards, you do show that you're gonna attack with it, and then when the on attack trigger goes on the stack after the resolution of the card.
Okay, and there we go.
So,
It is resolved.
3 fire cards. He's saying, hey, I'm
Fire cards
putting these
out.
there. Telling his opponent, do you remember when Nullifying Lantern was a really good card? You're probably wishing you had it right now.
You're probably trying to remember those days. That being said, I think there's still quite a few main board / sideboard nullifyings. Okay, yeah, we're gonna come in for 8, and he's got that Rococo in hand, but he can't play it. Or can he? Oh no, he can. Never mind. Yeah, he had the extra. So, yep, there's Rococo. 3 damage into his champion, and even if that gets stopped, they'll be okay. Yeah,
Lineage
there's the
release. Yep.
6 and then 3.
So we did
then
forget to
2.
calculate the.
Yeah, we forgot.
We
the
forgot.
Serene.
Once again, we have forgotten the
We
Serene.
forgot the Serene.
That being said,
Now he can only play Wind, and so here a big thing for this Aerosonic deck. That means you're now unable to play 3 visits.
Yep. And this also means you do need to get the 3 ASAP.
Yes.
Luckily, one more card here that he can draw. He can hold on to the 2 sites, so hopefully he can dig himself out of a hole with the sites.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's not a
not
a great situation to be in.
good. Let's see, Okay, safeguard. I thought he might pull the Necklace of Foresight. Safeguard. Not. Okay, yeah, of course. These wind cards no longer usable. There's the Dungeon Guide.
Yep.
All right.
Dungeon Guy will probably clear the Rococo as well. Say, hey, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I'm not
That
gonna
you
just
hit me for 1.
randomly take the damage. Dream Fairy Scry out.
But I will say this is kind of a situation, especially as we've talked about before when playing these aggro matchups, is you can get to 3, but you want that life buffer to be a lot wider.
Oh yes,
In this situation, and at this point, it is unfortunately not. It is a situation where you are kind of now at the hoping that Fiza does not just have a ton of damage it can do to you. Which
I'll tell you right now, if he has another Heated Vengeance, he'll just bring out that hammer.
Yeah, all 100%. And even the hammer by himself is already 3 damage.
Yeah.
So we're looking at already 3 off lethal just by getting the hammer.
Well, the hammer will be 2. It's doing 3 back to you.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the hammer will represent 2, 3 back to you. But of course, in conjunction with Heated Vengeance, that represents 7 damage.
Yep.
So, quite a big swing. Let's see what Miles brings out. And of course, he's not going to deal with that Dungeon Guy. The Dungeon Guy's just going to sit there till one of the players is dead.
Yep. And I think we did see the heated
Okay.
vengeance in his hand.
Yep. There's the
So
hand.
he's
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
hey,
And I thought I had seen that Heated Vengeance. So because instead he played Rending, so he's probably just going to go for it. Now this is where maybe if you're anyone but Miles. Oh, clumsy. Oh, he's looking to draw it? Well, he only has 3 in hand. I think that's another Rococo. 1 in. Oh, well, if it's another Rococo, then we're fine. He's ruminating on... Oh, there's a Blanche. Okay. Yeah. So those Blanches did come in.
Yep. We assume they would.
And that makes it actually, that much little bit safer.
Yep. So I guess he did not have the heated vengeance.
He did not have
or
the
he
heated
was-
vengeance, yeah.
Because I'm not sure what else he'd be worried about in this case scenario.
Yeah. Considering he had a Rococo, well, he wouldn't have been under influence, actually. So, he would have still only presented 1, but, yeah, Blanche coming in for 1. Yeah, I would say, especially with that heated vengeance play, there's a possibility in his head that he's thinking of Spell Shield Astra.
Oh, that's could be what he was thinking about.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't want them to glimpse.
I don't want them to glimpse. Yeah, I don't want them to glimpse 8. That would be real trouble.
And then
Because he hits that Comet Fall, and it's kind of over from there,
I
actually.
do believe Miles needs to take some of his own damage to do that.
Yep. Yes, he does. He'll take 3 damage to push, bringing Arisana to 2 life left. 2 more damage counters to go. And of course, once again, after being released, the most important thing here is there's no more 3 visits.
Yep. And we will may need to make a note to Derek that we do need to mark that 3 off of... Unless he already did and I missed it.
He did.
Oh, he did? Okay. He was a 1 to start?
Oh, no, he was a 2, and he had another clumsy. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Derek is
Oh, wait, Clumsy Apprentice stops the damage.
Yeah.
Off of the hammer. I forgot about it.
because of the Blanche.
Yep, I completely forgot. Yeah.
So this is something that we've actually... kind of funny talking. Miles might be smiling because he knows what the judge just said to us.
Yeah.
That Blanche stopping the damage.
Listen, he plays Pfizer a little bit more than we do.
Yeah,
I'll say that much.
it's true. It's true. Here it is. There, Necklace of Foresight, the card that I was thinking of materializing a little early, of course.
Did he draw the Comet Fall?
Yes, he drew the Comet Fall, which is a shame. It's a tough place to be when you draw your Astra cards.
That being said, he is looking down the barrel of lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, represented on board. There's 4 damage. Represented on board.
And Comet Fall would only clear the Blanche.
Comet Fall would only clear the Blanche.
Yep.
So Blanche, a FTC card, very, very important in today's meta for stopping non-combat damage. A 1/2 that prevents as much non-combat damage as is in your memory.
Yep, and we're seeing the desperation draw. Oh, Comet Fall.
Comet Fall. It's gonna.
And hey,
yep, we're gonna wipe out that Blanche.
Blanche is dead.
Astrocyte. Wisdom Surprise. See there.
He's still looking on the
Oh
barrel.
no, that was an indolent. That was an indolent leisure.
What does he do about the hammer here?
Well,
I think he's
there's no more win cards, so I think
he is now desperate for.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing left theoretically is either a Meteor Strike or, and I know it's not in the deck, but a Break Apart.
Or Spell Shield Astra.
Spell Shield Astra.
Oh, and he's like, "Hey, you're gonna do it right here, right now."
Okay, Blinding
Blinding Orb.
Orb.
You're like, "Hey,
Yep.
let's just go ahead and let's move this along."
Yeah, let's just try and close this out. No more talking. You either have it or you don't. Yeah, okay, and just confirmation, that was an Arrow Trap in his hand. That is the second art of Arrow Trap. Is that a Rococo? No, Arthur, drawn Arthur. Blinding Orb. We gotta choose 2 to go down. And here, yeah, Astrocyte makes a lot of sense. Here would be Siege.
Feels bad. Draw the card.
Draw the card.
And
D-guide,
it's a D.
Dungeon
D,
Guide.
it's a D guide.
Unfortunate. All right. Well, put it on a brave face. You can't tell your opponent's over yet, but yeah. So this is where and that's the toughest thing, of course, about Serene is that there's the
fist bump.
Good job, gentlemen.
Yeah.
The toughest thing there is, of course, even if you had drawn into a Veiling or something, you were unable to play it because you're no longer wind.
Yeah.
Very, very tough. And a Iza Arisana match, exactly kind of as we said. It goes one of 2 ways.
Either you get blown out or you recover enough to stay alive. And I will say this is probably unfortunately Vin couldn't make it here, but between Vin and Miles, they're probably two of the best FISA players out there.
Absolutely.
Across the board, they put so much time into this list, and they can play completely different styles of the list as well.
Oh yeah,
You see Vin more of the I'm gonna take my time, I'm gonna tempo you down, and then of course you see Miles on the other side is like, I gotta go to work in 15 minutes, so I'm gonna build a deck that gets me to work there.
That is a real story. If you come to our locals, Miles will constantly tell you that he has to go work the night shift, and that this game will be fast either way.
He's like, we're ending in 15 minutes, or I'm leaving in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
We're gonna find out which it's gonna be.
One of these two is gonna work for me. Yeah, and I think the biggest thing there, like you said, they play in, we're always going to say they're both FISA, but they play in completely different manners. And you being unprepared for basically the other kind of FISA is almost what they're looking for.
And of course, we'll probably see about having either a deck tech or a interview here with Miles here in a couple of moments.
Yeah, I think we can do a deck tech with them.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and we'll quickly cut away real quick as we kind of get that set up and ready to go. And we'll be back here in just a few with a interview / deck tech with Miles.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey, welcome back, everyone.
back.
We actually have something really special here to kind of go into before we get to the next round. Last round got ended pretty quickly, so we're going to have a quick deck tech from our winner, Miles, going over FISA and talking a little bit about kind of the deck choices, talking a little bit about how he felt the matchup went, and then, of course, just his general thoughts on the deck and kind of if there's things he would change or things he'd like looking towards maybe in the future for future events. So we'll go ahead and we'll just go right over to the feature match table where we have Miles ready to do a quick deck tech with us.
Congratulations on your
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just wondering, and we know the answer, but for people at home, what made you bring FISA to today's regional?
So FISA, it's a deck I fell in love with when I first started the game back in July. Went over to learn with my friend Stuart, and I was like, I'm going to learn aggro, because aggro historically in card games, really easy to pick up, and I can just focus on learning the game itself, And then as I played the deck more and more and more, I was just like, wow, this is actually like a surprisingly in-depth deck for being aggro. And I mean, ever since that, it's all I play. I just absolutely love the deck.
Yeah.
It's a blast.
Fantastic. All right, if you want to lead us through your material deck.
Yeah, so starting out, classic Spirit of Fire, is the normal stuff. We got to make sure we're fire for FISA, and then, of course, we have our Poison Dagger and our Xander, Prepared Scout. The classic bits of the deck wouldn't be possible without them, especially this Poison Dagger. That extra 1 damage from all your sources for the turn is so impactful. I mean, something as simple as just playing a Korhazi Courier on turn 1 and it doesn't get dealt with could just result in 6 damage over the course of the game, right? Going further, we only stay on that level 1 Xander. I personally do not go to level 2 Xander. And this is something as well that I just really love about FISA is all the people who main this deck all have a different variation of it that they like to play, and all of them perform really well, even at these like high competitive levels. And I think it's just something really cool that I don't think you get to really see with a lot of decks. So going further, Divine Relic, Grand Crusader's Ring, it's a classic. We don't really need any other Divine Relics. We just want to have that extra option to draw that card, do a little bit more.
Yeah.
Additionally, I run a Sensor of Restful Peace in my main board. I personally do not use a whole lot of float. We'll kind of get into that once we get to the main deck. But I find that the ability to just remove float effectively from the game for my opponent is very much like just playing damage outright. Because if they don't get to level for free, then they're having to spend those extra resources that they wouldn't have had to otherwise just to level and get that little bit of extra HP. I'm kind of just attacking their influence,
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Next up, we have Safeguard Amulet. This is, just getting that little bit of extra protection for me whenever I'm dealing with any spell-based or non-combat-based decks, right? And you'll notice going through this, I don't run a Tariff Ring myself. I just prefer, just with the amount of stealth units that I have, I'm not too worried about my board really being swung into. And I typically try and, if I don't feel like I can threaten lethal, I try and clear my opponent's board whenever I can. But that Safeguard Amulet is there just because I can't always stop all that non-combat damage, and especially into things like that Arasana that I just played into, or into any other, like the Fractal decks, for example, as well. It helps a lot and can just buy you that extra turn that you need. Next up, we have Blinding Orb and Smoke Bombs. These are the only other cards in the deck that cost any memory to materialize. That Smoke Bombs is a very obvious one for there. We're just trying to make sure that if the opponent plays an intercept unit or a taunt unit, those Frostsworn Paladins, things like that, we can still get our combat damage through to close out that game. And of course, the extra card draw is nice as well. Additionally, Blinding Orb we have as well for a very similar purpose, where if I know my opponent's holding up interaction, and I want to make sure that the cards I'm playing from my hand are going to be able to get through, I'll get that Blinding Orb out. That way I can make sure that they have less that they can do during my turn. Next up, we got Nullifying Mirror. This is just for those win decks. Veiling Breeze hurts this deck a lot, especially because a lot of it is just generally small chip damage. So being able to stop all that damage prevention from Veiling Breeze matters a lot in those win matchups. And lastly, last 3 cards we have are my weapons. We have Mercenary's Blade, Verbican Soul Knife, and Impact Hammer. Mercenary's Blade being able to be activated from the material deck by removing a prep counter. Farouk and Soul Knife, same thing, but by banishing fire from my yard. And then that Impact Hammer, probably my favorite card in the deck. You guys know I love this card because it enables so many kill lines that wouldn't normally be possible, especially on turn 2. Like that extra 2 damage that card alone gets from just hard materializing it can just catch opponents off guard big time.
And we talked about it. If you see FISA and they play that hammer, you know things are about to go very, very poorly for you.
Absolutely, yeah. If that hammer comes out, it's a wrap. Either for me or for you. All right, so now we'll go ahead and move into the main deck.
All right.
Start out with our Norm Element cards here. So to start out, we have 3 Gildas Chronicler Asa. This one's a classic aggressive card that you see in a lot of ally builds that I try to take advantage of as well. Unlike most other decks that will try and use Gildas, I don't focus too hard on trying to consistently balance it. I'll just get the one-off 4 damage in, and then after that, I'll just keep playing cards and don't try and worry about balancing it, and just let it just be the 1/3 that it is. That 4 damage that it gets off the bat is usually enough to help me close out that game. Next, we run 4 copies of Kingdom Informant. This is the only floating memory card that I play in the deck. I personally, especially because I run Censor of Restful Peace, I don't focus too much on floating memory. If I'm able to get the floating memory off of it, cool, we love it. But outside of that, the main reason we're running it is just because it is that 2-cost 1/2 stealth unit, so it's just hard for the opponents to get rid of unless they're playing things like Arisana, where they can clear it off without needing allies. Next, we have 4 copies of Lurking Assailant. This is a similar thing. You know, it's that 3-cost 2/3, and if it's awake, it has stealth, so it's a fantastic turn 1 play because your opponent is not going to be able to swing into it. They would have to use some other method of removal. It helps you just get that early board presence built up. After that, the last Norm Element card that I run 3 copies of Woodland Squirrels. This is also another favorite card of mine. It just being that 0 cost helps fix my hand a lot, depending on what I'm trying to do. Like an example is just going second. If I happen to open with a Gildas and a Squirrels, I now have a way that I can balance Gildas right off the bat, and I'm just throwing 5 damage into my opponent. And then after that, I can try and play another 2-cost card from there, get that little bit extra damage in, and now my opponent can be sitting at 6, even 7 damage off of my first turn. Additionally, on those dagger turns, sometimes whenever I've gotten really low on influence from just playing a lot of allies early on, having that 0-cost squirrel can be the difference between being able to just play 2 cards or 3 cards. Next up, the rest of this is all going to be fire cards. We, of course, have the 4 of Arthur, Young Heir. That 4-cost 2/3. On enter, you may choose to rest him, and if you do, he gains immortality until the beginning of the next turn. I think, hands down, this is the best turn 1 play in the game. It can't get better than just playing Arthur, immortalizing him. Your opponent now can do next to nothing to get him off the board that turn, and you know that the very next turn, I'm going to probably be playing 2 more allies and swinging in for a ton of damage. And after that, my opponent has to answer the Arthur, or they just lose the game on the spot. Next up, we have the 4 copies of Blazing Throw. This is another classic FISA card. Having the ability to pay 1 just to deal 4 damage is very impactful, especially being an assassin, as you have the opportunity to activate the Mercenary's Blade and the Farouk and Soul Knife from the material deck in the middle of your main phase. So you could potentially be getting practically 3 materializations in 1 turn after when you level the Xander for that first one, and you just pull out a Soul Knife and you pull out a Mercenary's Blade and you throw both of them, and you're getting in 4 damage each, 5 damage if on that dagger turn. Next, I have 4 copies of Captivating Cutthroat. A lot of other FISA players in this spot will typically play a Sable Remnant, as it's just a 2-cost 1/1 that if you're an assassin is a 2/1, and it has floating memory base. Since I don't really play around the floating memory, I prefer to have the just upgraded stat line off the bat. And as an additional bonus, with it being a class bonus, it gets to be a 3/1, and on attack, it deals 1 damage to myself. That 1 damage really comes in handy whenever I try and play cards like the Heated Vengeance and get that extra damage, like single point of damage earlier. Next up, we have 4 copies of Clumsy Apprentice. This one effectively works as a cost, especially on those dagger turns. Because if I open with, or if I go into the dagger turn with pick a card, then and the 2 of those are 1 cost. The one's Clumsy Apprentice. I can play that Clumsy Apprentice, get that extra card in my hand to then still play my 1 cost card. Additionally, just early on, getting those extra cards to just kind of flood the board out really helps a lot. And much like Captivating Cutthroat, 2 damage that I deal to myself is another way for me to later on. We then have 4 copies of Korhazi Courier. This is another classic FISA card. It's a 3-cost, 1/2 stealth unit, much like the Kingdom Informant is. And then as an assassin class bonus, on hit, we get to draw a card and then discard a card. With the fire card that we pitch, if it's a fire card that we pitch, then we end up dealing 1 damage to a unit of our choice. On that dagger turn, these Korhazi Couriers are hitting for 4 damage apiece in total. 2 off of that actual attack, and then 2 from the on-hit effect. And then if it doesn't get dealt with after that, that's still another 2 damage each turn afterwards that it's putting out. Next up, we have 3 copies of Heated Vengeance. This one, 3-cost attack that does 2 damage, and as long as my champion has taken damage this turn, it gets an additional +3. So taking advantage of that Impact Hammer that can deal 3 damage to me on attack, the Captivating Cutthroat that deals 1 damage to me on attack, as well as the Clumsy Apprentice that deals 2 damage to me on enter, I have plenty of ways to get damage onto myself to make this Heated Vengeance hit really hard, especially with that Impact Hammer. That's me paying 3 to deal 7 damage off a single card. And that alone can close out a game really fast. Next, we have the 4 copies of Planet Explosives. 2-cost, fast speed skill, notably, that I may remove a prep counter from as I activate it. It will deal 2 damage to target unit, and if prepared, will deal 4 damage instead. It's another classic FISA card. Something that can deal 5 damage on that dagger turn, 4 even outside of that. And even in some niche cases, I'll end up using this as a removal piece to deal with something like a Dream Fairy, or if it's a Frostworn Paladin, for example, I'll prepare it to get the Frostworn Paladin off board so I can keep my allies safe. Next, we have 4 copies of Red Hair Unrivaled Stallion. It's a 2-cost 3/3. It's a unique ally. It has Pride 3, meaning that I cannot use it to attack with, intercept with, activate abilities of, if I'm not level 3 myself. However, as long as I control a fire or terra element, unique human ally, being Arthur, or as we'll get into later, the Xiao Chao, Red Hair loses Pride and gains on attack. You may discard a card and draw a card. This is another one of my favorite cards in the deck, and a new card that we got from HVM that we really can take advantage of, especially if we're going first, where we can immortalize an Arthur and the opponent can't deal with it yet. Once we get back to that turn and we set that dagger up, we can swing in with the Arthur, play Red Hair. Red Hair swings for 4 damage after the Arthur buff, and then I get to discard and draw a card to get some cycling going. As an added bonus, if I happen to find a second Red Hair, I can play that, sacrifice the first Red Hair I played, swing that new Red Hair, and now I've dealt 10 damage to my opponent on 1 turn, and I've already gotten 3 fire cards into my graveyard, so if I find a Rending Flames, I can easily close out the game on the following turn. Red Hair is just an incredibly powerful card.
Arthur and Red Hair on
Oh,
you
yeah.
going second is a brutal take 6 on your first turn of the
It
game.
is terrifying to see. And with those unique allies that I do have in the deck that activate or turn Red Hair on, both of them are very hard to remove, as opposed to other decks that run their unique horses, where they just can be swung into and killed. But that Arthur having immortality for that 1 turn, and Xiao Chao having baseline stealth, makes it really hard to deal with the horse. Next up, we have 3 copies of Rending Flames. You'll note I'll run 3 copies of the Rending Flames as well as 3 copies of the Heated Vengeance, just to give myself some flexibility. The Rending Flames does always come in clutch whenever we see it, especially once we got those 3 fire cards in the grave there. As an example, in that previous game, I was able to get 9 damage through with it after a Poison Dagger. Being able to do that much damage for just 3, very impactful. If we use something like Impact Hammer and then go into Rending Flames, we're now swinging in for 10 damage. Very easily can close out a game. After that, we have 4 copies of Rococo Explosive Maven. Another classic for FISA, came out in ALC. 1 cost 1/1 that on enter, if my influence is 4 or less, will deal 2 damage to target champion. On the dagger turn, this card that normally does 3 damage on its own now becomes 5 because we have 2 different sources on there that are dealing damage. One from the on-enter and then one from actually attacking with the Rococo. As an additional bonus, if we see multiple Rococos, we, much like with the red hair, can play a second one, sacrifice the first one, and then that can get that extra fire in the yard that we need to either do our Bending Flames or to be able to activate a Verucan Soul Knife and swing in for a little bit extra damage to try and close the game out. Very powerful card.
You in a game where you just went Rococo, dagger, and kill me off the dagger turn. And I'm like, all right.
we love to see it. Personally, me personally. For our second to last card on the deck, we have 4 copies of Vermilion Decree. This is just an amazing fire card in general, especially if you have a rather high fire count in your deck. It costs 3, fast speed. You can imbue 3 with it, meaning that as you go to pay the cost, you can reveal the cards that you are paying with. And if all 3 of those are fire element, like Vermilion Decree is, then the card becomes imbued. Vermilion Decree says that I get to choose to either deal 3 damage to a target champion, deal 2 damage to a target ally, or have both players draw a card. And if I imbue it with 3 fire cards, I get to choose 2 of these options. So generally, this ends up getting used as a way to clear an ally while at the same time pushing damage to face. And a big example of this is into Dream Fairies that my opponent might play. Because not only am I removing an ally that I can't normally deal with, and being able to then return an ally to the game that Dream Fairy's taken out, but I've also gotten to push 3 damage to face at the same time. And that extra value of just hitting 2 different things off of 1 card, extremely game-changing, especially in ally-based matchups. And our final card, of course, we have 4 copies of Xiao Chao Cinder Keeper. This is another baseline stealth 1/2 unit. This one costs 2. And just like Arthur, this is a unique fire human ally and is a way for me to turn on red hair. On top of having baseline stealth, it also says that if a unit that has been hit by Xiao Chao this turn would die, you instead banish it. This comes in very handy whenever you're playing against decks that use things such as Swift Recruit, Library Witch, or Stalwart Shieldmate, because now you're banishing a source of card advantage that they normally are relying on, especially those Library Witches. You know, you're swinging in with the Xiao Chao, and it just goes straight to banish. They get no on-death trigger, no card draw. And then if you're hitting those Stalwart Shieldmates and Swift Recruits and things like that, they're losing out on a floating memory card that they were normally having to rely on, especially in an ally-based matchup, where that every extra card you have in your hand really matters. Finally, we'll go into the sideboard. So the only material deck card I have in my sideboard is Nullifying Lantern. This one is pretty much specifically to deal with Genbu decks. I had a very unfortunate experience in Seattle in the 9th round of day 1, where I ended up in a draw with my opponent because I was not able to get rid of Genbu because they had so much water in the grave that I was just not going to be able to push enough damage through to get it off board. As such, I have Nullifying Lantern ready in the sideboard again after that, and to this day, since then, I have not lost to a single Genbu. I'm never letting it happen again. I was very sad.
Yeah,
It's a lesson you learned once.
Yeah.
We learned the lesson, and we don't make that mistake again. Next up, we have 3 copies of Immolation Trap. This card is particularly handy into either water matchups where you see a lot of things like Frostborn Paladins or Awakened Deacons, like especially in those Fractal decks. Or my personal favorite is into the Guojia decks, particularly the ones that run either Seiryu or that run Genbu. As once you hit them with just 1 source of damage, you can then play this Immolation Trap, and it just deletes the unit. And for those Guojia decks, they are extraordinarily reliant on that Genbu and on that Seiryu. So if you're able to kill them, their entire game plan is over.
I know that firsthand. I cry every time I think about it.
Next up, we have 3 copies of Veteran Blazebearer. This is a 3-cost unit that is a 2/3, and on enter gains Taunt until the beginning of my next turn. This is mostly used into ally matchups where I'm really relying on a lot key units on my board to stay alive. Examples of these would be things like Arthur, that I know can get easily cleared, but I would need more than normal to be able to close out a game in an ally-based matchup. And especially with Arthur, we have that very unique interaction where, because Arthur is rested usually after an attack, or because we immortalized him, we're buffing up that Veteran Blazebearer to be a 3/3 with Taunt. So usually, if they're wanting to kill this Blazebearer, they're not only having to swing 2 units into it to get rid of it, but they're typically going to lose a unit as well. So we're getting at absolute worst, I'm losing a unit and they're losing 2 attacks. But in best case scenario, I get to kill one of their units in exchange for my veteran Blaze Bearer. Next up, we have 3 copies of Incapacitate. This one is a very unique tech card. There's very few matchups where I find that I end up having to actually bring in Incapacitate, but this is mostly in those ones where either it's into a wind deck that I know runs Veiling Breeze, or into a matchup where I know that there's one key action card that they need to activate to be able to win the game. And being able to just incapacitate that one card is generally enough to completely swing the matchup in my favor.
Kind of like if a Merlin rushes the 3 and about to do Incarnate.
Exactly. Removing that Incarnate Majesty, or negating Incarnate Majesty, is huge in that matchup. Otherwise, I have to rely on something like Immolation Trap. But if I'm able to just incapacitate the Incarnate Majesty instead, they've lost the entire turn, and now I have an opportunity to do whatever I want on my turn. Last up, we have 3 copies of Blanche, Sheltering Saint. Blanche is a card that I started sideboarding near the end of the A and B season to deal with a lot of the Wind Arasana decks. As getting my board cleared by Polaris hurts my game plan a lot, and Blanche being able to eat the entire Polaris is extremely helpful. Going into Seattle, I ended up moving this card to main board due to the prevalence of fractals, and found it to be extraordinarily beneficial into those matchups. Because if you can resolve a Blanche into a fractal deck, they, at the very worst, lose an entire turn just having to clear Blanche. And that extra turn that you're buying off the Blanche is usually enough to clear the game up for you. As an additional bonus, as you might have noticed from the previous match, Blanche says that if another unit you control would be dealt non-attack damage, you prevent an amount of that damage equal to the amount of cards in your memory. Notably, this does not say that it has to be a source your opponent controls. As such, this means that I can prevent the damage that I would normally be taking off of either the on-attack triggers of Captivating Cutthroat or Impact Hammer, or the on-enter damage of Clumsy Apprentice. It is extraordinarily oppressive playing on the draw and opening with a Blanche and 2 Clumsy Apprentices and being able to play the Blanche and then go clumsy, and you get to just draw 2 cards to fill back up from those clumsies you just play, push 3 damage, and on top of that, you took no damage yourself. There have been numerous occasions, even at Seattle, playing against pro players, where they go to notate that I take damage after I have a Blanche on the field, after I play a Clumsy Apprentice, and I'm like, nah, I don't actually take damage here. And they go and read the card, they're like, man, Blanche is busted.
Oh, we even said, like, hey, Miles needs to mark he needs to mark the 3 damage from the hammer. And the judge Derek peeked in and goes, nah, he's got Blanche. And we're like,
I'm telling you, man, it's insane. Nobody expects Blanche to be as impactful in FISA as it is. Because like at first you just look at it as a tech card, but I ended up spending quite a bit of time after Seattle still playing Blanche in main board, even if I wasn't playing into a fractal deck. Because just being able to prevent that damage that I would normally have to take can matter a lot in a bunch of different matchups. One example being into the Jin matchup. Because normally I can't really afford to play a Clumsy Apprentice into Jin because any extra damage that I take could end up just getting me killed later on if I can't kill the Jin fast enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that about covers my deck.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Miles, for running down the deck.
Miles.
Absolutely.
we all hate it a ton. But hey, it is good to see it. And of course, good luck to you for the rest of the day.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I know you're now kind of submarining from the round 1, so
absolutely.
Wish you the best, and hopefully you will be walking home with one of these prize cards. So
yeah, good luck, Miles.
Thank you.
Quick question, and I'm sure we know the answer, but what was your favorite card out of Abyssal Heaven?
My favorite card out of Abyssal Heaven is most definitely Red Hair, Unbroken Stallion. Man, what a card! Just being able to just go, I'm gonna pay 2 damage to play a 3, I'm gonna pay 2 to play a 3 damage ally. Disgusting.
All right.
It has no right being as strong as it is. Thank you.
So much.
Alrighty, so that was a good deck tech from Miles. We are gonna take before we take a quick break, we actually want to show off the playmats from this one. I'll go hold up the first one. Yep, this is going to be our champion playmat. This beautiful Dao-Chan playmat. Look at that. That is beautiful.
Very, very cool. Showing Shriveling Vines, the card. And this is our finalist for the top 8, showing Seryu's Command. Very, very cool.
Another beautiful playmat.
Yeah. These ones, I mean, recently, even though they've been giving us binders, I think at some level, people are like, oh, what about the playmats? Where do they come back?
You still want the champion playmat, but I will say it is a nice change of pace where I'm not just walking home with binders. I know I have shelves that are currently filled with Grand Archive participation playmats on top of 1 or 2 champion or 1 or 2 finalist playmats.
Don't sell yourself short.
And that is me as a Sylvie man. I use 2 playmats at this point, 2 or 3, and so I don't really change much at that point. But hey, it is good to see. And as well, hopefully here we're going to be wrapping up, going into round 4 pretty quickly. We're going to take wow, round 5 already. Jeez, we're going right into round 5 here pretty quick. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it back over to the store cam, and then we'll be back here momentarily, dropping us into round 5.
All right, see you soon. So that's when I play the second veteran soldier, and they don't know what to do.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Oh hey, we are back.
We're back.
We are right back into round 5. We had to go and we had to start fetching tables because we were now at the point of the game where a lot of top tables are kind of deciding, am I going to take the intentional draw? and
Yeah,
just...
the ID, a very important part of running, being in any tournament, of course,
100%.
is realizing how many points you have and knowing whether you can begin to ID.
Yep, and of course with a regional like this, it only matters in the top 8. Some players, of course, do not care about the first place prize mat. They'd rather at this point they want the prize card. They're like, all the money's in nationals. Let's just go ahead and get that. So we can convince somebody to come open theirs.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Somebody will definitely come by. Somebody nice.
Yeah.
Somebody cool. All right. Yeah, I think we're gonna swap cameras into our round 5 game as our players shuffle up.
That looks like they are about ready.
How many mistakes I can make? I don't want to roll a high roll. Your dice, my dice, let's use whatever.
I believe this is doing balance.
5?
Yeah, one thing we saw this it was very
7, so you go first, bro?
on the board. Both and both played. And of course, with
now this deck, inbounds on this is a coordination certification. One card that is basically
Do I need to place them anywhere specific? Doesn't matter where I
the cell champion
No.
win coming down just pretty
3, 6. Stream wants to see, you can see what I got. Maybe, there you go, Stream, you can see what you want to see. We'll put a 4 back.
SP Shimmer Cloak, by the way.
Yep, it
If
is.
you're wondering.
It is a very pretty. I think the only thing I'm in agreement with is it almost like the original Shimmer Cloak because it's an automaton. Still has the automaton line.
It has the joints.
But for this one, it actually does not. So it is just like it is a smooth automaton.
It's a person standing. Our favorite card.
Oh man, people standing. That is-
3 down. Okay, so
you have a type? Yes, it is people standing.
People standing. I love people standing. Fractal of Frost and a dissonant fractal. We might find Fractal of Frost actually being very, very important in this match. We haven't seen it yet on stream, but Fractal of Frost does allow you to sacrifice it in order to ensure that all allies played through the rest of the turn come in rested.
Yep, and you can do it in response to them resolving an ally.
Yes.
That is something as part of the effect. Is you first cast the ally, or in this case, attempt to resolve the ally. And then even though it does resolve, it will still do its come into play, and it'll see the Fractal, of course, will see it come into play and tap it.
Yep. Backup charger. So we're gonna draw. I see a Gildas in hand, a Stifling Trap.
Yep. And you'll see in a lot of other lists like we've seen today where a lot of decks are running backup charger, but you'll see most of them either fracturizing the power cell or they just completely ignore that power cell. This is one of the few lists in the game that is really, really, really going to utilize the power cell for its intended purpose of being able to add plus plus
Absolutely.
1 damage.
And with that second Shimmer Cloak out now, and is that
that is a princess. No,
Shangsheng First Princess with no immune.
Yep.
So that is able to. Oh, glimmering. And he's like, hey, I have 2 Fantasia here. With my fingers. So, like many people, you may forget that Dissonant Fractal is actually currently on because of the Spirit Fragment being a Fantasia.
Yep. And that's one thing I think the judge kind of caught it as well. Derek's like, hold on. And he's like, oh no, you're right. It is.
Yeah. All right. So coming in, both Shimmer Cloaks are 4, and this is a board that is not super friendly right now to Fractals. Only 2 Fractals out, 1 extra Fantasia. You get the Wind Bauble here, but those 2 Stealth allies are actually kind of a bit of trouble right now.
Yeah, and it's the biggest thing as well is this list. It's kind of its closeout strategy is to go for that second win line where they're going to essentially say, I'm going to pop during my recollection, which right now we're probably not going to see just because we're kind of setting up for later turns. But you're going to see during the recollection. Go ahead and is this the?
It's an extricating touch.
Yeah, that we have not seen this played yet today. Or if any of you Magic players remember it as Thoughtseize.
This is Thougeize, but a little different.
Yep.
So in Grand Archive, of course, our memory is very important. Extricating Touch allowing you to choose between hand and memory. And in this case, there were no cards in hand, so we're going to go for memory. We're going to take out that Gildas. We do see a Staggering Strike in there as well as a Dream Fairy. Dream Fairy probably not going to get too much use unless we see a probably like an Awakened Deacon, perhaps. But yeah, Extricating Touch, a very strong card for water. You go down a card, but potentially they lose the game.
Yeah. Oh, and there's been times where you see this happen, you say, "Oh crap, I'm about to lose the thing I needed to win."
Yeah.
I did notice. Did he take the Gildas?
Yes, he took the Gildas out of the memory.
He didn't take the second wind.
No, he did not.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
One Shimmercloak going in, the second Shimmercloak going in. And this is just typical allies, right? We're just going to keep swinging. If you have an answer, please show it to me. If not, I'm going to keep swinging. I'm going to keep tapping down. Let's see here. Dream Fairy. I think there's a Lurking on the far end. Yeah, second wind.
Looks like we're probably going for the yep.
Yep, Lurking. And that's just another good play. Of course, if it stays up, it has stealth, and if not, it's a 2-3 compared to the Shimmercloak's 2-2. Another 2 damage going in here.
You see, looks like Gabriel's debating the damage. Possibly saying, do I use one of these missiles to possibly hit it, blow it up? Because at this point, you're in a bad situation. Going to 10 when you are not level 1 yet.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, you saw the second win. You know he has.
You know he has second win. That's right.
You know he
can
has
level
it.
up next turn.
He's holding 3 in hand. So he's going to easily be able to power cell one of these on his turn, get the extra 2, and if with second wind, if he plays it on the resolution of the attack, it's going to be 5 damage twice.
Yeah.
It's going to be 10.
Not only
from
that,
one ally.
Yeah, possibly more if he plays an ornamental.
Yep. And I think you see the math, the kind of the gears turning. He knows he cannot play this yet. He's going to have to hold it.
Yeah, he's got to hold it for the second win. You've got to make him waste it.
Yeah. And it is also something we've kind of debated before. Is whenever you have the removal piece like this, do you risk blowing it up on the attack whenever they play after they play the second wind, or do you just is the opponent going to read that and say, I'm just going to do 4 now and then I'll second wind after?
We just leveled up into down channel level 1, but we had to throw away our burst asunder.
Yeah.
So, which to be fair makes sense, right? We're not unfortunately we're not looking to burst asunder anytime soon, but that is a big tell, I think, as to what else is in your hand.
Yeah, and I think we're at this point, we're just looking to stay alive.
Yeah.
As hard as it is now, it's
right.
Yep.
1 down. We're gonna get a Fractal of Insight.
And we are going to choose to have it come into play rested, so we can glimpse 2. Hopefully, dig ourselves out of this.
Fracturize, and I believe that was a Shimmering.
Was it a shimmering or was it a unstable?
Oh, not.
I think it might have been shimmering though.
I think it was a Shimmering.
Because I don't think there's a reason for you to keep unstable.
Yeah,
matchup,
unstable.
Unless you're that desperate for the fractals.
I think it would be trouble. So yeah, we're gonna pass my turn.
Yeah, and let's also remember that this is essentially for both these players. This is an elimination round.
Yes.
Losing this one does mean you are probably not going to be in top.
Guaranteed to not be in the top 8.
Yeah. So both of them are kind of fighting for their lives in this situation. So they both desperately want this.
Staggering Strike out, and that's perfectly fine.
Yep, and we are seeing the line here.
Yep.
We are going to
there it is, Ornamental. Yep, Lorraine into Ornamental. He's going to give it to one of these Shimmer Cloaks.
We did not see the pop of the power cell during Recollection, though, which is very interesting.
That is.
I'm not sure if that's
interesting.
A misplay or there's.
Maybe he feels it's too much of a tell. He wants to stack the damage somewhere else. If he kills that one, perhaps.
Oh no, we're using it now. So.
We're using it now. Okay, and giving to the same one. So that Shimmer Cloak right now does have 5 damage attached to it, and going in for 5. And we're going to use our Glimmer counters here, as expected, to show him a Shimmering.
Yeah, this is something this just comes with experience playing this matchup. But when you see your opponents holding that type of interaction, that type of removal, it is actually generally better to even split the 2 up.
Yes,
to
absolutely.
1 and 1, so you can essentially have this damage. You're not putting all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
In a sense, you are essentially dividing that up and being able to say, okay, cool, you're going to deal with 1. We're still going to come in for 4 or 5 with the other.
Yeah, it's interesting here because if he had split, he could still potentially deal 6 damage, right, going into second wind. But here he doesn't, so he's not going to use up his second wind.
I think he would have potential 8 if he did. Because even if he did only the 1, it would be a 3/3, and it swings in second win for 4.
Oh, that's
twice,
right.
he had
Yeah,
the 8.
he's right. I forgot. It gets the +1 for the first attack.
Which I believe would have been lethal, too. Or
It would have been one. Oh no, it would have been
One-
legal
yeah.
because the lurking is still here.
Yep.
So take a look. Looks like we have another burst of Sunder in hand. Okay, here's the second win for either one of them. They're the same. They're the same damage, and we were able to push 3 here, unless that was in response. So I think we're going to see whether or not they're marking, because Gabriel's already marked too. And it looks like the judge is clarifying whether or not that damage should have been taken. All right, going back down.
So it might have been a jump the gun where he didn't resolve the attack. He just hit it.
I think I don't know whether or not he properly played out that second wind. But I think we're going to get a judge clarification here.
Yeah, it does look like based on how the judges react to it, it looks like it was just a quick, he hit the number and it kind of sped it up on his side when Enoch was not fully done
Okay, yeah.
with the attack step. Which, as we talked about, this is the exact
Yeah,
situation.
this is
if
very,
the
very
damage
critical.
would have been split,
Yeah.
the game would probably pretty much be over here. But he does have the second removal. It's still not great.
Yeah, it's not great, but I think he might have to do it. So attacking in response is going to do second wind, which will mark it 3, going for another 3, and then that ornamental greatsword coming in. This is interesting. He's going to fracturize it.
Yep.
All right. Judges, I think, clarifying, fracturizing versus over the attack.
So this is actually a really weird rules interaction, and one of our local judges actually explained this as well. Whenever you attack with the weapon, if you remove the weapon,
yes,
it removes the damage because the object is no longer there. However, in this instance, fracturize leaves the object there.
Yes.
So it is still getting
exists.
the 1 because it looks, and there's a more complex ruling in how this
there
works.
is, yeah.
But essentially, the damage from the weapon still stays even though it is no longer a weapon.
Yes,
It
fracturize.
still stays and keeps that 1.
Fracturize, like for many things, is unfortunately a strange corner case.
Yeah.
That doesn't quite work the way you imagine it might.
Yeah, and it's very difficult because when you were, and Magic has the same thing, when you are changing the text on a card and you are modifying the attributes of a card, there gets some wacky stuff because it is, and there's of course a great video out there, done by multiple. I know Chess Club has one that breaks it down pretty well as well. There's also various judges who have made videos about this, breaking down the interaction between fracturize and various cards in the game, and it's something that, of course, it's a natural thing of playing card games like this where you have to work in layers. You do have to have these type of interactions happen. It just gets super confusing, especially for newer players. I understand that.
For sure. All right, let's take a look at their side decks, see what we can possibly bring in, especially against. So, I mean, this Wind Balance Allies deck is, in a way, a reaction to fractals. So it's something where a lot of the times the Wind deck's going to be actually a little more prepared. For fractals than any other deck.
We will probably see, most likely, we'll probably see the Viridian Corrective Trinket come in.
Oh, yes.
In this.
Absolutely.
Let me see what other stuff he has, because there is a chance he will feel he doesn't.
I think he doesn't need the Terror Frame.
He doesn't need the Terror Frame.
Feel that.
Smoke Bombs are still going to stay. Safeguard's still going to stay. There is a chance he does not feel the Nullifying Lantern is required in this matchup. And if he does, he could safely throw in the Lorraine as well, and then just have the ability to have both the Lorraine and that. So if he wants to be able to press more damage, he could do this. Or, of course, he could also bring in the Sensor if he's worried that he wants to turn off a lot of those plays where they're going to get the floating.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the big thing is Fractal doesn't really rely on floating.
Yeah.
Is a big thing.
And that's the thing. Do you lose a materialization? Just
it's
not going
to pull something that unlikely to win you the game outright.
Yeah. Now, let's also remember that it does also have the Brachus Ludist as well, which that will actually allow him to do the same thing Sensor does, just if it would go to the graveyard, which I'm pretty sure he's probably going to bring those in for 2 cards.
I think so.
We're probably going to see him drop probably some of these more situational pieces out of here.
Yeah, it's probably unlikely that we need Dream Fairies.
Evasive Maneuvers may not be
Evasive
required.
Maneuvers, yeah.
May not be required in this situation. Yeah, of course, he might want to leave the Dream Fairies because sometimes it is just pushing more allies into
That's
play.
fair, and you can always return them with Asen. So
Also,
it's
you
not
can
a
get
huge
through
deal.
you can get through Deacons if you're worried
That's true.
about
That's
Deacons
true.
being in play. So I assume that will probably stay. Most likely, Abyssal maneuvers would be the most likely swap. We did see that come in.
All right, let's take a look for Gabriel on Fractals.
Looking here, at Gabriel's.
CR Viridian. So Viridian's not coming in.
I believe is because Art of War is main board.
Art of War is main
Art of
board.
War is main board. That is the big reason there. Fast Cures could likely come in.
I could see Fast Cures coming in.
Paladins will definitely be something.
Yeah, Paladins will
coming
be come in, and Song of Frost may come in.
So actually, Song of Frost is an incredibly intelligent move to bring in here.
Yeah.
Because of this situation, the way you saw your opponent do this,
Ah.
you know he already plays them when he's doing the attack. If you can
Yes.
bait him into
you bait him
playing
into the attack.
song, let him play it, and you can. So how Song of Frost works is Song of Frost, which we can bring it up here real quick.
Another FTC card, but a probably forever staple to think about in your side deck.
And Song of Frost is very, very important here, and there's a piece of this text we really need to talk about. And that is the fact that whenever you play this, if a unit is attacking, end the combat phase.
Yep.
The way ending a phase works in this game is anything that is on the effect stack at that time gets banished. This includes all triggers, activations, materializations, anything that is on there instantly is banished. So what that means is if we set it up here and we say, yes, you can go and attack me, you attack in for that 4, and then I say, you know what? Let's go ahead and Song of Frost it while you have that
The second win.
the second win on the stack. The second win is banished. The effect is also banished.
Yep.
And so that way, he is not getting the double trigger, and you are not getting that damage. So you are essentially turning what would normally be an extra 5 damage into nothing.
Yep.
And it's
Absolutely.
incredibly powerful to play it. Right.
Know that it's the extra 5 damage that's going away, and the damage you would have dealt normally.
Yep. So you can easily turn off a 10 damage turn with one card.
And so I think, Song of Frost coming in would be very clever for this. And of course, I don't know how many second wins he's running. Probably, I think we see a lot of times we see a 3 second win, 2 rallied advance ratio for a lot of these decks. He might be a little more aggressive with second wins though.
I believe I was looking at four second wins.
4 second wins. Any rallies?
Yep.
Yeah,
4 rallied
4.
advance.
Okay, yeah. So
very
never mind.
aggressive.
We're going all the way in. 4
The other
and
thing
4.
we are seeing is we're seeing the Sung Chi Weapon Master. We did not see it in this game, but it's something that they are opting to put in their list a lot more now.
Yes. I kind of hope we see it because it is a really cool card. And if not, we'll talk about it afterwards.
Yep. It is a way to try to get that little bit of extra damage in there when you were doing kind of these combo lines.
All right. We're back in on game 2. Fractal Frost coming out.
Yep. Fractal Frost resolving. And we may see a second Fractal come into play here. Yep, we are going to see a second one.
Okay, yeah.
And this is something we will talk about kind of with this list. With running the Fractal, it is nice to get that extra Fantasia out there, but let's also remember that it's...
Oh, it's Fractal Snow. Oh, we're so bad.
Correction, it is Fractal
Snow.
I like Frost better, to be fair.
We've talked so much about water being ice that I think it's just ruined my brain.
Oh, 100%. I think every other card has been Song of Frost, something of X of Frost, and then there just throw the wrench in there, hit it with the snow.
Yeah. Oh, there it is, Brackish Ludus.
Yep. Oh, instantly hitting
Yeah.
play.
So this is a new card from Abyssal Heaven, and as Derek mentioned, it is going to take any floating memory, and instead of going to your graveyard, it's going to banish it directly for you. It's just going to do there's no more in between. It's going to do the job for you in one go.
Yep. And something to also, the question has come up before, in terms of this card is whenever you banish or play a card with floating, the card must meet the requirements of having that floating as well. Meaning if you have class bonus floating and that is not enabled, it will still hit the graveyard. So there are ways to get around it. But just kind of be aware that it as long as it has it, it will check in to see, oh, sorry, you have it. Which you can also take a quick look at this. Oh, maybe. There we go. There's the Ludist. You can take a quick look at the Brackish Ludist here. Yeah. And of course, because if a card with floating memory we put in graveyard, that player banishes it instead. So it is a 1/3 stat line, which is something as well.
It's just that extra. It's that extra, just 1/3. Takes a little bit to kill it, and it is norm. So it actually features in many side decks just because anyone can play it.
And it does make these missiles a little bit more tricky to want to play.
Yeah,
because they're probably not going to go at face at this point. The missile is probably going to go
just go into that Ludist.
Yep.
I believe that is so. There's definitely a refracting and a glimmering in there. Glimmering Refusal.
And if I'm looking at the bottom there, I think that is the SP2 Song of Frost that might be in his hand. I'm not positive.
Me, it's
It's
kinda
just
hard
the
to tell.
corner.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell.
If it is, I'm gonna feel because I think that is. I know Sylvie art when I see Sylvie art.
This man knows. This man has seen every possible Sylvia, or even future ones that don't. We don't know.
I
Yet.
can't talk about him.
Yeah, Fractal of Refreshment. Oh man.
No, looks like no pitches. No.
Okay, yeah. So we're not actually gonna.
Happy with the hand.
Yeah,
No.
we're happy with our current level of
Oh,
refreshment.
it actually may not be. Actually, I can't tell. I cannot tell what that last card is because it's like the corner looked like the snow on that card, but at the same time, now that I see it, is it a paladin maybe?
I think it's a paladin.
It is so hard to tell from that angle.
Yeah. All right. Well,
As we said,
no, so
every
we'll leave
water
that
card
hanging
is
on
apparently
for-
frozen. Let's.
Yeah, water more like ice.
Am I right?
Looking at this hand, let's see here what we can. I believe that is the SP Fairy Whispers in front.
No, it's
No,
actually the
that's
evasive
not.
maneuvers.
That is okay. Yeah.
That is our big boy
There's,
Paul Hawk.
there is a Dream Fairy there up front.
We have many locals be very upset if we do not get Paul Hawk right.
Many, all one.
All one of them. Look at Ace and Protector.
Yeah, SP
saying, hey, I don't really care if people floating in there now at this point. I'm just going to go ahead and I want to turn off your
turns
first
out-
turn. Be fair, though. We can return it and then just replay it if we wanted to.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's more than enough.
And this is also something you have to think about kind of in the very, like, step ahead kind of situation. Because now when you play this, you swing with Ace, now your opponent has the option. I'm going to replay the Ludist here. So that now you either play the missile right there and right now before it resolves.
Yep.
Or you're going to counter it and still not get the value this turn.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it's like, all right, cool. I'm going to get another turn with you. Either you're going to have to lose a card to go to level 1, or looks like we just passed, though. Based on oh, no, he's still thinking about it. He's looking at the material deck. Can't tell if he passed or not.
I don't think he's passed yet.
Oh, okay, just asking if it's good. If the attack is fine. Oh, no.
This is where you might see the missile. 1, 2, and 3. There's the missile.
Going for Asen, yep.
Going for Asen. No need to mark that damage if I kill it.
He's looking. He's like, can I prevent? Which he did. The evasive maneuvers, I believe, is just distance and draw card.
It
went
went
for
directly to
face.
face.
Went for face. He's definitely want to set up for kill.
Yeah.
Oh, he went end of turn. Okay, so he wants to get the value off it. His opponent passed, not letting him, which I think I would have probably gone for the Ludus back out again.
Going to ring. I probably would have after seeing that.
Yeah, and it's also kind of, this is one of those matchups where I want my opponent to play out their counter spells early. I want them to play them.
I want you to feel like you're controlling me.
Yeah, I want
just
you to
keep hitting you with
your
that
influence.
Asen.
You want them to be able to essentially get rid of their influence super early, so you're not dealing with it. And we did see the ring get played.
Yeah, it's a ring. Which is fine, in so much as we're keeping the floating in the graveyard there, but we are at 5.
You do have to think about, because if he
Oh,
has,
was that a fast cure?
it might be.
1, 2.
Yes, it is a fast
Yes.
cure. There's something you have to think about as well. Is your opponent could put out 10 damage pretty easily here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Or at the very least, 9 would easily come out.
Yeah.
With Lorraine Ornamental and then the Asen. If it's a second wind instead of the rallied, it's kind of over.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. You can see Gabriel's definitely thinking through these lines, saying, "Can I survive this?"
There's a burst asunder there. See? 3, which represents 8. Burst. Okay.
Burst is coming out. Burst is coming out.
Oh, you know what he's thinking? Perhaps if he bursts and okay, shimmering.
Can he? Oh yeah, because it's shimmering is a fast card.
Shimmering's fast card. Yes,
Yeah,
you play it
Shimmering's a fast
over.
card.
So let's see.
Oh, is that the coronation?
That
is the beautiful new
That is the okay. That's why I didn't recognize it. That is the special coronation ceremony. Oh boy, that is coronation. And you probably can't read it because of the text. It is also, I believe, it is also in Chinese. But a Coordination Submarine gives a unit Spell Shroud, and if it was a unique ally, you can, instead of paying 3, pay 1.
Yeah. Of course, we paid the 3 for it.
Yeah.
And because it is a spell, both of them,
Both
the
of
way he played it,
those.
both of them are going to fizzle
That's
on the
right.
stack.
Yeah.
That.
Oh. Ugh, and yep. Okay,
Yeah,
we're not gonna be surprised.
already on top, just
Yeah,
like,
if
hey,
there's
here's Lorraine. We're not going to hide
it's
it.
an ornamental. Depends which one he's got in his hand left out there. We didn't see, but if it's a second wind, it'll be an ornamental, and if it's a rallied, it's going to be a sort of seeking likely. Or actually, no, I take that back. It could be both. It could be either one. Probably both will just be ornamental. Guild is coming out. It almost doesn't matter depending on our current line here.
Yep.
Oh, Hua Ji.
And we are going for the new
Oh,
Guaji.
okay, Hua Ji of Heaven's Rise. One of the new cards. And yeah, okay, I believe I did see a Sunsa in there.
Yep. So this. Okay, he's going for the closeout here.
Yeah,
so I'm
okay,
saying.
so this is so here's 3. Yep, and I think a big part of it, of course, unfortunately for Gabriel, he's only got 1 card in hand. And yeah, there it is. Sunsa, Weapon Master. On enter, it's going to give a durability counter to a weapon, and then all warrior weapons, and these are all class bonus, all warrior weapons are going to get a +1. The Hua Ji is special, yeah, he's pointing to it. Hua Ji is special because part of the warrior class bonus is that any unique warrior ally can use it, meaning that Sun. Oh, okay.
Oh, and put another one.
That Sunsa
yep.
can represent 3 damage on his own, and this Hua Ji didn't even lose durability, and Lorraine's going to swing in with it at the last. And I believe that's it.
Which we also something to note here. Oh, it's class bonus for the sacrifice too. So he wasn't level 1, so he could not sacrifice the Fractal Snow.
Oh, right.
So he could not turn off the attack either.
Boy. And he's reading the Hua Ji. Yeah, yeah, and we'll talk about both these cards. Hua Ji of Heaven's Rise and the Sunsa.
And this match brought you by
There it is.
Ozarka.
Well, don't say that. They never. That's not true. They're gonna not be happy with
Now we're
us.
fishing for sponsorships here.
Yeah, you hear that? Dunkin' Donuts. Can I say that? Is that legal?
I hope so.
I hope so. I hope that's
Grand Archive runs on Duncan. Call us, please.
Okay.
But yeah,
There it is. Our judge is reminding us that all snow things rest things, and so we should have remembered Fractal of Snow. But
what about Song of Frost?
oh, Song of Frost.
It ends the turn, so it's kind of resting. I don't like that you're right, man. Gosh, the more handsome Derek once again gets me.
This is ridiculous. He's also wearing glasses. How come we can't see and he can?
He listen.
Yeah, hold on. He's razzing us for the same. You can't see it. He's razzing us for wearing the same kinds of glasses that he is. He only has frames on top. This is ridiculous.
The problem is,
this is crazy.
The problem is Judge Derek learned how to read.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, well, because we play the card game.
Oh,
and
yeah, yeah.
He's judging, so he actually hasn't learned how to read.
Yeah,
we just sort of play the cards.
We
he
hope they
tells
work.
us to stop. Yeah.
Yeah, we cheat
That's
half the
problem.
games, hoping it's like you don't ever read the card, and the other player never reads them. So,
Yeah,
for
it works
years,
out.
Fireball was just 20 damage if you play Fireball. Nobody ever stopped us.
That's what you told me when I started. So I was like, yeah, okay, man, that sounds good. And then I would die because I was right level 1. Yeah, if you were to bring up the Hua Ji of Heaven's Rise, I think that'd be. Yeah, so let's take a look at that combo. Something that's been run quite a lot in these Win Lorraine balance allies.
Oh, that's Heaven's favorite.
Oh, Heaven's Favor. Woja, Heaven's Favor.
There it is.
Slightly different card. Okay.
There we go.
Hua Ji of Heaven's Rise. Let's take a look. So this is one of the new flip cards. You are Regalia Weapon, Warrior Polearm, and the class bonus for warriors, unique warrior allies you control can attack using this weapon. So we saw Sansa use it there for 3 damage, right? Because it has 1 itself, and then he adds another 1 to it. But I think people forget Shang Cheng can also run it.
Yep.
And Droidica can even use
Yep.
this weapon. So there's actually quite a lot of use for Hua Ji. And then the second class bonus, at the beginning of your end phase, if your champion's Exia, so if you are Jin and or possibly the transformed Lubu, you may pay 3 to flip it over to this really crazy looking side for Hua Ji of Abyssal Fall. So unique allies can still use this, and then on attack, you can have it deal 10 unpreventable damage to the attacker. If you do, this attack gets +3. So being 6. And just as a note, it does keep the durability counters from the other side. Some people were asking, what happens when Ellinger's counters? Items actually keep the counters they have, even when they flip over.
Yeah. So very, very similar to Magic the Gathering with flip cards, is the flip card does not leave and come back. The flip card is still the same object. You are just physically flipping the card over. So it is weird for players when they do it. Like, well, I flip it, so I'm taking it off the table. And so it's technically you're flipping the cards. You're not actually picking it up.
Yeah, it doesn't get its on enter, or doesn't trigger any other things.
And then you might say, well, I flipped it and the dice flew off the table, so that obviously means it's like no. That's not how it works.
So yeah, I mean, so we rarely, of course, Win Lorraine's not going to use this side, but Jin decks, there's we've seen a little bit of use out of it. But this side, yes, this side is so very important. Adding 1, and then of course with Sensei, adding 2 to any given ally attack is huge. Being able to clear boards, especially if you have rallied, or just being able to push damage. Yeah, let's take a look here. Weapon Master. On enter, put a durability counter on a target warrior weapon. Pretty much always, Waji. And then class bonus, warrior weapons get a +1. And the big thing here, I think people kind of forget, it's a 1/4.
Yeah.
And that 4 being huge.
And 1/4 for 3 is incredibly huge. And as well, because it gets to use the weapon, you can almost see this card in most case scenarios as a 3/4.
Yeah, pretty much.
Most situations.
Pretty much.
Just because you're probably going to play this alongside the Gaugia that we saw earlier. So you're probably, or Hanji, you're probably going to play this, get that 3, and then essentially go 3, and then go 3 or 2 more with your champion. So most of the time when you see this card hit play, after a level 1 turn off Lorraine, you're probably eating 5 damage.
Yeah, it's a minimum of 5, and if they have a rally, they're going to get an extra 1 there for 6, and then he's going to attack again. So even with just a simple rally, you're actually looking at 9 damage.
And also, don't count out the fact that this is being played in Wind Allies as well. So it is very common to play this, and then you try to kill it, and they go, we'll reclaim it.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll reclaim it, they'll Zephyr it, they'll do anything to get that on enter back again. Because keeping that Waji of Heaven's Rise on board is worth so much.
Oh, yeah. And don't forget, this can actually put durability counters and things other than that. It's very common, of course, you want to put it on Heaven's Rise because you want to get the additional attack for your board. This ally being able to utilize the weapon is, of course, the guaranteed for it. But we have seen in situations where sometimes there's a lot of stealth allies on board.
Yeah, we've definitely seen it go to Sword of Seeking.
Yep. That's also an account that this card can be played on top of Sword of Seeking, and because it says any warrior weapon, Sword of Seeking will now become a 2-power sword, letting you kill fairies.
Letting kill fairies with its true sight. And I think we've also seen a little bit of this use in Jin. Warrior Jin, powering up those pole arms, especially with a Beseeching Flourish, pulling something out, and then usually the Hua Ji, and then it'll pull out, and so suddenly it's 6 damage with nothing else happening.
Yeah, and let's just say, watching them go to level 3 and then taking that unpreventable 10 to swing at you with a 6 can be, and it's mostly if they do that on top of either an enraged turn or they do it on top of a just giving their attack bonuses. It's just like you're gonna eat so much damage, and Jin has a potential just to one-shot you.
Yeah. I mean, he had it before, but now it's a little bit more evident.
It's even way more. There's some cheeky things I've seen people mess around with it in like kind of casual games where you play out the ally that says when it would take damage, you deal it to your.
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I forgot which one, but you'll deal 2 damage to yourself. It'll get +2 for the attack and then become immortal if it kills something.
Yeah,
they will hand it the Waji of Abyssal Fall.
Yeah, I've seen some cheeky stuff with it. There's some fun stuff that has definitely been thrown around with this. And of course, I think it is this card is definitely going to be, as we see more and more weapons come into the game, this is a card that's always going to hold. It's going to be something. If you don't have them, pick them up. If you're a warrior main, you're going to want these.
This is a card that obviously scales with every single warrior weapon that's added from now until forever.
Oh, 100%. And then, of course, the other thing we definitely want to kind of talk about with that game is we saw some of you who have been playing in the robot meta, you played before, you of course know the power of the second wind, but I do want to kind of bring up second wind here, kind of talk a little bit more about kind of this card and the reason you're seeing it a little bit more now. So second wind is a really cool fast activation warrior spell that says wake up target ally and then class bonus. So if you're a warrior, that ally gets +1 until the end of turn. Where this is very, very powerful, and this is what you saw kind of at the end of last turn, or the game 1, is you can, because this is a fast activation, you have a point to interact before damage is dealt in the attack step. You can actually play this before damage to ready that ally and also get that +1 attack. So you can essentially turn what was going to be a +1 into a +2 because a woken up ally can attack again right after that.
Yep. Yeah, that +1's going to go into the damage calculation.
Yep.
So you're essentially going to get it twice, but for one card.
Yeah, and of course the reason we're seeing this is there are a lot of lists that are you need to kill very, very fast. You need to get that lethal on sometimes turn 3, and some of the really powerful plays that we saw game 1, we saw the route get lined up.
Yeah.
Which was go turn 1, you are going to play that automaton. Hopefully it's going to be a stealth automaton.
Yep.
You are then going to go turn 2 backup charger, get that backup charger ready, and then turn 3 you were going to go Lorraine. Give that automaton +1
With the ornamental.
during recollection. Up the power cell to give it +2.
Yep,
So it's already 5.
It's 5.
And then you are going to essentially then recollect and then attack for 5 and then wake it up for 6. And even if you don't have another card to wake it up, that's just 12 damage
12
alone
damage, yeah.
in those. And of course, if you attack turn 1, or in this case, even
Yeah,
turn
during
2.
your backup charger, if you had attacked, you presented 2, and then that ornamental sword is going to deal 1 more damage.
Yep, and that's 15 damage
15
with
damage
the sword
in
as
turn
well,
3.
just right there. And of course, if they decided not to level for any reason, you probably killed them.
Yep.
On top of, if you have another second wind, you can do it again,
Yeah, you can actually double up again.
or rallied advance as we saw.
Yeah,
Swing at the rallied advance for go in for 2 with the sword, ready up the ally again, and swing for another 6.
Yeah, and let's say they did level. Well, I would say no matter who you are, 15 damage on turn 3. If there's no other response or anything to do, and you're down a card theoretically on
Yeah.
the level, it still doesn't feel good.
Of course, even if you rally, and of course you on top of that, if you do the rallied advance, you turn that 15 into what 16 plus another 6 on the attack. So you're looking at can't do math now. Or I can't do math at all now. Looking at 22 damage, which even if you went level 2, that's lethal.
Yeah.
It's exact line you need, and that's why you're seeing this card played a lot more in these wind allies, is because they know that they can essentially have a 3-card opening that if you did not interact with them, they can just end the game.
They'll just win the game.
Yep. And it's something that we're going to see. This list became very popular because of that reason, that they just need to close out a game, and this is one of the best ways to do it.
Yeah, it's also just because you can use rallied and second wind, you're essentially doubling up. Whereas unique allies before, you needed to wait for your oath essentially.
Yeah. And sometimes you would, with playing the oath of Sakura deck, you would draw 2 of the 3 you needed, and you would
not
just
get
be
a third one.
desperate
Yep.
for it. And then, of course, as well as a lot of the damage outside of those turns relied on you playing the what's the name of that horse? Dilu.
Auspicious Charger.
Yeah, it relied on Dilu, but of course it runs into the same problem we see with a lot of, as we talked about with the Fiza with red hair, where you need to have that human unique ally. They require you to have a wind human unique ally, which
Yes.
a lot of them do not protect themselves very well.
No, yeah, we were, you had Purse, of course, and then putting out Lube Oathkeeper, but that was more of like a threat, right? You were getting extra value out of it and just basically saying, hey, if I get to protect one of my allies and then become distant, I'm also going to become distant, I'm going to threaten you back with 4 damage.
Yeah.
But in general, the second wind, these new wind balance allies, it may look a bit slower, but it's not slower at all.
Oh, yeah. And the burst potential of just going to having your opponent as well forced to put cards down, or in this case, and as we saw with the fractal list, force the fractal list to not necessarily play out his whole hand and have to sit up with interaction. No, I have to respect this like a win.
And every card that he uses to kill an ally is a card that will never come to you. And those decks are running like 31, 36 allies. You're not going to run an allies where he runs out of kill cards.
Oh, 100%. And it is something as well, as you saw the way he was playing, and I think as we talked about, trying to split up the damage is actually very important as well in those matchups, because you essentially know if they have kill pieces for your allies, you want to try to maximize as much of that damage spread out if that situation would happen.
Yeah, you want to make it really tough for your opponent to decide which one of these is going to die. And you know what? If one of them's going to die, if they turn out to be equal damage, guess what? Your opponent's going to do it.
Yeah.
That's the trick. They're forced to play it. They're down a card now. And as you saw in that second game, if they're not Dao-Chan, they really don't have anything else even possible to do. They're just out.
Yep. And then of course we talked about kind of in that game is you also, as the Wind Allies player, you get a little bit tricky with this card as well, because your opponent is going to know, I want to play this for the extra 1 damage, so I really, really, really want to attack, ready it up, and then do it again. But if you kind of just hold it and think about the damage you're doing and be like, you know, I don't necessarily need that +1 for readying it, so you can just swing into your opponent and you say, all right, cool, before damage, I'll pass priority to you. Do you want to do anything? And your opponent goes, no.
Yeah.
Thinking, okay, pass back to you. You get to play your card, and then I'm gonna go ahead and then I'm just gonna go ahead and kill it then. And you go, okay, you take 4.
Yeah. Just take the damage.
And then you go,
I can wait. I can wait.
Cool.
Yeah.
Why don't I need to kill you now?
Speaking of waiting, you want to pull a Coronation Ceremony?
Oh,
we just saw that
yeah.
card. So I had mentioned it, and a lot of these decks are running. I believe 2. Who knows, mistakenly, possibly. I cut myself down to 1 at some point. But let's take a look. It definitely, it came in clutch.
Oh, 100%. This card was essentially completely closed at the game. And as we saw, we can go bring up the promo version of this as well.
Yeah,
this is the version we got to see played. This is the really special promo we saw going out. This is not the first one we've seen of a VTuber / a Taiwanese collab going out, or Chinese collab going out, as well as we now have a Japanese collab that is out. And so the art is beautiful on this card.
Yeah,
the basic
really
idea,
nice.
and we'll kind of go back to the one most of us are playing, because that we can get our hands on, is going to be just, if we target a unique ally, it costs 2 less. So it only costs us 1. Or for 3, give target unit, which includes the champion, a Spell Shroud. And what you saw at the end of that game was not only the patience of saying, I'm not dead yet, there is no reason for me to play Coronation Ceremony. He held the card, and then his opponent goes, I'm now going to go for lethal by trying to resolve the second one. And unfortunately, his opponent resolved them both on the stack.
Yes, which is something I think Fractal players, you definitely want to, unfortunately, not do that.
Yeah, not do that.
It's very, very important to not play the card and then just go, okay, in response to my own self. Because you're holding priority, and you go in response to my own self, and then if they play Coronation Ceremony like you saw, it's over.
Yeah, and to kind of visualize how that looks like, we're gonna use we'll use our prize cards to do it. Why not?
Prize cards?
So the way this kind of works in this situation is, let's just say I'm resolving the first card. We're gonna put it on the stack. So that's the first spell. I'm then gonna do my second spell, and we're gonna place it on the stack. So we have now 2 spells on the stack waiting there. I'm gonna play Coronation Ritual on top of all of that.
Ceremony.
Or Ceremony on top of that, yeah, correct.
It's a ritual.
Thank you. And so now we have to resolve the stack from the top down. So I'm going to resolve Coronation Ceremony first, giving me Spell Shroud. Well, now because I have Spell Shroud, we have to now check, are these 2 spells now legal? Can they target me? Well, I have Spell Shroud, and these are 2 spells. They are not. So now both of these just fizzle. I don't take any damage. And that's what happened in that situation, is he waited, he was patient, his opponent put 2 spells on the stack and goes, this is the best Coronation I am ever going to play in my life. I'm just going to say, no damage.
And I think a big part of it is, of course, just one of those cards would not have presented lethal, so you can always wait for the Coronation Ceremony. But seeing 2 of them come in the stack, yeah, like you said, you're probably not going to get a juicier time.
No, that was...
And and more so to that, I think that is sort of the power of that pressure, right?
Yeah.
It forced Gabriel to say, okay, I need to try something now. And unfortunately, something now was stopped entirely by the Coronation Ceremony.
Yeah, and you kind of just you just shake your head and just go, yeah. And it's one of the things as well we talked about. You kind of in this meta, you kind of have to sometimes just be like, all right, if you got it, you got it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
sometimes your opponent has it.
he had it.
A big thing would be, of course, if you're going to play a spell card, and then if in response they play Coronation Ceremony, you can play a spell on top of that. And it'll be okay for you. Actually, you're gonna get one of those through because they don't have Spell Shroud when that first top of the stack is checked.
Yeah, and it's again we're gonna probably see more and more that card get used. It was definitely a card that I think a lot of players, when it first got revealed, it was kind of this is gonna be a Merlin attack, or this is gonna be a I wouldn't say Rye because Rye wasn't as prevalent, but it was also going to be a piece of tech for a lot of these removal pieces, stuff like just removal spells for unique allies. But the more and more people kind of looked at it, they're like, man, there's a lot of spells that people are trying to kill with right now. So it's kind of the best, but you kind of look at it as like Veiling Breeze or Resolute Stand, but for spells, in a sense.
Yeah, I think people, when it first came out, they saw the bonus for unique allies, and they were like, okay, cool, we'll get a little bit of tech for that. And we just, if you're like me, you look and go, well, am I going to pay 3 for this somewhere else? But with the prevalence of so many of these kill spells, yes, I'm very willing to pay 3 to live for this entire turn.
And if anything, we learned very quickly from Sylvie that getting on-demand Spell Shroud is incredibly backbreaking if played correctly.
Yes.
And so it's something that I'm hoping to see way more of this. I'm also, honestly, outside of Coronation Ceremony itself, I'm really hoping to see more cards like this. Just to see more, especially like in things, in elements like wind, or even maybe fire, a way to be able to take damage, and for cheaper costs to say, I'm going to blank a spell turn.
Yeah.
It would be kind of sweet. Of course, we also saw with the inclusion of Exia, we do have our first Omni Shroud.
Yes,
card.
Omni Shroud. Yeah, if you want to pull that up. Blood Shroud Temper, if I remember correctly. Let's take a look at that. This is a new keyword from Abyssal Heaven, specifically, I believe only on this card right now. But Blood Shroud Temper, 2 and Exia fast, target weapon. So it doesn't have to be a weapon. You can't go ahead and try to save your breastplate. But target weapon gains Omni Shrouds on the turn. So Omni Shroud cannot be targeted by activations, materializations, or triggers.
And so this includes everything.
That is every possible thing right now in the game.
Yeah.
That could deal or do something with your weapon.
Yeah, 100%. And this is something, a mechanic, I think that we've even talked about it with the inclusion of this card. It's something they want to be very careful with this keyword.
Yes.
Because putting Omni Shroud on something like a champion could be incredibly powerful. If I see a champion card pop up to say, hey, my champion gets Omni Shroud, what do I do? What do I do?
I mean, just swap. Just swap over to that. that's the big, well, because everyone else will be doing it too. So
yeah. And of course, you know what's really funny about this card?
Yeah.
Somebody needed the Omni Shroud more than anybody else, and it wasn't Jin. It was not Jin.
I believe the judge is listening, so.
100%.
It might be coming. It might be coming in MRC Alter. We don't necessarily want to speak things into existence here, but you never know.
Listen, it is something that I saw this card, and one of our teammates, Jesus, huge fan of Diana, saw this card. His words were initially why does Jin get this?
Yep.
What did Jin do? When does Jin ever run into a situation where he's like, man, I really don't want to lose my pole arm right now? Versus every single game you play as Diana, you're like, ooh, I got him. I've got this. I've got the weapon shield. I've got the gun shield. Get ready for Spell Shroud, baby. And you go, I'm Tamer, so let's put a baby green slime out and just bounce it.
Let's
bounce it. Is that cool? And you're just like, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, you go. Well, I suppose that's an activation, and then you just let it go.
Man, listen, I think the most triggering keyword most triggering thing we ever got Jesus on was, all right, I'm going to attempt to load the gun into my Shadow's Twin. And he goes, is the load okay?
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, load's good.
Yeah,
and he's like, oh, okay, awesome. While the plus trigger's on the stack, however, and just go,
oh, he knows what's coming if we say those words.
Yeah, just get rid of my bullet. And he's like, I put him to the side. Yeah. All right, game 2. And it's like, we are in game 2. He's like, yeah, you're right. You're right. But yeah, it is definitely a mechanic. I'm hoping here in MRC Alter, I'm hoping we see a gun Omni Shroud. It would probably give us a little bit more playability into that in some way. Even if it says I have to curse myself after doing it, I think they would still play the card.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if it was some trade-off like that.
Yeah, so say something like you play it, you get Omni Shroud on your target gun, but you get a -2 health curse.
Yeah.
It is something that I could see them very much being like, I'm willing to trade 2 life away for the ability to just...
to actually shoot you.
To hit you with the Shadow's Twin. Because the difference in a game of not hitting with Shadow Twin and actually hitting with Shadow's Twin is night and day, like 100%. So I'm hoping we do see stuff like that come into play. I'm hoping to see more cards like that. And of course, I am hoping to see just some more ways to, in this case, to see board sweeps on allies, especially with kind of allies having this more...
Oh, yeah, so more things like Carter.
Yeah. Maybe not tied to Polaris, per se. I think putting the board wipe onto a material deck card is a little powerful,
Hey,
if we're going to be honest.
Sacrifice herbs. Come on, man.
But I could see more of like, instead of just having to cleave, some things like spells to deal more board wipe damage, something that doesn't require me to do backflips to kind of get to kind of sweeping the board, something kind of just a nice reset.
As an ally player, I want you to start doing cartwheels instead. Actually, I think is really what I want from you.
You want to see me go sideways to get these? Yeah, and it's. Oh, we got 11 minutes extra round, so we can kill some more time, kind of talking through this.
Yeah, we love chatting with you guys.
It's kind of like we're on the topic of cards we like to see. Is there any other type of card, or maybe even a specific card you would like to see, either in the next set or in MRC Alter?
Next set or MRC Alter? I keep joking about it, but part of me with the new Diana, part of me really wants to see a staff that can load something. like a magical shot kind of thing. I genuinely think it'd be like a magical bow is much more likely. But I think that would actually be really, really funny.
A not so magical bullet.
A not so magical bullet in a magical bow.
Just have just a nuke. Just be like, deal 20 damage. How's that magic? Oh, don't worry. When you get hit by it, you'll see the magic.
If it wasn't magic, would it hurt so much?
Exactly. I'm definitely very excited to see what Astra Diana does. We were talking very early with Kai about this, and he even said, I mean, what's the worst that could happen when you give a champion an entire new lineage? What's the worst that could happen?
Well, don't worry, it's never happened before.
Nah, Sylvie's never done that.
Yeah, it's never happened before. So there's no way to know what could possibly occur.
True. I will at least for me another. Of course, I've talked about before. I want to see the new Baby Gray.
Yeah.
Like Silodar, just post it, please.
Yeah, you can just show it. You can just show it to us.
Like I'm just like, hey, got any of those Baby Gray slimes?
I mean,
lying around.
He's got to be watching, right?
Oh, I hope so. I want to see that Baby Gray.
Yeah,
or what it's going to be,
Discord.
I'm just going to get a ping in our Discord that's going to be like, because he asked for it, we're not showing it until the set's out.
That's going to be on Twitter for sure.
Oh, 100%.
He's going to tweet that with your name. He's going to say needful, ask too much.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be DFW. Stop asking for things.
Well, okay. Don't punish all of us.
Listen.
Man.
Kyle started it with asking for Fireball to be banned, and we went a little bit too far asking for more to be banned. So.
We apologize about Icebound Slam.
Listen, I didn't think that Crossroad deal was going to end up with me losing Baby Gray, but I did.
I think you shouldn't have put it on the table. I think that was the big problem for you.
Yeah. Well, I will say, going back to kind of the cards I do want to see, though, some other cards I really want to see, especially coming into this game, is I really, really, really want to see more. Best way to put it is I want to see more early game plays from Jin. So, like, we see that with Wind, with the things like materializing a polearm.
Yes.
But we don't really see a lot of, like, unique stuff to fire for Jin, per se. Because we're kind of a lot of it's doing the whole thing like Creative Shock, doing a lot of the generic attacks, stuff like that. We don't really see anything, like, fun to, like, early game Jin. Right now, it's more of, like, get to level 3 as quickly as possible, and then try to stay alive. I would love to see some more early game to utilize a lot of the Jin level 1 and the Jin level 2. Versus what we see now, where it's very much like I only care about that immortal.
Yeah, that's very true. I think there are a handful of Jin level 2 decks that are running around, but they're all Wind, right? Because you want that Beseeching Flourish, because unlike Lorraine, Jin does not bring his own weapon. He's actually got to wait for someone else to help out. And so most Jin decks, even the ally-focused ones now, still do go to level 3, right? Because you just want to hang out and survive, and if you're going to push that damage, you're going to push it by being immortal, and then getting the card draw back with the Berserker Plate.
Yeah, and it's definitely kind of one of that more like, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but in a sense it is. It is very much like you have a natural route that you want to play. You don't really deviate from that. And again, I would like to see a little bit more flexibility from that list. Again, having immortal on your champion does restrict kind of what can be done in early game.
It changes
but,
a lot of potentials. Well, perhaps something like Blazing Charge, but for Warrior.
Yeah.
Where you're willing to kind of, take a lot more damage, but in exchange, something crazy happens.
Yeah. And I think that was with the idea with Heated Vengeance was supposed to be that kind of piece to that puzzle. But we have, as we saw, Faiza likes it a little bit more.
Yeah, oh, okay, and you know what? And we haven't seen it on stream today. Fire Aggro Suzaku.
Oh, that
With Guojia.
which I saw him out there. We do have a local. We have a local Alex who is running the list. I did see him on it. It'd be cool if he is up on the table. We could see that going into next round.
Yeah.
But it is a list that is it is weird because it is a list that if you answer it, it is hard answered. But if you don't, that thing can kill you on turn 3, turn 2.
Oh yes, it is really quite crazy. They don't. I think people's mistake. They don't actually need that bird.
Oh yeah.
That bird is simply a faraway promise. Instead, you should probably focus on the Arthur in front of you. You should focus on the fact that Coiled Fatestone is just pinging you the whole time. If they have like Relic of Dancing Embers, they're getting value out of that as well as damaging you.
Also, that Direwolf
the
Arthur combo is so nasty, dude.
Let's just for fun. Let's pull up Direwolf Requiem. This is another.
Throwing out this bolt.
It's just our good friends trolling us out there.
Our judges trolling us on the match.
Yeah. Dire Requiem. So I keep going this way. This is actually on this side. Dire Requiem. Summon a Direwolf token. So those are 2/1 fire tokens that are, I believe, they're beasts.
Yep,
Yeah,
they are beasts.
Tamer beast. 2/1s that at the end of turn they are sacrificed. So they're temporary. Cost bonus for Dire Requiem for Tamers is you can banish a fire element card from graveyard, summon another one. So a big thing to think about is, of course, if that turn 1 play is Arthur Immortal. If Arthur gets tapped down, he's going to deal 2. Thank you. He's going to deal 2. And when these Direwolves come in, if you can sack even 1 fire card out, you have 2 Direwolves. Each of them is 3 damage. So that's 8 damage on turn 2. And frankly, they haven't really done anything.
Yeah.
And the fire card that they threw out is most likely something that they have wanted to use anyway.
Yeah. And that's not even count out the fact that this deck can just go Arthur, red hair, and then next turn, if you did not answer it, swing with Arthur, swing with red hair, pitch a fire card, then play this, and it's just like, oh, you're dead.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, they can also use the red hair combo, and they're going to actually get the Tamer bonus out of Xiao Kao. So there's quite a lot of play there.
Yeah, and it's definitely a list that we are seeing, and of course our local who loves the list loves Fire Tamer, loves Aggro Tamer, and was when saw these cards all come together, was just like, this is the list I want to play it. I want to play it for the longest time.
Absolutely. I have gotten got on turn 3 without realizing it, really.
Yeah. So we are getting close to the end of the round. We are getting pretty close to wrapping into our final round of the day, going into round 6. So we are going to go and push it back over to the store cam as we kind of just take a quick short break, and then we will be back with round 6 and wrapping up the day here at the Texas Regional.
Yeah, see you soon.
Alrighty, looks like we are gonna get ready, set up for our last match, and it is definitely going to be a nail biter match.
Yes.
Because something that is very unprecedented in these events, and we talked about this earlier, that of course as we go to these last rounds, players are going to look at their standings and be like ID. Everybody's going to be IDing across the board. Weirdly enough, table 4, who most likely they ID again, it would be Risk. I think one of them would possibly bubble out.
Yeah,
is a
it's
possibility
possible.
they would have to look at.
It's possible.
They decided to or at least one of them decided, instead of potentially losing the bubble, they're like, you know what? We're going to play this out.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and we are going to, and we're going to go ahead and play it out because one of them's like, I'm not going to take the bubble. As well, is a big thing here is Wyatt and Miles both know that if they win, they're getting first place.
Yeah.
They're going to
They'll
be
first.
They're going to be 5-1. Which is going to put them in a better record than anybody else in the event.
Yep, 402. Looks like they're starting, so yeah, this is very exciting.
Oh, he hates these cards.
They're all garbage.
Wyatt on Wind Arizona.
Hell yeah. I love Grand Archive.
You can tell Miles is like, I don't want These are both basics. These are both local players.
Dungeon guide, and that's it.
I don't like it.
Or he kept 3 visits just to make me sad. Yeah.
Memory.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Yep.
7, 8 for turn.
I'm hoping for that aggressive start here.
Two down?
We're good thing for
Yeah. 2 down for
winning that
clumsy.
is genuinely important.
Yeah.
Swing 1 to you.
Card drawn. I see a Rococo.
And it looks like we opened up with possibly a red hair in hand, but neither of the unique allies.
Yeah. So real quick. So Rococo, you might be thinking to yourself, and there's 2 of them in hand. You might be thinking to yourself, isn't that a unique fire ally? Unfortunately, Rococo is an automaton.
Yep.
So it does not count for red hair.
And very specifically, the horses require them to be not only the element and unique, they have to be human.
Human riders.
Which, man, when you have to search up and look and see, you're like, well, there's tons of unique allies in the game. You look up and goes, oh no, that's an animal. Oh no, that's an automaton.
Yeah.
Oh no, that one is a fox spirit.
Heated Vengeance with that clumsy, so it's going to go in for 5. Yeah, some of them are just fox spirits, which unfortunately are not humans.
Yep.
They don't count.
And that is, going in for getting in there, and we
And
see
there's a Rococo.
just swinging for 1, not
Yeah.
taking the 1.
This is so aggressive because it has to be. Faster
Yeah.
coming down.
And something you will notice differently about Miles playing into Wyatt versus we saw last time he played the Wind Arizona. The Wind Arizona he was playing prior, it was an unknown play. It was unknown what that player, how he plays, what his deck list consists of. This is a situation where Miles has played into Wyatt probably at this point 10, 20 times minimum.
20, probably about 20 times.
So he knows what Wyatt's list consists of. He knows where Wyatt wants to be at what point in the game, and that's why we're seeing this very aggressive approach. He wants to essentially put the pressure on her and say, you are not going to stabilize.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, vice versa, Wyatt has seen Miles play this FISA deck even more than 20 times. Right?
Yeah.
And so he knows if I can just stabilize, I'm actually going to outrun this FISA's damage. And then I'll take my time and start call and do all the level 3 Ari stuff.
Yeah, 100%.
A level herb and a healing herb. A healing herb, very, very important. Popping mnemonic charm, I believe, for an indolent. Yep, there's the indolent.
Yeah, and let's also not discount the fact that, of course, if you followed Wyatt on Discord or Robotron, as a lot of people know him, through the Ari Discord, as well as a lot of the tech that's out there, Wyatt is kind of one of the pioneers of the Wind Arizona list.
This is, the 2 other players, Miles and then Kyle that we talked to, we talk about comfort. We talk about, this is the deck that I am drawn to, that I'm interested in. Well, for Wyatt, this is the deck that he's essentially pioneered.
Yeah, 100%. It was later perfected by Limelight, as we all all aware.
I mean, obviously, we're not going to downplay anyone else's contribution to the perfection of this deck. But Wyatt being essentially the progenitor.
Yeah.
Taking a look through his material here. And on the other side, we have Gildas. There's that Gildas. Leveling up.
Yep, going
Makes
straight
sense.
to 2.
Yep, gotta do it.
And and that's the worst part about it is Miles knows what routes he's going to want to take here. He knows.
Scattering out and the bolt. And that scattering is totally fine, of course. A pair of herbs. Very, very good.
That is incredibly strong here, especially already being level 2.
And they're both filter herbs.
That being said, at this point, he's just going to draw the card.
I mean, there's a dungeon guide in hand already. There might not really be a huge amount of thinking to be done.
And it is that beautiful promo dungeon guide.
Astrocyte. And he's going to keep the Wisdom's Reprise in hand, and...
He wants the glimpse. He definitely wants the glimpse.
Okay, here's the dungeon guide. Yeah, it's got to be good. There's nothing in FISA that's going to stop this. Let's keep that one card there. It's going to be Astrocyte, and I think... Wait, was that another dungeon guide? Wait, why not just now?
It does look like it was... So, it was another dungeon guide and another, I think, Astrocyte, yeah.
Yep, all right. We're going to go up to RE level 3.
A beautiful CSR.
Yeah, very, very nice. And keep 2 Wisdoms in hand. And looks like we're sacking an herb. I believe that was the healing herb. Yes, it was. Dungeon guide coming for 1. And we didn't necessarily mention, but the dagger is out on Miles' side. That, very, very aggressive play there.
And a turn, did draw the card.
And a turn, draw the card. You got 3 on Polaris. Right now, no ally on the fire side can survive. So let's have a look here. We're coming up to Xander 1, and we're going to glimpse 2, get that prep counter. I think... Oh, I can't... we bottom 1, top 1. Rococo in hand. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there. That's okay. No one saw anything. Including us, even.
Going for the dagger right off the bat. And
plant explosives.
During recollection, so he is going to pick his cards back up.
Yeah, let's see if there's something here. What was the third? What was the card that Wyatt drew into there?
I could not tell.
I think it's a Harvest Herbs.
Yeah, it is a Harvest Herbs. Yep. So Wyatt's thinking, do I want to go ahead and pop this now before any other attacks happen?
Anything else happens. Okay, there he goes. It's going to lose the dungeon guide as well because it is all allies. And he's also popped that level herb for this turn. We're going to go ahead and put in 4 Cosmic Bolts to deck.
Yeah. So the big reason for doing this here is there's a couple reasons. So we saw ways that Wyatt had the potential to possibly scry during this time. He essentially wants to set these up to be able to either scry into a bolt to kill an attacker coming into him, or again, just doing this a little bit early, it removes the potential of something cheeky happening on the recollection.
Yeah.
It's very minimal that chance would happen that he could save his allies from the Polaris. But at this point, why not do it now? Why not blow up the board when you know you're going to do it on the first attack? You know Miles is a good enough player that he's not going to play something else before he swings.
Yeah, no, so absolutely not. Yeah, because why would he, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to take that 5 from Plant Explosives.
Did he draw a Rending?
I believe he drew a Blazing Throw.
3 to grab the dagger.
We're just going to... 3 for the Verruccan Soul Knife. That's a Viridian that just went down. It is a red hair. Blazing Throw.
4/5 coming in. Putting 2 down. Yep, we are seeing the scry. This is what we were talking about earlier.
Yep, there it is. It's good to go. So you get 3 visits and...
Comet Fall, it looks like.
Comet Fall...
And a Dawn's Reversal, I think.
No, I believe that's a Hoarder counter.
Or is it a Hoarder counter? He's right. We talked about this earlier. He is not playing the...
Yeah, he's not playing Dawn's Reversal.
All
right. So that is another Wyatt... and
then there's Rococo.
Classic Wyatt move. Yeah, there's Rococo. Where he's going to... he chose not to actually Star Call any of those things.
And did we see the Lineage release just happen? It doesn't look like it.
Not yet. And to be fair, we might not this turn, just because the Rococo's going to be here coming for 1. That'll be 20. Okay, we are going to see the Lineage release. Going back down. And then we'll take the damage there. Oh, okay, 2 and 3. Okay, yeah. The next turn. All right. This is pretty critical now. This is about where Wyatt is either going to stabilize, or Miles is going to have another chance to
Just
to
end this game, yeah. And this is where the hardest decision for this deck comes into play, because it's essentially you have to think, is the damage I'm going to be eating from physical damage, or is this going to be
from magical damage? And you may have seen there both players just smiling. Wisdom's reprise. See a fast.
I did not see. I don't think it's a bolt. It does not look like a bolt.
I believe it was a fast or a harvest herb and MasterCard. I'm not.
All three going to the bottom.
On bottom. We're just gonna go for it. I believe he.
So definitely a Scry the Skies. We're definitely seeing those CSR Scry the Skies again. I think there is a man. I cannot tell.
Can't tell.
One of the things was a 40 count.
One's a word count. Is that a mnemonic?
It might be. Oh, yeah, I can see it now. I think it is a mnemonic.
Miles on 3 influence total. I believe he hasn't used his ring yet. Astrocyte hasn't used his ring yet. So he could potentially go up to 5. Why I'm thinking about that. Nascent Barrier. Okay, there we go. That's a very important card for this. And it looks like he's just going to pass the turn. 7 damage left for our Asana. And yeah, for people who are relatively new to the game, I do want to point out, even though Faiza is at 3 out of 19, that number can climb really quite quickly if you haven't seen Arizona.
And the big thing with Cosmic Bolts is part of the text on these is for every single Cosmic Bolt that is either in discard or
banish.
Banish. Oops. Oh, there we go. Now, with Cosmic Bolt, if you have not seen this before, it is for every card that is in banish or in discard. Cosmic Bolt is going to add 2 additional damage. And of course, we saw earlier with the Polaris popping for 4 additional Cosmic Bolts went into the deck.
Yeah.
And currently, Wyatt has 1 in banishment, and there is still 7 in his list. So every Cosmic Bolt he plays from here is going to be essentially going to 6, then to 8, then to 10, and it's at that point, that adds up really, really quick.
So we see that Impact Hammer, and of course, it's got to be Nascent Barrier here. Looks like it's good. So we're going to get 4 counters of protection, and then we're going to bounce. And yes, you're right. That is that CSR Scry.
And we did see the Cosmic Bolt was one of those 3 cards.
There is a Cosmic Bolt there.
So we are looking at Cosmic Bolt as well as a Comet Fall. So kind of debating. I think the debate right now is, do we Comet Fall?
Yeah, do we Comet Fall?
And just deal with 2 things on the board, like deal with an ally on the board, or do we just go for base?
We're going to go for Cosmic Bolt.
We're going in for that 6.
Yep. Yeah, and so that's 6 because there is 1 in banish. So now this one's going to go to Graveyard, and it's still going to power up all the rest of the Cosmic Bolts.
So next one will be come in for 8?
This one will be 8. That's right. Looks like Miles is going to... I believe that's a Zhao Kao. Let's see what he decides. Rending, I believe, in hand as well.
There was also a Vermilion.
Vermilion? Okay.
Yeah. So I think what he's opted to here is he's like, I know what, I'm going to try to catch you when you put some cards down.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to Vermilion Decree and kind of take the damage where I can get it.
Yep. Necklace, Foresight.
Yep.
Coming in.
Now, if Wyatt is lucky here and sees a Cosmic Bolt here off the top, as well as sees it on his main turn.
See, gather
yep,
herbs.
There's the first
one.
one.
Yep.
Cosmic Bolt coming in for 8, puts him away from 2 lethal, and at this point, we saw the Scry this guy's in his hand.
Yep.
All he has to do now is see that.
He just has to see 1 more damage card.
Honestly, he just needs to see either...
He can see a Comet Fall, or
Other thing is, notice he did not play it for free.
Yes, I think very important.
No, well, in this case, he did play it for free, but he didn't. I guess the better clarification, he did not play it instead of just doing the bonus.
Yes.
So,
I think.
oh, and then he's just presenting a full card cast.
Yeah, he's
on the
asking.
fall.
Asking for a response here. I believe FISA unfortunately doesn't have a response to Common Fall.
Nope.
Except for killing you, so.
And going into game 2.
Going into game 2. All right, so right there, in the previous round 4, we had seen Miles go into the Arizona, and just like we said, the biggest thing for him there was that it was an unknown Arizona. He wasn't quite sure what those lines would look like. With Wyatt, I think he was very confident and knew that he just had to keep pushing out that damage, and he came very, very close.
Yeah,
taking this
very,
game.
very, very close. And I think as well, Miles may have not necessarily forgot about the the lineage release, healing 6, but I think he was hoping that at that point he would be able to pressure enough that the lineage release would still put him in a situation that he couldn't get out of.
Yeah, and I think, to be fair, I think a big thing there is if you're Miles, you're looking and you're saying, well, he hasn't played a 3 visits yet, and if I can get him to lineage before he 3 visits, this game might be sewn up.
Correct. And I will say as well, in that situation, you called it very early on. Because Wyatt won that dice roll, was the starting player for this play, it was a huge difference. We were 1 turn off of lethal, most likely from Miles.
Yeah.
That if he would have had that 1 additional turn to just set up and do something, it probably would have been over.
That tempo, if you give it to FISA, so tough. And I guarantee you Miles is going to choose to go first in this next game. Let's take a look at these sideboards. Again, for these players, for Wyatt, aka Robotron, we're taking a look here.
We are looking at a Lunar Conduit and sideboard kind of way to get some extra damage.
Lunar Conduit.
Probably not going to come in here. The Blanches, maybe.
Blanches have a maybe, because you're going to dodge things like Vermilion, you're going to dodge things like Blazing Throw.
Yep. You are also going to be able to dodge things like the explosive, planet explosives.
Am I reading this right? 3 resolute stands.
Yep.
Those are almost certainly coming in.
Oh, for sure. And there's a good chance Spell Shield Astro will probably
Astro might
also...
actually make that might make an appearance here, especially into something like Rending Flames.
Yeah. And you will notice, unlike as we talked about a lot of these Arasana lists that are opting for more of the potion package where they can try to heal their way out of these situations, Wyatt is taking a little bit more of a proactive approach. And then I actually talked with one of his fellow teammates in between rounds. I talked with one of the other competitors we had on for an interview, Kyle W. And Kyle talked about it, that Wyatt built this list a little bit more to deal with the control matchups. He was expecting to see a little bit more control. So this is probably a matchup that he's sweating a little bit. He's probably like, I need to win.
I mean, I've talked to Wyatt multiple times at locals. And his advice to me against FISA is, well, you just got to win 2 of the games. For Miles, we're almost certainly seeing the Blanches come in from the sideboard.
100%.
And let's see, what else might... I don't know if anything else is going to show up for Miles here.
When we looked at the list, I don't think there was much else that he would be bringing in here. The in-caps
are
maybe.
They're a maybe. Maybe. We're splitting again here.
But as he talked about, they're more in there to deal with decks that have a 1 card they need to play to try to end the game. Right. But in this situation, the way Arasana works, it's not technically 1 card.
And you're also
that ends the game.
They're also not that hurt. They're just gonna go ahead and get it in the graveyard / banish, depending. And okay, fine. I'll just I will Cosmic Bolt you later. Gildas coming out.
Going into Serene once again, obviously the most optimal pick for Spirit. Which I believe Wyatt's only on.
I believe he is only on Serene. I don't believe he has a flex into normal land.
Yeah, just Serenes. We see some lists every so often running both Serene and normal. Sometimes if you were going first, you would rather have the 7th card than the heal, or in this case, some matchups where you just don't necessarily need the heal, or you're going to believe you're going to be OTK'd higher than 31 damage. You kind of just say, it's not going to help me, so why don't I just go get the extra cards instead?
We see a Dungeon Guide in hand that's up.
That fancy SP2 Comet Fall.
Yeah, that was the fancy Comet Fall. Mnemonic Charm. Okay, there's one of those Resolute stands.
Yeah, as you called it pretty quick.
Definitely,
Those are coming in.
definitely in there. They gotta come in. In Miles' hand, I believe there was. Oh boy, there's a Fanatical Devotee, and then some other cards cycling a little fast. Looks like Wyatt's gonna pass the turn.
I think it's not a Focus Flame, but it's.
Oh,
Whoa,
Hammer.
hold up.
Oh, there's Blanche. And we don't need Blanche, of course, for Impact Hammer. We're going to go for Heated Vengeance. This is going to come in for 7.
Which, unfortunately, he did. Well, he does have the 3. He did play into the Resolute, though.
He did play into Resolute.
Which-
Yeah, Miles is looking, of course, for balance goodness. And there it is. Yep, you've got to
Yep.
Resolute this. So Resolute. Another, we keep talking about FTC cards today instead of Abyssal Heaven per se. Resolute, of course, choose a unit, and it takes 3 less physical damage from every instance of physical damage this turn.
Yep. And are we going to see the Blazing
Throw?
going? Yep.
And Blazing Throw, Resolute, of course, does not care about Blazing Throw.
Yep. And he's throwing the Blazing Throw, getting the extra 4 there. The big thing with Blazing Throw here is Resolute only stops attack damage.
Yep.
Not the non-attack damage, so he does get the full damage from Blazing Throw. Puts him at 9. Essentially, at this point, he needs to force him down.
Wow, okay. So we just saw a hard level into a banish of 3 visits. Now, that's probably one of the best, that's probably
cards you
Wyatt's. If Wyatt could plan the game, I think he would have chosen to do that.
Oh, 100%. The thing with 3 visits is we've seen this card a couple of times, but I don't think we've seen it in a situation that is going to be as backbreaking as what just happened.
Yeah,
so
let's take a look at 3 visits. So this is an A and B card, of course.
big thing with 3 visits is it is a card that the original text was changed. It was eroded.
Yes.
The way this works is you rest your champion. If you do, glimpse 2, recover 2. The biggest part about this is you may activate this card from your graveyard, and if you do, banish it, but you can also activate it from your banishment, and if you do, put it at the bottom of your deck.
Yeah.
So it is a 0-cost card that over the course of 3 turns, you could gain 6 life, and you don't...
6.
And you glimpse 6 as well,
Yeah.
and you don't lose value. And because the card was banished here, Wyatt still gets the value for the last tick of that. Well, being that 6, he's going to get 2 and glimpse 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And he doesn't really care about... he doesn't really care about resting to activate it because he's not Aerosonic 3 right now.
Yep.
He doesn't need that bonus. He can just go ahead and heal himself too.
And he instantly Dungeon Guide 2, giving him that health boost as well, putting him even further out of that lethal range.
Yeah, fantastic value. I did not even notice that he had rolled double 6s again, being able to draw a card, putting those counters on players. That's a fast cure right there.
Oh, and he's like, I'm not letting you get any influence down.
No more.
Ooh.
Okay. And so, yeah, of course, likely at the end of turn, he will 3 visits in order to heal 2, glimpse 2, pull things back. As you can see, he even has the 3 cards to hard level, so that glimpse super helpful.
Yep.
And a mnemonic charm out, and 1 healing herb, and that once again, that 1 healing herb could make a huge difference.
Oh, 100%. Because at this point, and of course, don't forget, he has Serene.
Yes.
Now, one thing about Serene that we do have to note, that to pop Serene, you do have to have at least 6.
Yes. If you cannot heal up what it asks for, basically, you're unable to do so.
Actually, I think you can, because I don't think it's cost. I think you still can, but of course, he's going to wait to get the 6 and get the full value.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's on things like Innervate.
Yep.
Innervate, agility.
And he
passive
ate the 1,
5.
so we can essentially assume at this point in the game,
Fanatical Devotee.
Wyatt's at 0 life.
Yeah.
That Miles has to present
presumably.
22 damage.
Well, and obviously he would definitely play out the 3 visits, play out the 3 visits from banishment before he decided to use a Serene.
Yeah.
And let's see here. We could see something.
And Miles talked about this as well. So playing the Blanche here is actually
for the fast cure.
incredibly important.
Yes.
Because it allows him to now,
1 Cosmic Bolt.
when he pops Polaris here, he is only going to lose Blanche.
He will only lose Blanche. In hand.
It looks like a Comet Fall and a 40
quarter
counter.
counter.
Yep.
Just a quick note, quarter counter is probably my favorite named card ever. Good job, Weeps. Very, very clever. I laughed very, very hard when I saw that card. I mentioned Discord and no one else laughed. I felt really bad. Okay, swapping back. So yeah, that level into Arizona 3.
And don't forget, he didn't sacrifice the herbs, so
do the
he
herb
can
four
even
pillars.
he can Horty counter something for 2 without actually using the other card hand, or in this case, he will probably still use it
For 3,
So
yeah.
he'll do counter something for 3, which is incredibly powerful in this stage of the game.
Very, very tough for Miles because that Faiza deck's going down on influence on purpose, of course, and he will likely be unable to pay. He does have that dagger out, just waiting to become Xander. I don't think he'll choose to become Xander right now. Even though he's only going to lose that Blanche, I wonder.
You definitely tell he's thinking about it, because he knows for a fact that the lineage release hasn't happened.
He needs to push.
He also sees that those 2 herbs are out, one of them being able to heal if he needs to. So
Yeah.
he's looking at this point of, I have to present 23 damage with essentially a 4-card hand, and if I level with Xander, it's a
Going down to
3-card
3
hand,
cards, yeah.
which will be go back to 4 when you draw for the turn. So it's definitely a tough choice, which, yeah,
The
as you
ring,
called
yeah.
it, he's like, I'm not ready to go Xander yet. I'm unfortunately too far away from lethal. I'm going to have to just draw this card.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. I think that was the in cap. I think that was an in cap. Lurking.
I think it was, yes.
Yes, that is the ascent in cap. By the way.
Yep, very beautiful, very beautiful.
Yeah. Very, very cool.
I'm happy to be getting a couple of those when we go to Worlds later this year.
Same. They look very, very good. Lurking out here, and of course, if you're building your board like this with Blanche, even with Polaris out, you feel pretty good just because it's really unlikely that Arizona is going to do anything to... Okay, there's a Horror counter. There's that Horror counter. We're going to sacrifice both herbs. We're going to go up a level and heal 1 out of it just to throw 2 more onto Polaris.
I don't think he healed at all. Because he sacrificed both herbs. He's like, hey, pay 3.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, for the Horror counter. Yeah. Fair
He's
enough.
like, pay 3, because
Yeah.
he would much rather stop the board wipe from...
Yeah.
And it hits for 4, so because he can't get the other card down, he is still going to lose one of those allies. Did he actually? How did? Oh, he's still thinking about the. I guess the Horty counter's still on the. Okay, Horty counter's
Yeah.
still on the stack here,
Still in the stack.
waiting to see if it's paid. He did Polaris in response to it, so essentially saying you're not going to draw any cards here before you have a chance to even pay the cost to stop this. We're going to go ahead and just deal with the board. So he gets, instead of just getting Blanche, he's going to grab that second one too.
All right, we've mixed 4 more Cosmic Bolts, and we see 1 Cosmic Bolt in Banishment right now.
Yeah, so that means there is 7 in the deck now,
Yes.
as well as, again, we are in, this is a situation,
Quarter counter is good.
if Faiza thinks of a nightmare scenario, this is it. This is the nightmare you do not want to be looking down.
Yeah, any long-term deck that's there's an astrocyte. Any long-term deck just gaining value on you, and their chance to slowly heal if they need to as well.
Yep.
There's a Cosmic Bolt is seen from the astrocyte, and yeah, he's gonna go for it. Looks like.
Yep.
All right, this one goes to the graveyard, but once again, it's it doesn't matter where they are; they're helping each other. So, 1 in the grave, 1 in banishment.
And now at this point, he is just 9 damage away from. Oh, in this case, he's still not 5. He's not Xander, so he's 1 bolt
he's
away
5
from ending
damage
the game.
away. This could end pretty quickly here. Let's see what Wyatt wants to bring out. Probably that necklace. Yeah, there it is. Necklace of Foresight.
He's like, I'm not going to go any defensive options. We're just going to try to end
we're
it
just
right
gonna,
here,
we're
right
gonna
now.
go for it. We're gonna go for it right now.
And there it is.
And
There
yes,
it is.
there. Yep. And okay. Yep. Presented. And I have a feeling he might
Yep, it's
shake his
over.
hand. Yeah, there it is.
Yep, handshake.
Yeah, handshake. And Wyatt. Congratulations to Wyatt.
And I believe, let's just go ahead and look at these standings here. After that,
Yeah,
I
let's take a look.
believe at this point we are going to be looking at, and let me get a little bit closer to the mic here. It looks like, based on how the matches are kind of following, there's a good chance that Wyatt is going to be sweeping this whole event.
Yeah, and a big comeback from what we saw. Is today's our hero story today with Wyatt.
Yeah, 100%. Coming out of that, we saw a very rough early game.
Yeah, we
from
saw
Wyatt.
Fractals just dismantle his
Yeah.
deck.
Yeah, only loss was on camera, and he was like, I'm not losing again. He goes, I'm getting the run back, I'm being on camera, and I'm going to win this back.
Yeah.
And on top of that, now I will say there is a small chance. As we currently have the table right below them, table 5 is currently playing out the match for a win and in as well.
Nice.
If Jesus wins it, Jesus will essentially most likely be that very bottom seed, going if he does qualify in it. But his opponent, if the opponent wins, he is also going to be 5-1.
Yeah, so the opponent wins. Does he have a better opponent win percentage? 449.
Because the numbers are going to change after this match, I believe. So there is a chance that, Wyatt may not have sealed. He definitely sealed at least first or second in that play.
He is either first or
but does not necessarily mean he wins the whole thing yet. I think it's also, I think the reason why I think Wyatt wanted to play this out as well is I think he really wants that playmat. I think he wants that down.
Yes, he is actually. I know he has talked to me before about, he really actually likes that playmat.
I think he really wants that playmat.
Usually, if you know Wyatt, he's not super invested in needing to be absolutely first. But this time, I think he really does want to try. Perhaps if we can, maybe we can get an interview.
Yeah, maybe we can. Let's go ahead and ask and see if Wyatt is willing to come in for an interview there and talk a little bit about that last game.
Yeah.
If not, that's okay. But
yeah, if not, that's okay. We just won't be friends anymore. But we'll see if our judge can bring Wyatt over. Meanwhile.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
We're gonna go ask real quick and see if bring it in.
Yeah.
But while we wait on feedback to see if that is the case, as we have our tech run by the script by the camera real quick. You may have caught a flash of that.
He's a blur.
Let's talk about today.
Okay.
A lot of the decks we saw that we thought were gonna did perform very, very well.
Yes.
And of course we did see aggro do put up some standings, and we did get thumbs up that we are gonna get interview with White here. And the biggest thing is, of course, that control Arasana.
Yes.
It got hinted at the control Arasana was a very, very strong deck. Talking with Kyle earlier, he even hinted and said that I think Arasana might be one of the best decks in the format.
Yeah.
And it kind of goes to show that deck can do a lot when in the right hands. And if anybody was going to pilot the deck as well as it was today, it was going to be Wyatt.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's grinded on that deck, and I think what's interesting, of course, is that even when he shows you all the tech, even when you've played against him multiple times, he still has ways to surprise you.
Yeah.
Because he knows that deck inside and out. He is, once he starts glimpsing and he glimpses properly into his deck, he's basically memorized that order. He knows how he's going to play it out. He has those lines in his head. And if you don't do something about that, it is over.
Yep. And it is something that as well, it comes with experience. And it's also something as well for anybody out there getting into the game, or you cannot really decide, should you keep playing your pet deck, or should you maybe switch over to something a little bit more higher end? There is some merit to just saying, I really, really like this champion. I really like this style of deck, and just kind of get really, really good at it.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, Arasana was memed so hard as not being a deck that has play, that could do well. Even after getting Polaris, there could not find a slot.
Yeah.
And Wyatt was like, no, we're solving this. I think this deck can be really, really good. And it shows the work that Wyatt put into this finally kind of came to fruition, saying, hey, this is the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I think today, especially, just through our 3 interviews, basically, we've had 3 visits today. Each one of these players, and I'm sure Wyatt will talk about it, but each one of these players is playing something that they really personally love, something that they're really personally invested in. Because either they learned it first or they thought it was really interesting, but they've managed to take what in another game or maybe even another area to be like a pet deck, to be something that is, really making it and shaping not only our meta, but just, as you see here, perhaps what other people see.
100%. And that is going to be pretty much, I think we're wrapping it up here pretty quick. And let's just do a quick refresh on our matches as we kind of set up Wyatt to bring in here. And one of us will also be doing this interview. Okay, he looks like he's packing up, getting ready to move back here to do a quick interview. Let's just take a look. Has the other table wrapped up yet? It is not. So we are still waiting on see what table 5 happens with there before we can kind of realistically call this event.
And you know
where
what?
it's
That's totally fine, right? We're at 25 minutes So we're going to head and bring Wyatt in for this interview.
Yep.
I'll just swap with him real quick.
All right, cool. Am I gonna? Want me to do it? All right,
Yeah,
that's
you
cool.
might as well, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Then we'll go ahead and do that. All right, joining me is Wyatt with a phenomenal performance on Windar Asana. We were joking that your only loss today was on camera early in the day.
Yeah, actually.
And you turned it around and said, no. I'm going to win this whole thing.
Yeah, that's the fractal deck is really strong when it like gets going. Even if you side up or have a lot of hate main board, like I had 4 Scatter Essence and 2 Disenchants at the side, it still like just blows you out if it has what it has, if it sees the stuff it needs. But.
Yeah, and going into that, what was kind of your decision? Because we talked about it before you got on here, that this is kind of your pet deck. You love Arasana. You've wanted to make this deck work for a very long time. What was kind of your final decision to bring this deck into this event?
Honestly, I think it's a solid deck. I don't think it's the best deck right now. Like, I'd have to give it to like Luxem Xander of some either Fire or Wind. But my logic was, if I mainboard Mirror, I'm favored a little bit into that matchup, which I did. I didn't play any Luxem Xanders, unfortunately, because it's like a high skill matchup for sure, even with that. But without Mirror, it's like an insta loss for Ari. I think if the Luxem plays it right. But yeah, so outside of that, I just wanted something that was good into allies because I'm frustrated losing into allies. And then beyond that, I just sided all the anti-burn tech possible, right? Because like Xander is like an ally/burn deck, and then the Fractal deck's a burn deck, and then Tristan's like a skill matchup. I think it kind of goes 50-50. But beyond that, it's like everything I expected to be there was like represented. But yeah, if I was a little bit more fluent on Luxem, I think I would have brought that. But Arasana is also so fun to play. Like I've been playing it since it was out. Even back when it was bad, I was trying it for a long time. Every option in tech until we like finally coalesced on something similar to
Yeah, and of course the other thing with this list is I want to kind of bring up that we were talking about this earlier, is we see every other Windar Asana going for more of this potion of healing package, or they're going for like the Dawn's Reversal to kind of set up for the double counter. In your list, you kind of opted to get away from those. What was kind of your decision to stick more to like the traditional sideboard we see rather than like the more, I guess, potion heavy side?
So I guess the biggest differentiator in my list from most is that I'm running Gather Herbs, which I kind of view running that makes the deck more tempo-y rather than control-y, if that makes sense. Because you could pop Polaris as soon as you hit 2 or 3 with like 6 plus counters on it. Compared to because you can't really run Fertile Grounds anymore, which was like the normal value engine that the deck used to run. And so running, Gather Herbs, you're able to still shuffle in more than 4 bolts and do it at like a tempo-y or like a faster speed, because the game's a lot more aggro now than last season. But as for Potion of Healing, I was considering it. The biggest thing is it's basically Potion of Healing or Resolute Stand, right? I think those are near equivalent. You saw in the game versus the Xander, I got more than 5 value off of the Resolute, right? It was pretty big because I expected he even wanted to play another ally on top of that. Instead, he opted to swing with a weapon instead. So it's really just meta dependent. I just expected people to be on allies and FISA specifically, but Potion I think is still a solid option. And I like using the herbs for their other effects, to actually heal or gain my level. Most games I'm using the cycling, each effect of the herb. I feel like I use it pretty efficiently, rather than just spending it on the potion to tempo the potion out.
Yeah, and I can definitely see that, especially, that was the example at the very end there was the best, you could say. You got way more than 5 damage turned off by just simply playing the Resolute Stand.
Yeah, that Resolute Stand pretty much won me the game, and honestly, I probably would have lost if I didn't have it. And it was a sideboard card that I brought in, so I was pretty happy with, happy with how it performed. So, yeah.
Yeah, and then go after this event. Is there anything you're possibly looking to possibly change, or I know as we were getting pretty close going into the national season, is there anything you were kind of thinking about changing, or anything that really didn't perform as well as you were hoping into this event, or was it pretty solid across the board?
I don't know. Other than not playing Ari, I still love the deck. I'm one of my favorite, my favorite deck to play. To be honest, I was trying out the Regenerate, right? There was the other nationals that had played it, some of their lists had topped with it. And I was already considering it before then. I just didn't have the time to like put it into testing and make sure it's like a valid option, specifically into Pfizer, because that's like a hard, that's a really volatile matchup, and regenerate helps a ton. And so I kind of like put 2 in. I didn't really see it at all, the event, outside of like one game, like round 2 that I played it. And I just played it just to cycle. I didn't even heal. So I was like, maybe that's still a flex spot. And there's a few others. Like, I'm still not completely sold on Gather Herbs either. Like, I like the idea of like tempoing out Polaris and basically kind of almost guarantees, if you see it, it's almost a guaranteed draw at level 2. So it's kind of like a +1 in that, you know what I mean? Rather than like a card neutral effect, if that makes sense. But yeah, like probably just more tech in the sideboard. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If the game slows down, the deck's more and more favored the more the game slows down. So like as these other anti-aggro decks like that are popular right now, if they take a larger representation of the meta, then you could tech more and more for late game. Because like that's probably my biggest problem of the deck right now, is because like when it was originally designed, it had a lot of prevention and interaction, and then now it's like slowly stripping a lot of that for like the earlier game interaction, which is just inherently weaker, or just try to be faster. But I prefer the interactive style, right? But if like Luxem, continues to like hold these aggro decks down, then you could tech for that Luxem matchup. So now you're kind of like pinned on both sides. So, which may be a good thing, It's in a good spot still, I think.
And we talked about it, that this meta is very diverse right now. There's a lot of things you have to take into consideration, and I think as well, watching you pilot Ari and being able to essentially not only deal with a lot of these aggro decks, but also deal with a lot of these control decks as well, kind of shows the power that Ari does hold in this meta.
It's really interesting because it's like this round was Pfizer, which obviously very, very fast game, and then my last round was like Umbra Tristan, and which is like the opposite, right? It's like you go to the max, you try to like hold up all the interaction pieces, then you kind of like, you could do like an end cap, like counter spell stack, or, prevention stack. It gets really, the deck's really able to deal with both ends of the spectrum pretty well. So it, you're able to, and it has a lot of tech options too, right? Like there's a lot of stuff you can do to play with the ratios to fit for your local meta, I think. So it's still a fun option.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for coming on. Thanks for being with us. And of course, again, congratulations on a great final round. Because we mentioned there was a good shot that you were probably taking the whole event.
Yeah.
We have one more round that could possibly get in.
That's what they're saying before, so I guess we'll have to see how that goes for them. But either way, I'm happy I got in. Like we're doing the math if we could ID or not, and then we're like, it's a little. You it a little close. Miles and I were both at the bottom of the bubble.
You essentially, it was between you, Miles, and Albert were essentially the ones currently at that situation where it was a little bit risky ID. I know Miles probably would have rather taken the ID in this situation, but at the same time, we also thought you just wanted to play Matt.
Honestly, both playmats are sick. If I get both, I'm very happy. I play both of those decks. I play almost everything in a bit. I like the deck build a lot. So now, I mean, Miles was like, once we talked it out, he was like, yeah, we should probably play for it.
Yeah.
Miles and I are like pretty good friends. We play regularly. He's a local as well. So it's either way, it's good to see our locals. Had strong representation. So
yeah, and I think looking at the standings, I believe 5 of the IDs that happened were locals.
Yeah.
So yeah, cool. it's very very common. Of course, Texas is getting very very competitive when it comes to Grand Archive across the board. So, well, again, thank you so much for coming to the interview. Congratulations again for the awesome performance, and we'll go ahead and wrap up the last couple of rounds, or last couple of matches here, and then hopefully getting prizes out to everybody. So awesome. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
We have Eric coming back in as we kind of just settle things up.
I'm back. Yeah, that was a really great interview.
Oh, we should ask Wyatt if we're allowed to open his. We should ask him and see if we can show off the promo.
Yeah, actually, let's get a judge to ask.
I think he's guaranteed in, so we could realistically ask.
We can realistically ask. Good friend Wyatt.
You see, if worst case scenario, you'll probably see it posted everywhere else here pretty quick. We'll also be, of course, posting probably a picture of the winners of the event.
All the winners will
Yeah, I think we're getting pretty close to closing for the day. We have a couple of final matches that are currently ending. Of course, results will be up here pretty soon on Omni for anybody that is following along, as well as, of course, Fractal of Insight will be pulling these as well.
Especially if you're interested in those deck lists.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is going out of this, as we're getting so close to the end of this and going into what is going to be the final. So I don't think any more bans are coming before Nationals. So right now, where the meta stands or what the cards that are in the game right now is what people will be playing into the U.S. Nationals. Yeah. And this is going to be where where all the money is. This is where and the U.S. Nationals has the most invites of any of the regions going out. So it's going to be cutthroat across the board.
People are going to be playing very, very hard. I know that a lot of our locals are already planning essentially their grind to make sure that they practice at every opportunity. Hit up every single one of our local stores, which is quite a few here in the area. And just make sure that not only are they testing within their own team, but they're testing against all the other teams that are here.
Yeah, and that's one cool thing about you'll see is there's definitely a lot of practicing within the teams themselves. And of course, with that, you also have regions that practice with each other as well.
Yes.
And that's the really cool thing to see. And I think everybody's across the board being like, this is the big event. This is the one that really matters because a top 8 here is pretty much a chance to play in Worlds. Top 4 is guaranteed to play in it. And so I think a lot of them are like, I really want to be, I want to get to Worlds.
I want to be on that stage.
Yeah, I want to be on that stage. And man, did you see Glenn Boy's ring when he won it?
I did.
Oh,
I did
that thing is beautiful.
I saw that in person and I was just, what a cool prize.
Oh, 100%.
What a really cool prize.
And I think you want to be one of the few people in the world holding an Apostate's Veil as well. I think you want to be holding that upgraded Grand Crusader's ring.
I'm just saying, if you play it out on me, I might just skip.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what Ascendant means. I don't know what it means to be Ascendant,
I don't know what this means.
Sure, go ahead. So, but yeah, I think that's going to pretty much wrap us for the day. I didn't know if we want to stick around or we want to kind of keep it back to the cam until we get to see if the prizing or anything like that. But most likely, what we'll probably do is we'll probably just cut it over to the store cam, probably leave it up for a couple of minutes. We may come back on with showing one of the prize cards if we get kind of a chance to show this.
Yeah,
but
we may be back on in just a little bit. Actually, you know what? I bet that we can definitely get permission. So, you know what? Let's take a very short break, and then we'll be right back to wrap up everything, including showing the prize card.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, see you soon.
Let's go ahead and switch it over. All right, we are going to switch it over to the feature match table. We got permission from the one of Wyatt, who is going to be either first or second here, obviously walking away with a prize card today. We asked him, do we want to open up that CSR? Ooh, even from here looks so pretty.
Yeah, Miles taking a look. So this CSR is going to be Mandate of Honor for this regional.
If we want to go ahead and ask one of them to hold it up to the camera a little bit closer, so you can see it. We'll have one of our techs. We'll have a tech go out and focus it in.
It's getting a little dim outside, but there's still just enough glare.
Yeah.
Taking a look. And so, yeah, once again, if you are new to Grand Archive, if you're interested in Grand Archive, etc., I think our regionals are fantastic events.
We'll wait for them to hopefully put it a little bit in focus. We'll have to have them adjust that camera a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear us and say.
I think he should be able to hear us.
Oh, there we go. We can see it slowly moving.
He's trying to do it.
It's still pretty blurry, unfortunately. You want to run out there and see if you can get him
Yeah, let
to
me see if we can do it.
focus the camera? Tell him to focus it up on the lens.
What you can't see on camera is Miles pulling up the stream and laughing wildly.
Yeah.
At the incredibly blurry picture there. I just gave our tech one of our iPads to double check it. There we go.
There we go.
Look at that.
Oh, we're almost there.
Almost there. Look at that. Okay, yeah, so this is our prize card, Mandate of Honor. And we've swapped over, like we mentioned earlier in the stream, that now, instead of having to turn them in directly, you never turn them in, you now directly receive the CSR whenever you win. So
Correct. Perfect. Yeah, we got the shot. And that's the other big thing about this as well is cutting back over here.
Cutting back to us.
Let's not forget that the Mandate of Honors, they are stamped with North American Regional, so they are telling them exactly where you want it from. And the cool part about this is it's theirs. They don't have to hold on to it. They don't got to wait a year to turn it into the fancy version.
Yes.
It is the CSR right out of the packaging, ready to go.
Put that in a sleeve, play it at your locals.
100%. And I will say it looks beautiful.
Yeah, very, very good.
I mean, I want to play in a regional just to get one, but unfortunately, I decided to commentate instead of playing these out.
I think we've had a very fun time today commentating. At least me.
Yeah, 100%. This has been a great time. I definitely want to do this a lot more. And of course, we'll probably for almost every Texas regional, we will probably be commentating for it. Yeah. And of course, we hopefully will make the quality even better and better for each time around.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I don't think we have really much else.
No.
Everything else is kind of wrapping up for the day. We're still probably a couple, I would say easily 10, 15 minutes away from knowing who the top 8 are truly going to be. Mm-hmm. We, of course, know a couple people who are going to be guaranteed, and we're just kind of waiting on the last couple of tables to wrap up before we kind of seal the deal. With that being said, I think we'll go ahead and I think we'll wrap it for today.
Yeah. So,
unless you have anything else you want to kind of mention or put out there?
No. I think, I think we'll definitely wrap up. A big thank you, of course, to all of our players, our judges, our tech team. The venue here, the Reaper Game Store in Denton, Texas, holding our regional again. Very, very wonderful. Thank you so much.
And of course, thank you to Weebs for being able to provide all of this cool stuff for us to hand out. Bringing us a game that we can essentially spend a fun Saturday here playing Grand Archive.
I have very, very few games in my life that I think I'm going to talk for over 5 hours about.
Oh, 100%.
with anybody.
There's not many things I'm willing to sit on camera and talk about the whole day, but Grand Archive is definitely one of those that I'm willing to be here pretty much all day and talk about. So, with that being said, I want to thank everybody everybody at home who tuned in to watch. I want to thank all of our players, as you said, tech, judges, everybody who's here to help out. And of course, next season we'll see another regional here as well.
Yeah,
and that will
DRT
season.
Very exciting. It'll be a summer one. So look out for Derek and I. We might be wearing sunglasses.
Might make it a hot tub stream. We don't know. We'll see where it takes us. So, all right.
It's summer. Let's go. All right. Again, thank you so much. And we'll see you next time.
All right. Later, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you so much.